ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind, F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the drain, we're living life. From the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
And welcome everybody to another Jeranism show. We got a funny one or a strange one for you today. We've got a simulcast of sorts. It's going to be myself and Mike from Veritas, as he's got some preguntas for me, I guess, some questions. So we're going to be going over there to over in the chat. Let me bring him on and see if we can simulcast correctly or if one of us is screwing up somehow terribly. Let me see, and we shall find out. 1 second. Let's see if he's there. Mike, are you with me?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
I can. Let me see if they can hear you. Go ahead and say something again.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
No, I'm not sure they can hear you. 1 second. And let me turn this up. Is your volume up on the? It's pretty good on Zoom.
Should be. Yeah.
Let me check here on mine. Make sure my volume's good. Audio settings. Volume's up. And can you guys hear him okay? Can you give me a 5 by on him? Thank you very much.
Check 1 2.
Nick Kennedy.
Check 1 2.
You can hear him okay? Okay, everybody hears you. Good. Beautiful.
Wonderful.
All right. So yeah, go ahead. You kind of lead the way since this is your idea and you reached out to me. Wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, so as I think you know, and probably some percentage of your audience is familiar with me, I recently came out, it's been about 7 or 8 months now, recently came out with a it's cringe calling it a documentary, but I don't know what else you'd call it.
A marathon.
Yeah, it's approaching 8-hour long video that I did on Flat Earth. And I guess like first maybe I should quickly talk about, or maybe we can both talk about why I made the video, because this was a contentious topic, I guess, within sort of the FE community, where I came from, why I did what I did, you know, kind of what my motives were. And I know.
Now we covered it, right? I think you said that we covered it on Globebusters or something. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Yep. You covered it on Globebusters. At first, I was looking for it on your channel. I thought maybe you had taken it down or something, but we eventually found it. It was on Globebusters.
Right. I didn't do it on my channel. Correct.
So yeah, I had heard feedback first. The first feedback I got was from Flatzoid, Sovereign Soul. That's
basically the Mensa show where, you know, you have to have above a 150 IQ to be on that show, or maybe it's below a 50 IQ. It's one of those two.
It's one of those two. Yeah.
It's hard to remember.
So that was interesting, and I actually made the mistake of going on and talking with them.
Smart one.
Yeah. What I wasn't interested in doing was debating, because if you saw the Flat Earth video, you know kind of my stance on that. But there was that response. There was a few hours that they went through some things, and then I saw you and Witsit had done kind of a response. You guys talked about it for a bit. I think you had only gone through like a few kind of choice sections.
Yeah, I think so.
But I guess like overall, one of the first things that was common amongst a lot of the comments and from all of you guys that ended up responding to it was kind of what my motives were, why I did what I did, sort of where the information came from.
Oh, right. Because you had a lot of help from some Globers, I think is what it was, if I remember right.
Well, yeah, so I didn't at all.
Oh, we didn't? Okay.
So to backtrack a little bit, I've always been, since college, interested in kind of the skeptic community, in all of the philosophical debates, a lot of the science debates. And at some point, it sort of crossed my radar. I don't know if it was one of like the Professor Dave videos, or something had come across my radar, and I started watching, and I was fascinated by what I had seen. And so I started watching more and more debates, and I basically decided pretty quickly that I wanted to do a video on it because I was seeing really interesting patterns in the debates and the discussions. And basically over the course of 4 or 5 months, I was live streaming. I was live streaming my research. I was literally playing games, streaming on Twitch, with a picture-in-picture, video of some debate going on the whole time with a Google Doc up. I ended up having about 400 or 500 pages of notes. Most of which were bullet points about flat earthers don't understand, geometry or whatever. And it was just every time I'd see an example of a clip, I'd clip it, put it in there, and I just would have links and links and links. And you can kind of see that manifested in like all the montages I had in the video. But so over time, I put all that stuff together. I'm not exactly the most, how would you say, like succinct, concise person. I usually have a lot to say about a lot of things, and I didn't want to leave a lot out. And I didn't want to be accused of cherry picking, which naturally I was. But I guess maybe let me pass it over to you and say, what was your impression about someone who was new to the community completely coming out of nowhere with a super long video?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember much of it, to be honest with you. I mean, I do remember us covering it, but it just seemed like, if it's somebody from the outside, again, I look at it much different now than I would then, right? Yep. Often what I think flat earthers do need is that outside influence. I think they do a great job of blocking anybody saying anything different and then really pumping up and sharing everything that's within their echo chamber. So that's just going to reconfirm to them that everything that they're saying is already true, and then they don't get any information from outside that source. So what you did is a good thing, because it takes repetitive hearing the same thing over and over again for somebody to get it through their mind, but it's still going to be very rare, right? I mean, yeah. For me, it's different. I went down and actually saw it so that I could say that I experienced it. So it's much different than anybody else who has to take my word for it or go down there themselves, which I wish they would do. But
yeah, and I've got and I do have a bunch of questions about that, obviously. So now the first thing that I want to say, I guess, is that like when you type in flat Earth debate, usually what you're going to see is Professor Dave videos. I think most of us can agree are like some of the most popular ones that get recommended whenever you search for flat Earth. But otherwise, other than like FTFE and MC Toon, on the Globe side, who else really does like regular debates, at least over the last like 2 or 3 years?
Debates? Not really. I mean, like Simon and Dan has videos, and there's a couple other Globe community people, but as far as debates, not really.
Yeah. So given that the debate aspect of it was most interesting to me, honestly, that's just why I ended up having a ton of clips of MC Toon. It was just he had the most raw content, and I ended up probably watching maybe 70%, 60 or 70% MC Toon, with the remainder being FTFE. Well, I would say maybe 10% was me going down in the rabbit hole of going to the Flat Earth channels, which takes some digging, which is something I covered. Takes some digging and going in and watching those debates. But typically they ended up, I think they tend to be kind of, I don't know, very often they're like lower quality.
Yeah, I was doing a debate show for a while, and I kind of was getting accused of basically setting it up because the Flat Earthers were so terrible and the debates were terrible. But it was just, that's the kind of quality of debater that was coming out from the Flat Earth, at least.
So one of the interesting things, I guess, on that note, we can pivot to something that was common to actually both sets of you guys that had responded. And I guess like I'm talking about you in the past, which I almost see as like a different person.
So do I.
Different category. Was that it was really interesting because what would happen is I would be talking, you guys, I would show some clips of some of the like random miscellaneous flat earthers. You guys would pause and end up saying, who is this random flat earther? He just went and got the dumbest, most ridiculous flat earthers that are making the worst arguments. They make us look bad. And you guys would then hit play and then agree with everything that they said. So I always just found that funny that was like a common thing where the argument was basically, oh, well, these guys aren't making good arguments. And then it would usually be followed by, but yeah, everything he said is totally right. So I guess the question is like, do you think I strawmanned?
You'd have to give me some example of it because I can't remember anything offhand, but if you wanted to play a section of it, if you think that that's what we said, I don't think that we would. I mean, if we're saying you're putting a random person up there, it's probably because we disagree with what they're saying. I can't picture somebody saying what we would say and then saying, who's this random person that he got? Because obviously if we say the same thing, that's not a very good argument. So I can't picture doing that, but I'm not saying that we didn't. Just you'd have to show me that. Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't, what I didn't do is really like gather or prepare anything just because I'm not interested in like a bunch of gotchas or anything like that. Yeah. It was mostly just, from a high level. So that's totally fine. I guess then do you have any sort of memory or a sense that you think I fairly or unfairly represented Flat Earth?
No, I mean, now looking back, I would say that you probably fairly represented it and the issues with it. But for somebody who's inside of it, they just don't see it that way. So when we were inside of it, it's just, there's nobody who's going to say, and it's a whole mental thing. It's a psychological thing where your brain doesn't want to allow any new information that's going to, disrupt what it currently believes. So it takes some sort of a jarring moment. That's what we're finding out in these interviews I'm doing with ex-flat earthers, is that they all have some sort of moment where they have everything flip in their mind. And then all of a sudden it's not like it's hard to see the problems with the previous you. It's just right there in front of you. You can now see it all, and you can actually see it in the other people that you're talking to. And then you kind of get, besides embarrassed, you also get kind of to the point where you want it to stop because you feel like it's damaging people, for lack of a better way to describe it. It's taking a certain group of people that are susceptible to certain things. It's then putting them in an echo chamber. And then blocking any other information from them. And then that's why what I've done is so jarring to them, right? So I've been with them 10 years. So to just come out and flip like that, they have to immediately go to, I'm a shill. I have to be, right? There's no other option. The other option would mean, well, Jaron, who's been here with 10 years, has changed his mind. That can't possibly be true. So that's their opinion, and it's not like they're thinking it through. It's just the way your brain operates.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things I thought was funny, I guess I'll just mention before we move on to a little bit more about your kind of transition. I pinned a comment, one of the first comments I got on the video, and it was, in my opinion, a perfect demonstration kind of everything I said in the video. Where it said, "Weird, no clips of Witsit, Jaren, or Bob, three of the most prolific creators to this conversation. It's almost as if the entire video is one huge straw man fallacy. Yes, some flat earthers don't articulate their thoughts very well and make highly speculative statements, but there are others who know scientific literature very well. Flat Earth is so dumb, why make an 8-hour hit piece against it that leaves out the brightest people in the movement?" The interesting thing is that I have like a 20-minute section that is just a case study about Witsit specifically. Mm-hmm. I also have like a 20-minute section specifically on Bob and his experiment. I actually didn't have a ton of you in there. And honestly, part of it is I think that I got the impression that you debated over the years at least less than Witsit.
Yeah, because I don't believe a debate is really indicative of what the truth is. It's to help people hear both sides, and then they can come to their own conclusion. But yeah, the couple debates I was in early on was just terrible, because basically I was going up against people who had an entirety of science behind them, and that's a difficult debate to win. It took me a while until I got comfortable in kind of my beliefs to be able to debate, but there were still things that I wouldn't have been able to answer that I was just really happy that they never brought up, for example. But then what I ultimately got to the point is I saw the debates as being unproductive, because it would just be, you're talking over me, no, you're talking over me, no, you're talking over me. So that's why I created my own debate platform and called it Debatism. And then there was rules about, basically there'd be a clock to keep people on the clock so that there wouldn't be talking over. But it ended up being basically the same thing. I got to witness what happens during a debate, because I was watching people, and when they weren't talking, they were actually getting ready to talk, right? So they're not listening to the other person. They're just preparing their next statement. And you could totally see it as a moderator. You're like, this guy's talking, makes a good point or something, and then the other guy picks up on something totally different and starts talking about something, because you could watch him. He was getting ready to say that. And then the other guy is now getting ready to say what he's going to say next. So you don't actually even have any good dialogue in these debates. So I don't know the answer to it. They're not getting any better.
Yeah, like, interestingly enough, this is something that's like, I think, really common all over the place, whether it's these debates, whether it's like politics, is you end up with something that if you're in the middle trying to look, at things unbiased, it appears as if both sides are doing the same thing. Correct. And you would assume for the same reasons. And I think to some extent, very often, most of the debates end up devolving into just talking over each other and mockery. But I think now, at least, you probably have some more of the perspective of, I think, really where one of the first things that stood out to me when I was paying attention to the flat earth stuff is that just fundamentally, flat earthers were never actually interested in engaging in like real meaningful discussion. And so they never asked clarifying questions. They never asked questions about, like, where do you believe, or can you explain that? They never are interested in engaging with hypotheticals, right? Like, to me, that's something that demonstrates that you're acting in good faith, where it's like, okay, let's say the earth is flat. I'll take that for granted. What would this look like? What would that look like? What would you expect to see? They never are willing to say, like, okay, let's just say gravity is real. Let's explain how this might work. They'll never grant anything, even for the sake of discussion. They just immediately jump past that to making claims about motives and intentions. That
would be the case.
Everybody's instantly lying. They could never be wrong. It's always lying.
Correct. That's what I was saying about me, right? Because if they've already come to the conclusion the earth is flat. So it's not a intellectual growth campaign, right? Or whatever you want to call it. They're not actually trying to, they think they have the truth. Now, let me be honest. So does the globe earth, right? So what I tell people now is I say, yes, both sides are guilty of confirmation bias. Both sides are guilty of being assholes. However, the globe side is right. So you can actually get away with certain things in life if you're right. You can get away with confirmation bias. You can get away with cherry picking. You can get away with all these things because you're right. And so it's hard to push something on them. But the flat earth side is being assholes and being, like you said, wanting to talk motive, wanting to not talk about experiments. I mean, think about it. They're at a point now where they say there is no flat earth map. They don't have a flat earth model. They don't make claims, but they think they can be in debates. What is that? A debate is making claims. A debate is defending your model. It is defending your map. So to think that there's a group of people who think you don't need any of that and you can still debate, it just doesn't make sense to me anymore. It's a lack of knowing your place in a discussion, right? So like flat earth should realize that they have no business in the same conversation as the globe earth. And it's just difficult for them to realize that. And it's mostly because, the globe earth community gives them the opportunity, puts them on stage, brings them up for debates. So it makes it seem like there's a discussion there. But I don't think the globe earth community even really believes it. They just are basically messing with people they think are dumb. That's what they're doing. They're just trying to make a mockery of people that they think are dumb. They, like you said, that the flat earth isn't really interested in the conversation. Neither is the globe. The globe's not asking questions like, how would this work? Or how they're not asking it to see if the earth can be flat. And I get why now, but they're just kind of playing games.
Yeah, so. And I think here's I think the distinction that I would make is that one is like a presupposition, whereas the other is a reaction. I think the flat earthers just assume from the beginning the opposite side are brainwashed sheep, they're liars, or they're shills. So they aren't going to engage seriously or take it seriously. I think. If you watch my video, you will see a lot of examples. And I didn't cut out any examples of the flat earth that would have been like examples where they were engaging in good faith. It was entirely non-existent. So I think that the globers attempt to engage in good faith and then instantly realize it's completely futile, and then they just realize, okay, I'm just going to make a mockery of it because that's the only way that I can actually engage, right? And honestly, I think if you look at MC Toon's content over time, you can see that in real time over the years. He was way more patient, level-headed,
true,
years ago. Because he hadn't been beaten over the head so many times with, it's the whole the pigeon knocking the chess pieces over and shitting on the board.
Yeah.
At some point, you just sit down and you go, these guys aren't going to engage. Let's just make a joke of it. Oh,
I've already gotten to that point, and it took me like a month. So I gave Will Duffy credit. I gave McToon credit because they did it over a course of, it took Will Duffy like 6 months until he started to act like that. And it took me a month because you're really just talking to the wall. I think that they did, what Flat Earth does a great job of, as soon as somebody starts speaking out about it, they just block them. And I don't think from a standpoint of where we are, it's hard to recognize that. You don't see that, right? You don't see when somebody blocks you. So you make a video and you think the Flat Earthers are seeing it, or you make but they're not, because they've already blocked you. So they don't see anything that you do. They don't see anything I do anymore. And so it doesn't matter how many times I say good information or things that should help them, they're just not listening anymore. And that's the way that they remain there. And it's actually encouraged by the content producers, right? That I even saw text messages going around saying, hey, we're all blocking Jaron, we're all unsubscribing from him. So, this is on purpose. They're doing it on purpose. And it's actually smart if you're talking about from a flat earth leaders kind of perspective, or what you want to call that. But yeah, and it gets scary because I've been telling people for years, don't engage with your family to a point where you start calling each other names, because I say what's going to happen is you're going to both dig your feet in. Once you've called somebody a moron and they've called you a retard, well, now both people are going to have a hard time ever admitting that they were wrong. So the sad part about that, as soon as I came out and made posts on Facebook, well, then all I got was a bunch of people in the flat earth to immediately jump into calling me names, which as soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh, great. Because again, once those people have done that, now that's an additional hurdle to realize you were wrong. Right. So for me, I didn't do a lot of that. And I would say I didn't do a lot of it the last 5 years, which was calling people names, fighting with people, fighting with Globers. I just didn't see the purpose of it. And I think that made it easier for me to leave, because there wasn't like, I need to leave and then make an apology to these bunch of these people. Now there was some, I mean, Wolfie 6020, there was some people that I've had to apologize to, but Red's Rhetoric, some other people. But as far as, it just made it easier for me. Now these people that have gone off and called me all these names, now in order for them to realize that the earth isn't flat, they're going to have to also accept the fact that what they've done to me is wrong, which is just an additional block that your brain puts there. Your brain is trying to protect you from trauma. And so the losing of flat earth, let's think you're a flat earther. You've probably already pissed off your family. You've lost a few friends. You may have lost a job. You're not making as much money. So all that's the case. And then on top of that, you now have this fringe belief. So you maybe found some new friends in the community. That's where you feel good, is with other flat earthers. So it's just a very difficult position to get out of. Once you're at that point, your brain is protecting you from the trauma that's going to come with realizing it's not flat, which is going to include realizing that the friends that you lost was for the wrong reason. The family you pissed off was for the wrong reason. They were right. The person you called a retard is actually not. You're the retard. So there's a lot of things that makes it easier for that person to just, what's your brain's option is, that's the one thing. The other thing is Jaren's lying. Right. So which one's easier? Same thing with your movie. Either you're a shill, or you're misrepresenting, or you're straw manning, or they're wrong and they have to go and say all these sorries, and they have to go and change their mode of thinking again. So it doesn't really surprise me. I did think more people, because it's a truth movement, I thought more people were interested in actually the truth, but I can tell that some of them are they're interested in their truth. Right, they've already made the choice that the Earth is flat, and so they say the Earth cannot be a sphere. Well, we know it's not a sphere. Well, if that's your first line out of your mouth, then yeah, you're gonna have a hard time realizing that the Earth's a sphere because you just started your whole premise with it's not. So these are just things that are easy to see from the outside looking in now. And the cult-like behaviors and the way that they've gone after me is the same way that they do it in a gang, right? So when you leave a gang, they jump you, because this keeps the other gang members from wanting to leave. And if they think about leaving, they're like, oh shit, remember when so-and-so got jumped and how bad he got? So it's the same thing. So if they see what's happened to me, then they're like, well, there's no benefit to leaving. And of course, all the reasons that they give are just BS anyway. My views have gone to like half. I used to have a VIP group that's gone to about 25% of what it was. And yet people are still going around saying he did it for the money. He did it for, it's like, what are you talking about? It absolutely destroyed my channel and probably permanently. So that's something that just has to go with telling the truth. So I thought that more people would be respectful of that, understand that, accept that. But I didn't really recognize the psyche of the brain of a flat earther until I got out and was able to look back at myself and see the things that I did wrong, and the way that I thought, and the way that I constructed beliefs, and the way that I researched. When you are a flat earther and you're doing research, you basically can read a whole book about the globe, and you'll find that one line in there that has something that maybe sounds a little flat earthish, and you'll run with that. But all that you just read, you just got done reading a whole book about the globe. You don't even think about any of that. It's almost like your brain just like, nope, not reading that. Or you'll go to a book and you'll search a certain term, like flat earth or plane or level, or just to find places in that book that says that. So it is the ultimate cherry picking, and it's ultimately a biased approach. And I think that if you really went looking for anything, you could find it, right? So if you want to prove that something's wrong with some type of food, or you could look on the internet enough, you'll find somebody saying it. It doesn't make it true, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I think what's really interesting, I think I have a slightly different interpretation of a few different things, actually, that I think would be interesting to talk about.
Okay.
One of the first ones is one of the things you just mentioned, which was how sort of both sides are biased just kind of in different ways. And you've also talked in the past recently on some of your live streams and some of the discussions you've had with like ex-flat earthers about sort of your definition of skepticism. And I think really the biggest distinction to me where I disagree is that you have one side that here's a bunch of information, they assume it, it's coming from dearth or it's coming from, whoever, it must be true.
For sure.
I think when it comes to being truly being skeptical and being on the side of science, it's not.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Skeptical and side of science, do you think that's the same thing?
They are related. So if I were to describe my sort of worldview, my philosophy, I might describe it as like scientific skepticism.
What things in science are you skeptical of?
Well, but so this is the thing is what skepticism isn't being doubtful of. Skepticism to me, just like science, it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of what I was getting at. So maybe this will provide some context. The difference between the pseudoscience of flat Earth and folks on the side of science. Now, this doesn't necessarily apply maybe to like the average random soccer mom, who believes the Earth is a globe in the supermarket or whatever, right? But I think the people engaged in this kind of philosophical, scientific discussion, it very often gets described, and you might have, although I don't want to quote you, as saying that basically science is kind of like a religion in the same way. It just so happens that they're right. Mm-hmm. And I strongly disagree because, in my opinion, what science is, or people on the side of science, it's not that whatever the science or the scientific community says has to be true. It's trust in a process.
Right.
Unironically, it's hard to say this because the flat earthers say the same thing, but I think you would agree that it's not true. That if we care about the truth, that science, the process of science, it's a constantly shifting arrow towards our best understanding of the truth that's supported by as much evidence as we've been able to accumulate, as opposed to just saying everything science says is true, everything us scientists says is true. So skepticism is, in my view, you withhold judgment on claims until there is sufficient proportional evidence.
Right, that'd be the goal. But I mean, do you believe in dark matter and dark energy?
Yes, and I think that
it's never been observed. It's never been seen. There's nothing about it real. It's called hypothetical. Yeah, you believe in it. That's because you're a scientist. You like science. Okay.
So now, obviously, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a physicist. You're not a physicist. I'm not a physicist. But when I read any of the physics that I only understand a percentage of, and some people will scoff at that, but they probably understand less.
Yeah, it's honest. Okay.
Or listen to scientists talk about it. It's not something it's not that there's no evidence. I didn't say there's no evidence, but
to be careful. I didn't say that. I said that it hasn't been seen. It's hypothetical. It does have evidence that they say the evidence leads them to believe it must be there, but I didn't say that. Just to be careful.
So, okay. My apologies. This isn't just like the problem with the dark matter, dark energy kind of discussion is that the understanding, I think, is that it's just like almost a god of the gaps in science.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you actually speak to any scientists who know anything about this, they'll tell you that it's not the case. They'll tell you that actually there's a lot of evidence, a ton of observations, measurements, calculations. We know there is something We just don't know specifics about it.
Yeah, but it's contingent on, so for instance, dark energy is needed because they say the universe is expanding, but it may not be expanding. So
well, it's not that it's needed.
It is needed. That what else is expanding it? What else is causing? It has to have something causing the expansion. That's what dark energy is. So what I'm saying is that because they came to the conclusion that the Earth must be not at the center in the whole Copernican principle, and so that they had that whole line of thinking, and then Edwin Hubble said that all observations tell us that we're the center of the universe, but we have to avoid that at all costs. That's what he said. It's the absolute horror of being in a unique position. So scientists didn't want that, so they came up with the idea of the expanding universe. And then there wasn't really good evidence for it, other than now they say redshift is, but there's people who have contested that and said that it's not a distance factor. It's more of like a distance over, the light coming over distance is going to fall off, which is going to cause it to redshift, but it's not that everything's moving away from us. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that there's dark matter is the direction that they've gone, right? So they came up with the idea of the universe expanding. They came up with the universe, everything is the same no matter where you're at. Everything's moving away from each other. Okay, so then in order to explain that, well, you can't just have the universe expand. Out of what? From what? So that's where dark energy came in. And then as they looked in the outer galaxies and they're seeing these, they are missing a bunch of mass. So they had to say that dark matter's there, but what that is mass that we can't see. But clearly that's a problem. Clearly, if we're able to see so far away and we're able to see these suns and these planets and these exoplanets, and what is the matter that you think we can't see? Invisible matter? That is, and
that's literally what the dark means, is that I think non-baryonic.
Yeah, but nothing like that exists. So, I mean, you can say that you think it's out there and that we need to apply it in order for our numbers to match up and in order for the math to work out, but it really is just a placeholder. It's just a mathematical placeholder for now. Now, I'm not going to say that it's wrong, because for all we know, they find something and they're like, oh, this is actually where the mass is, and they find it. I don't know that. Like you said, I'm not a physicist. And now that I believe in the globe, it really doesn't even interest me, because it's not going to affect my life or your life or anybody's life in the near future. It's just high-level physics talk. So to me...
I want to say this. I think that... Well, first of all, what was the Hubble quote? Because I think that my memory... And again, I'm not like a debater. I don't have like this stuff memorized. My memory is that that's like one of the most misquoted things ever. Like, so I want to look at that again.
Sure, it was in his observational approach to cosmology, I believe, to cosmology. And if we look for there should be it's all over the internet. You can find the PDF, but I'm trying to find that exact quote. So, I mean, the quote is pretty damning. I mean, it's absolute horror. Well,
I think it depends on... We should find it first.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'm just saying to find it here.
What was the term he used?
Absolute horror is probably the best term that he uses.
Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position...
Right, so that right there. So, I mean, you got a scientist who's not supposed to be biased saying the horror of a unique position. So go ahead, keep going.
So, but there's context there, and
sure, but the context is that he says that there's these possibilities. However, the observations don't match them. The observations tell us that we are. All the observations say that we're the center of the universe, or that we hold some sort of omnipotent position in the center of the universe. Then he says, but to avoid this, because it must be avoided at all costs. That's what he says. It must be avoided at all costs. Something that he just said is observationally sound, that we're the center of the universe, observationally sound, must be avoided at all costs. So just, that's why a lot of people that are flat earthers, that's just not a good thing to say, because if you end up being right, you still have to explain that to people of why you thought, because here's the other thing, is that Edwin Hubble, I don't even think, I'd have to find a reference for this, but I don't think in the end that he even believed what they believe now. He was like off by an order of magnitude, I think. I'll have to look into that. I don't want to talk about that really. But I was trying to find do you know where that exact quote was? On what page?
No, no.
Where it is.
I'm on a page that is someone quoting his quote.
Gotcha. But it doesn't have any context.
No, and this is one of those things that like on the spot I'm not going to be able to find.
Right. Oh, so I did find it here.
But so
it says here.
I have a very strong, and maybe someone in my chat can help me out here.
Sure.
There's like that. I forget the exact context, but my understanding is that the way you're describing it is like completely not even remotely close to what he was going for. That there's actually context about what he was saying and what he meant there. And this is one of those things that until I can give you the example, it just sounds like a cope.
So he's just talking about here. I'll just read the whole paragraph so we get the whole thing. So he's talking about spatial curvature is the title of the section. And it says the departures from uniformity are positive. The numbers of the nebula increase faster than the volume of space through which they are scattered. Thus, the density of the nebular distribution increases outwards, symmetrically in all directions, leaving the observer in a unique position. Such a favored position, of course, is intolerable. Moreover, it represents a discrepancy with the theory because the theory postulates homogeneity. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, the departures from uniformity which are introduced by recession factors must be compensated by a second term representing effects of spatial curvature. So basically what he's adding is that it must be curved. The space must be curved. And then he says, the curvature of space is demonstrated and measured by the postulated recession of the nebula. To the observer, the procedure seems artificial. He has counted the nebula to various limits, applied only the corrections that are necessarily required, and derived the quite plausible result of uniform distribution. Now, in testing the relativistic theory, he introduces a new postulate, namely recession of the nebula, and it leads to discrepancies. Therefore, he adds still another postulate, namely spatial curvature, in order to compensate for the discrepancies introduced by the first. The accumulation of assumptions is uneconomical, and the justification...
What are you quoting now?
I'm reading straight from his book.
Okay, so I wasn't sure, because sounds like he's quoting someone else.
He's basically saying that when you do this, there's a bunch of ad hoc little added pieces to it. And then he says, and then therefore he adds another, he's talking about people, in general, like other scientists. Therefore, he adds another still postulate, namely spatial curvature, in order to compensate the discrepancies introduced by the first. The accumulation of assumptions is uneconomical, and the justification must be sought in general background of knowledge. The outstanding argument is the fact that velocity shifts remain the only permissible interpretation of redshifts that is known at the present time. So again, now people see redshifts as different because you know how Doppler works on the Earth, right? You hear an ambulance go by and then it changes its pitch, and that's because the sound waves get bunched up as the ambulance is coming towards you, and then when it goes away from you, the sound waves are being stretched out in the atmosphere, right? But in space, what is causing redshift? Right? There is no bunching up of light because there is no medium. Space is just empty. So there's no reason why light would redshift as something's moving away from you. That doesn't really make sense because it doesn't explain what Doppler's about. Excuse me. Doppler on Earth comes from the atmosphere. Things get bunched up as they come towards you and then get stretched out as they go away from you in air. But that's not the case in space. So I've seen these scientists write, and again, I'm not even arguing on behalf of them. I'm just saying that there are scientists who say, no, that redshift in space is due to a loss of light. Because as light's coming towards you, it's going to fall off in its frequency because it basically over time does that. Now, again, the thought in the science world, I guess, is that doesn't happen in space, but we know it does, or else the entire night sky would be white. Right? The reason that it's not white is because some stars are so far away that the light doesn't get here. Well, if the light doesn't get here, how didn't it get here? What caused it to stop? Well, it's because it falls off, right? And I don't even know what the scientific understanding is there. Why don't we see all the stars? Right? Because we only see the ones, we don't even really see much of other galaxies. I mean, obviously we see them with a telescope. I'm talking about with our eyes. Anyway, the whole point of that though is that it's easy for me to see that the best place to be there is in the middle and just kind of say, yeah, we don't know. Dark matter could be true or it could not be true. But I see from the science side that they take a position of, oh no, dark matter is true and we'll eventually find it, which I think is, again, a religious adherence to science. It's not actually following the scientific method. I mean, you've got, what's his name? Richard Feynman, who in front of the class and everything says, what happens when you have a theory and it doesn't match observations, you have to throw away the theory. So they had a theory about gravity. It didn't match observations, so they added dark matter and dark energy. That is the complete opposite of what science is. It's the complete opposite of the scientific method. You don't add things to it, or else we can call, in a flat earth, you could say, well, why does the sun stay up? And I could say, well, it's dark lift. And you can't tell me that it's not, because I'll say, no, we have evidence of it. The sun is up there. What do you mean? The sun is up in the sky, so it has to have dark lift. We can infer that lift is up there. Now, you would think that's hilarious, but that's what science did. That's what they've done with dark matter and dark energy. They've just made up dark lift, and everybody buys into it. The problem with that is then it gets cemented as a belief, and it's actually a core part of science at some point, which it shouldn't be. Science, like you said at the beginning, is an ever-growing, ever-changing attempt to get closer to the truth, which means that sometimes you're going to be vastly wrong. So you need to admit that as science and not pretend, because what happens is you have people like what happened with COVID, right? You have a vaccine, that comes out that's new, and you've got people that are basically saying, yeah, trust the science. Trust the science. Well, what do you mean? Trust what science? It's brand new. Hasn't been out. So that's a little bit questionable if we should be trusting that science. They changed the name of the vaccine. It's an mRNA vaccine. So it's not even what a vaccine was previously. And people are just telling you to trust the science. And that's where we get trapped in that line of thinking. So I don't think it's a good idea to be, when I consider somebody a skeptic, they would be skeptical of even science.
Okay. So can I ask
Sure.
you something real quick? Because that was a lot. And I'm not going to be able to debunk vax and dark matter in 20 minutes, right? Let me ask you this.
Sure.
You recognize that your understanding of the globe a year ago was, I don't know what I would say, incorrect,
correct,
a straw man, a misunderstanding.
Well, I thought that the South was a lie. So yeah, I think it was a lot of that was contingent on the South being not what we're told. That's why it was my belief. Yes.
Okay, so.
But I was wrong. Yes, obviously.
So I guess because again, I'm not actually interested in debating any of the vaccine stuff, and I'm not qualified to debate the dark matter stuff. What I'll just put in front of you to consider is that what you're describing as the way that science is operating based on your interpretations of the reasons why we think that there's dark matter, dark energy, the evidence that supports it, the process we've gone through to adjust the models that we have and the theories. I'm going to put forth that it's my supposition that I think you are doing something very similar.
Yes.
And I'm not qualified to present that. I didn't prepare anything.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's true, but I do think that it's
because it's not that there's no evidence, and it's not that
I didn't say that. I never said there's no evidence, but go ahead. There is evidence.
Yes, the thing is that there's considerable evidence converging from multiple sources, and we've developed theories and models that make accurate predictions about the rotation of galaxies and the speeds and motions of different things throughout the universe. And so it's very similar to gravity. There were equations that described exactly what, how gravity behaved before before Einstein came along, and whether you agree with it or not, came up with the description of curvature of space-time related to masses. So, but just to say that we can't see the thing, we don't know exactly what it is, isn't to say that we just made it up because it was convenient. What science does is it makes observations, and then it develops hypotheses to, begin to try to explain them. And then it goes and does tests. It makes observations. It, they do experiments to test those hypotheses. And over time, that conglomerates together into theories that are, a collection of models, equations, all kinds of things to sort of describe, a larger phenomenon. And I guess acting as if that is, and there's two pieces to this. There's whether I believe what a physicist says and
right.
whether the physicist, believes whatever it is that theory that they subscribe to, right? When I go to the doctor and the doctor tells me his professional opinion, I don't consider it skeptical to say, oh, well, I guess it could be a 50-50 whether or not this guy knows, right? Like at some point, it's not that you have to 100% unquestioningly trust science or doctors or whatever, but especially for people like you and I, trusting the experts and the consensus that they come to is not the same as listening to like priests and having blind faith.
Well, I think you're right for the most part, and definitely with practical science and science that is that you can touch and feel and see for yourself. That's different. But for the things in the outer universe, which are insane distances away that we can't even fathom, that we're looking at through a tube with some glass and shined up mirrors in it, I think it's a little bit, it's okay if we just say that, oh yeah, those things are just high level physics that we don't know for sure yet, rather than to pretend that it has to be right, because I think that's the general idea, and it could be holding physics back.
I don't think anybody's pretending that it has to be right. Like that's just what those models say is our best description of what we know now. Like nobody says that this is 100% right, that you can't not, that you're forced to believe it. It's just... No,
but it's hypothetical. So why is hypothetical involved in something that's scientifically the best thing that we have right now?
Well, what do you mean by hypothetical?
Wikipedia. I'm reading Wikipedia. In astronomy, dark matter is an invisible and hypothetical form of matter. That's what it says. So you believe in something that is invisible and hypothetical, and you're arguing with me. Hold on, you're
serving
arguing
as a hypothesis.
But hypothetical is usually, I mean, is that what that definition? I know it's got the same root, but
based on or serving as a hypothesis.
Okay, so it's invisible and part of the hypothesis, right? So I mean, if you're going to make a hypothesis, you're actually making a claim that something is a cause and effect relationship or something, right? So, but you're using something that's never been seen, it's invisible, to describe. I mean, that's just not the correct way to do science in my mind. Now, you could say that, okay, we've got there by inference, and okay, I'll give you that. I'm not saying it's wrong. Again, what I'm saying is that I think there's a problem if we get too behind some of these ideas. It might not be the best way of getting to the truth. I mean, people have
what do you mean by too behind? Like, who is getting too behind, and what does that mean?
Because that's the current model. That's what everybody gets behind. Everybody thinks that if you were to ask a bunch of people whether the universe is expanding, they'll all say yes. But that's not like, nobody goes out and observes the universe expanding. They just are taking the redshift and applying and calling that expansion.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody goes out and observes the Earth is a globe directly with their eyes.
Well, astronauts do.
Well, sure, but the physicists also do the calculations and like. Yes,
but I'm saying it's an assumption that the redshift is caused by the recession factors. I mean, it's.
But here's the thing: everything in science is. Everything is tentative. Whatever we have, our best understanding, our best evidence points to a thing, and that is the best current understanding.
Right. So should Neil deGrasse Tyson go around telling people that science is true whether or not you believe in it? If what you just said is true, should somebody be able to say science is true whether or not you believe in it when you just said it's just our current best assumption or guess right now? And it's always changing, meaning that no, it's actually the biggest false statement there ever was. It means that no science is true whether or not you believe in it, because it could change tomorrow. And is
that a literal direct quote?
Oh yeah, 100%. He says it all the time.
So science is true
whether or not.
But isn't that the same isn't that the same thing as basically saying like the facts are the facts whether or not it hurts your feelings? Like that's the way it sounded to me.
Sure, that part's fine if you were to say that. Facts are facts whether you like them or not. But
that's the science is true whether or not you believe in it. Like you don't have to believe that chemotherapy is how to, is the best way that we know to, cure some cancers rather than like energy crystals. Like you don't have to believe in it. The facts are the facts whether or not
there's things in the past that we believe that we don't, right? Science has figured it out. But if you believe,
but when he says science, he's not saying science like when people say science, I think what some folks believe is they see like a cabal of dudes in white coats that are dictating like religion. Science is a process. So,
okay.
And the process is inherently non-dogmatic. It's always it's asymptotic. It's always approaching, the best approximation of the truth. It's never 100%. That's why we never say things are proven.
Good. I don't think we should. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we shouldn't say that.
But again, when he says science is science, whether you believe it or not.
He says science is true, whether or not you believe in it. And science used to believe in bloodletting. Was that true, whether or not we believed in it? So but that's not. I think that that doesn't apply to what he was saying. Well, again, it's not saying what any scientist says now about any specific thing must be true, whether or not you believe in it. What it's saying is the process of science is what leads us to the truth. We'll never get there ever, right? It's like a perpetual sort of journey. So then we shouldn't be telling people that science is true whether or not they believe in it. If what you're saying is we'll never get to the truth, then why tell people that something is true now? That science is the truth whether or not you believe in it? That's just not the case. Now, you can say that the process, if done correctly, this is why you can't say something is proven. You can't say something's proven, right? Because part of science is subjective. It is objective on the most part, and it's the way it's supposed to be, but you have to believe that the scientist who produced or who did the test was competent. Well, who decides who's competent and who's not? That is a subjective thing. That's not objective.
Peers.
Sure, but it's still subjective. How is that not? Doesn't matter.
It's not that. I didn't say it was. I didn't say it wasn't subjective. I just said that if one scientist comes out with something and it goes through peer review, they create a model, they have some kind of laws, equations, whatever, and then it stands up to years, decades, centuries of brute force falsify, and they can't, then doesn't that raise the confidence past the threshold of we don't know anything? We have to at some point be able to say this is what we believe to be true and even fact.
Yep. Like the globe Earth is a fact, right? That and it's not going to change. You're not going to find something tomorrow that changes that. But it's not built upon hypothetical invisible matter. But so what you're describing with dark matter and dark energy has to be a tiny fraction of a single fraction of a percentage of a decimal point of science. Sure.
Overall as a whole. And then I think even I'll just put forth, and maybe I'll have to get back to you with maybe a write-up or something about why I think that maybe your characterization of why we think it is what it is isn't just we were forced to invent an explanation that sort of fills in a gap out of necessity.
It's not necessarily out of necessity, but I would think that you would get that we shouldn't just add placeholders that we say must be there, or else you could really get into a lot of problems. We don't do that much in other science where we just say, oh, this must be there, so we'll just call it this thing and we'll just assume that it's there.
Well, no, but so isn't that actually like the backbone of science? Like there has to be a thing. Okay, so when I say there has to be, let me caveat that with you're making a testable hypothesis. You're making a prediction
Correct.
about something. The process of science is literally, by definition, making a prediction and
Correct. And what happens if the prediction doesn't come true? What are you supposed to do?
You're supposed to reject.
Okay, well, they didn't do that. They added dark matter. They added dark energy. That's not rejecting. That's continuing on with a faulty belief that doesn't match observations. It's off by 10 to the 120. It's the worst. It's the worst theory compared to actual results that's ever been in the history of science. And yet, rather than dismiss it to throw it away, they've added to it, and now they continue on with it.
Okay, so I think I want to move on from this because, again, like I'm just not the guy to debate this.
And I don't want to have a debate about it either, but I would think that you would admit that we shouldn't do that, that we should... I'll say is that I think you're miscategorizing it. You're mischaracterizing it, so I don't think it's a fair comparison. If that's what it was, if it was what you were describing, 100% we should throw it out. Okay.
The reason why we haven't is...
Well, we have a theory of gravity, right? We have a theory of gravity that works on the Earth and it works around us and everything's going good. And then they look at the outer universe and they see that the gravity theory isn't working anymore. It fell apart. So because
what do you mean?
That's where dark matter and dark energy came from, is because they didn't have nothing
about gravity changed. It was like part of one of the variables in gravity, right? Is mass.
Yeah.
So gravity, nothing changed about that. It was the M value that we said, oh shit, we're off on that.
Correct.
Gravity wasn't falsified.
No, I didn't say it was falsified. I said but if you're testing, if you've got a theory of gravity and everything's working on the Earth, so you generally think it's correct, and then you go out to space and it's not working there, then...
No, but that's not true. It is working there. It's working perfectly fine.
What do you mean? They were off by 10 to the 120. That's a 10 with 120 zeros after it.
Well, what you're describing isn't gravity, though. That the discrepancy that you're talking about isn't gravity.
But there's galaxies spinning too fast. There's all kinds of things that are going, that the gravity that they need to have it work is not what's working. That's what's not working. So, and rather than to change that theory or to come up with something different, they've just put the mass there and said, okay, now we can balance it out. Now gravity works because we added mass. Now the mass that we need is there. That's the dark matter. Now the universe can stay together and you have a reason why the galaxies aren't flying apart and why all this stuff is happening. So, okay, but
let's say we have a formula, okay, and the formula makes predictions, and everywhere we look within a certain context, it's like spot on, perfect, flawless, all over the place.
Okay.
We know how planets move. We can, I recognize not all of the things. I was going to say we went to the moon and all that stuff, but that's a whole other conversation.
Okay.
If we make observations that are at odds with something that we would expect,
right?
Is it more reasonable that the entire model and everything that's been done over decades to substantiate it, the entire thing is wrong, or maybe one of the variables within that, one of our assumptions about the value we throw into that equation, that value might be wrong.
Sure.
Which is more likely?
True. So then you should sit down and work out which variable is wrong, not apply a fake arbitrary placeholder there.
So and that's where I'll say I think that your description of that is not what they did.
Yeah, and that's my problem. Is I think that people that believe in science have a misunderstanding of what science is. They have this fake belief that science isn't biased. It is biased. Every single scientist is biased. They're a human being. They're not a human being.
Science isn't biased. The process of science is not biased.
Okay.
The people are biased.
Right.
Just like when you talk about
that's what I mean. The people, obviously,
or Republicans or Democrats or whatever. there are people within those things that are corrupt, that are liars, that are whatever.
True.
But
Yeah,
the process itself,
I like it. That's true.
Is what's important.
Correct. Now, people like, Max Born here talks about, Max Planck has a quote here where he's talking about, he says, a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that's familiar with it. So that's a scientist who's telling you that the new theories don't come about because people are convincing them with great arguments, because all the scientists before you have already believed what they believe. So it's very difficult to ever take that over because they believe it all. They're biased. They're not going to, even if they're the peer review team, they're not going to look at a paper that throws into the face of their entire 20 years of research that they're wrong. So they are going to dismiss it.
But what you're describing as bias, could that not be there's a mountain of evidence that is on one side of a scale? Someone comes along and can't just drop a tiny little thing and it goes, whoop. It's
sure.
Put up or shut up, put up or shut up, put up or shut up. And eventually what happens is all the things we believe now are the result of paradigm shifting changes. Right? Like, so the idea is,
so will there not be, will that be again? Rigid. But will that happen again? So in 50 years, will we be at the same place where you can say the same thing, that all the things that we believe 50 years from now are because of radical changes to what happened now?
Not all of it. What I contend is, let's say there's 100 things in science.
Okay.
And at first, 10 of them were right, 5 of them were right, and then over time, those get supplanted, and we're 15 are right out of the 100, and then 20 are right. We're getting, just like the whole process itself is trying to understand individual things more and more and more, we are getting overall closer and closer and closer to the truth. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be some major paradigm shift. I would recommend The Structure of Scientific Revolution. It's a book. That's where the term paradigm shift was coined.
No, I agree with you. I'm not taking anything away from the scientific method. I'm not taking things away from actual science. That I believe science is to get closer to the truth. So anytime you're doing testing and experimenting, that's what you're doing, right? Ultimately, you are coming up with better and better explanations for things. I'm just talking about that particular issue because I think that might be holding people back. And I've actually heard other scientists say this. Sabine or whatever her name is. There's a couple others who have said that we're at a place now where we're kind of hung up. There's a reason why we're stuck. Now, nobody can really know that reason. I tend to think it's because if you got something wrong at the beginning, the foundation of, say, the universe or whatever, that you would be off if everybody believed a certain thing about dark matter or dark energy. Like, what if that wasn't the case, right? What if there was no dark matter and dark energy and there's actually some other problem? Well, it's going to be very difficult for people to realize that because they've already assumed that it's just missing matter.
Yeah. So again, I guess I'll return back and maybe we can.
Right.
Finish.
You're just saying you don't agree that that's how they came up with that. I got you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that you not long ago completely rejected any and all claims about the globe.
Well, I didn't reject any and all claims about it. I believe that the South was a lie, and that I thought that the reason that it was a lie was because the Earth was flat.
Okay. So. Well, I guess what I'll say is, and I think that you are, and I think that you have with, at least I've heard you talk about this with like the moon landing. I consider that the error you made there, consider that it's possible you are making the same error in other places.
Right. I definitely have considered that, and it's actually something that, I have to look at everything I believe now. But one thing that is still the case is that it still has to be shown to me, proven to me. It's not a matter of, I should have trusted all these people, because a lot of the people weren't saying true things, for example. So it's more of a matter of learning to weigh both ends of the argument and not take a firm position one way or the other unless you've seen both sides, unless you've looked at both sides. So I would agree that is the best method to sit in the middle. Now, I don't think that you're doing that, and I don't think that I'm doing that, right? I'm not saying that I'm doing it and you're not. Neither one of us is taking a middle position and looking at both sides. You're on one side trying to argue on behalf of it. I'm on the other side trying to argue on behalf of it. So I do recognize that that's not the best way to get to the truth, because we're both like defending something just because it's what we believe and not necessarily based on evidence, or at least, You're saying you haven't looked into it enough to argue it. I can say the same thing. So it's
no, but I think there's no way that I'm going to be able to understand quantum mechanics. I'm going to be able to understand dark matter. It's just not going to happen in my lifetime. So, but trusting, and I say trust, I don't mean blindly believing and bowing to, but trusting the consensus of people who are smarter than me it's infinitely more evidence than I think you would have on your side of saying, on the side of rejecting it or thinking that it's equally likely to be untrue as true. Again, it's like I see it as a scale. And what skepticism is your acceptance of a claim should be proportional to the prior plausibility, the likelihood, the reasonableness of the claim, whatever, and the evidence, right? If I said that I had chicken teriyaki for lunch, you don't need a peer-reviewed study to believe that that's what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I say that I can read your mind remotely, that should take a little bit more evidence on the scale to change your mind. And the fact that, I'm not going to get into that, but
yeah, to me, I think you should be allowed to reject something if you are told it's invisible and it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum. That doesn't seem to be true to me. And you are absolutely allowed to reject it. Like, okay, no one's saying you shouldn't. But you're also allowed to reject the globe. Sure.
And so the idea that for whatever reason it doesn't seem plausible to you based on your current understanding doesn't mean necessarily that being skeptical of it is reasonable. Again, I think it depends on the proportion of the evidence in relation to the claim.
And again, it depends on your position. If you're in a position like you are, of course, there's nothing that I could say that would make you agree that we should be skeptical of something that science is saying is the case. So, well,
again, it depends on what you mean by skeptical, and I think we have different. This is almost like the theory, the colloquial version of theory. Pseudoscientists think that theory just means
that's different, right? Okay.
And I think that skepticism, like the colloquial, is I don't think I believe that. I think maybe that might be true. I'm not convinced it's true. That it's a doubt.
So you're saying skeptical has a different definition in science than it does in general language?
Yes.
Well, then that's much different. I mean, I don't know why that would be the case, because no one's ever told me that. But I'm arguing on behalf of the idea of skeptical. A skeptic is. The definition would be somebody who doesn't accept accepted opinions, that is inclined to disbelieve or to question or doubt accepted opinions. That's skeptical. Yeah.
So if under that definition, I don't necessarily think that that's a successful way to go through life. When I talk about...
No, it may not be a successful way to go through life, but I thought that when people call themselves skeptics, that's what they meant. So if you're saying there's another word, skeptic, that means be skeptical of things outside of science and accept things inside science, then that's one I'm not talking about, and I didn't even know that existed. So I'll admit that I'm wrong if there's a second definition, because I understand that there's two definitions of theory, a scientific theory, or I have a theory on this that somebody's just saying in general, but I did not ever know that skeptical would have two different definitions, one of them meaning to be doubtful of everything that is popular opinion, and you're saying there's another one that actually means to not be doubtful of the things that are agreed upon in populace or in scientific consensus.
Yeah, so I just Googled scientific skepticism. So in science, being skeptical does not mean doubting the validity of everything, nor does it mean being cynical. Rather, to be skeptical is to judge the validity of a claim based on objective empirical evidence. Scientific skepticism, aka rational skepticism, is a position in which one questions the veracity of claims lacking scientific evidence. In practice, it most commonly refers to the examination of claims and theories that appear to be unscientific.
Right.
It's literally the opposite. It's basically saying... So
lacking
when
evidence...
say they're globe skeptics or they're vaccine skeptics, I would say they're deniers.
Okay.
Now, granted, all this terminology is muddled in all kinds of stuff, but So I would just keep that in mind, that there's this other usage of the term skepticism, that it's very common that like you and I could be having a conversation talking about skepticism and we might have completely different,
which we obviously did. Yeah.
Of the term.
Yeah, I think that usually when I hear skeptic, I think of somebody who's a believer in science who's very skeptical about religions, which I agree with that. You should be skeptical of religions. So I understand that end of it. But then I always thought, okay, well, the idea of being a skeptic is doubting things that don't have sufficient evidence or might have questionable evidence. And so I even talked about it in my speech down in LA at Skepticon. But, oh no, that was called Skeptic Camp. Anyway, I will look into that though, because if there is a separate definition, then I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about that science, I would think, is being skeptical of all things and not just saying, well, yeah, because science says dark matter and dark energy, because again, you're talking about something that isn't observed and doesn't interact with our ability to see it. And so that's why, again, it's when I say skepticism, okay,
it has to do with a proportion of evidence related to the claim. We are not, we don't say dark matter is the same as gravity, is the same as F equals ma, is the same as our understanding of the protons, neutrons, and electrons, is the same as, like.
But if they're wrong about dark matter, do you think that could hold them back from going further, understanding better, understanding clearer? If there is no dark matter and it's actually something else that just nobody's thought of, right? Then we're going to be held back because you're going to be always playing with this number that doesn't really need to be there.
I don't think so, because we aren't operating under this super rigid assumption that this has to be true. We develop theories, hypotheses, tests, observations, calculations, whatever, that is the current best explanation. And as we go, that explanation gets more and more honed, more and more understood. And like, think about all of the things, like the discovery of the Higgs boson, for example. These are all predictions that were made by these models. It wasn't that we were like stuck on a thing and hyper focused on it so we couldn't see anything else. If anyone comes across or has any ideas and they want to make observations or come up with alternate theories, that's the thing that's going to change. It's not going to be throwing out what we have now, even though it has actual value. It provides us some amount of understanding. It's the best we have. Again, it's not that there isn't this like implied rigid rejection of anything that goes against.
Well, there is like of atomism, right? So atoms, what's inside of an atom?
A whole lot of things.
Okay, and you think that we know that? We've never seen an atom. We've never seen an atom, yet you think that we know what's inside of it because
yes, we have.
Where? Show me a picture of an atom. You won't find one. An atom.
No, we have.
Okay, if you're talking about, they'll show like a lattice and they'll maybe show like one little blip of it and they'll say this is an atom, but then so even if you saw that, how would you know what's inside of it? So yeah, we come up with useful models. There's a model that talks about what goes on inside of an atom, and there's a nucleus and there's a proton and an electron and they orbit each other, but that's not necessarily true. That's just a model that works well.
Well, it's not necessarily true, but when we smash atoms in a particle accelerator and we see the stuff that comes out, just because we can't see it with our eyes, but like the people who do you think that this is all just made up? It's
not all just made up. I just said it's a useful model. The model works and they can use and it's useful and it makes predictions and it answers. But I'm just saying that doesn't make it true. It doesn't mean that there's things that orbit inside of an atom. Just because that theory works and we can use it doesn't mean that that's what's actually happening. So
but there is a lot more than just it's a theory that works when it comes to atoms.
Okay.
Like,
so you think that there's I'm trying to think, because they even changed the name, right? So you remember we used to learn that they orbited inside there, right? The electron and the proton orbit the nucleus. And now they don't even say that word anymore. They won't say it because it's wrong. I think they call it.
I don't think that. I think
orbitals.
That was just like a.
Don't they call it orbitals? Yeah.
But
okay. So
they didn't
orbitals
think
are.
That it was gravity, though.
No, I'm not talking about gravity.
The same thing.
No, I'm not talking about gravity at all. I'm saying I just went to Adam's separate subject just to say there are things that we use. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're a factor that it's true. So it says orbitals are a model representation of the behavior of electrons within molecules. In the case of a simple so it's a model representation. It doesn't mean that that's what's going on. It just helps us to understand it and helps us explain it. And that's what we go with. So I'm just saying that you're making it sound like, okay, so once we develop that model for an atom, that's right for all time. We're only going to get better at the model, right? That's what you said.
I mean,
you said over time, science is the correcting of we know, and it will only get better. That's what you said. You said that we are.
Yeah. So but you can replace one theory with another theory as long as that theory, again, it's a scales.
Right.
If another theory comes along that does this, that's the new understanding. Now, that doesn't happen very often.
No, and I just read you a quote from a scientist who said why. It's because it doesn't happen in our lifetime. It happens after we're dead. It happens each generation. It takes until the scientists all die, until a new scientist group comes up that's gotten kind of used to this new idea, and then they implement that. So
following the logic of the implied logic of what you're saying is that we can never know anything.
Never said
why
that.
Bother?
What I said.
No, but I mean, if the implication is that our understanding, our models, the observations, all of those things are just going to be changed, like everything is that we don't. It sounds as if you're describing a situation where we don't or can't really know anything to any reasonable degree
of certainty. That's what science is, right? Science is the understanding that we can always get better knowledge. We can always learn more. So yes,
but that means that the number is never 100. But when it's 99.99999999998, being skeptical of it.
How are you going to ever know when you have that number? How are you going to know when you hit 99.99999? You're that's called sure, but that's called 20. Hindsight's 2020. When you're able to look at the past, you're not actually understand it. In 50 years, people will be saying the same thing, and they'll have changed what we believe now. So I know you're thinking, oh no, in 50 years it'll be the same beliefs about everything, but it'll be drastically different. They'll probably the quantum will get into the whole thing. It'll get probably string theory and some of these other things will kind of come into play more than they are now. Because now, if you try to bring up string theory or one of these other crazy dimensional strings, whatever, they have all these different theories. But the reason that they're not looked at is because everybody grew up with the relativity model, the model that we believe in now, right?
Well, no, the reason why string theory hasn't been accepted is because despite the math being extremely robust,
right?
There's no observational anything. There's no experimental anything.
And do you think there ever will be?
There could be, but again, that wouldn't change what we know about gravity. That wouldn't change what we know about electrons. It would just mean that we know more about that.
Okay.
It's not impossible that we'll have shifts of thinking about certain things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what we know now is just going to be completely replaced. Chances are we will have improvements. Like imagine a house. The house you live in is great, right?
Okay.
But you might add on an addition later on. You might paint the walls. The house, you're not knocking it down with a wrecking ball.
No.
You're just adding on to it. You're improving it. It's getting better. You might knock down a wall, but you're not knocking down the whole wrecking ball. And the problem is that science deniers say, well, we don't, who knows if we even have a house? Fuck it. Let's just knock it down with a wrecking ball. And because I've got this imaginary thing in my head that is just as good.
Well, I think that you should have people that look at things like, well, is the foundation of the house sound? And it's okay to do that because if you have a faulty...
Absolutely.
Right.
Nobody says that there isn't. What we have problems with are people who are like... When someone like Dearth comes out and says crazy shit and people laugh at him, it's not because they're rejecting him because he's against the scientific community. It's because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He has no evidence. He's talking out of his ass. It's not... and this is very common. There's so many like crazy pseudoscientists that have this complex around, it's the persecution complex around their things not being rejected because of the establishment.
Right.
And
I agree with that.
that's not, that never happens, because that has happened and it will happen in the future. It's just far more likely that they are delusional or crazy.
Correct.
Or don't have any evidence and they're just wrong.
I would agree with that. Yeah, because they're trying to bring. So I'm certainly not saying, oh, people who come up and they have new ideas for outer space, should be put up on a high pedestal or something. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the understanding should be, well, we don't know. We this is our best guess, and so there is a chance that something in the future might change our understanding of dark matter and dark energy. Now, I get that you're saying, well, that is the belief and that is what science says. Okay, then that's great. Then there's no problem as long as people recognize that. I don't think that science doesn't want to, the people in science don't want to ever let it be known that maybe they don't know everything. So they
no. Like I could not possibly say that that's not true.
Okay,
more.
Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that science is true whether or not you believe in it is exactly evidence of that.
No, I don't agree.
Okay, so then
if you were to ask any of them ever, and I could probably find, if you give me a few days, I could probably find 1,000 quotes of them saying, "Of course we don't claim whatever it is that you just claimed." I don't want to misquote you.
But they know everything.
Him saying the science is true whether or not you believe it is not him saying what you just said. It's him saying facts are facts, whether you like it or not. Which is, again, you have to clarify all these words because everyone means different things when they say different things.
Right.
He's basically saying just because some conclusion that science comes to makes you uncomfortable, that doesn't mean it's not true.
I agree with that. Okay. Especially now. But I guess when people hear the word science, they're actually thinking that he means the body of science is true. What we currently believe is true, whether or not you believe in it.
Yeah, and I think that that's a straw man.
Right. Well,
and I think that
you can call it a straw man, but that's what he repeats that saying over and over again.
No. You interpret that saying as being that.
So what do you think it means?
I think it's him saying that, like for example, and this is so hard because every time I come up with a hypothetical, I find out that like the person I'm talking to doesn't accept the hypothetical. This happened with Som, where I said, you don't see bacteria in your gut. That doesn't mean blah, blah, blah. And they basically laughed at me for thinking germ theory was real. So I don't know.
No, I mean, I say the same thing. I say bugs in your tummy, like that, because the flat earth argument is that if it's not matching your senses, then they want to reject it. But then I tell them, well, we don't feel like there's bugs in our stomach, yet there is. And we know that.
Yeah, okay, so.
And we accept that.
So accept the hypothetical. Let's just accept the hypothetical that evolution is true, that we share a common ancestor with apes. Let's just accept the hypothetical. You don't have to believe, that that's true. That would make some people uncomfortable, right? Potentially religious people who believe that we were created as we are, etc. So what he's saying is basically like, if science comes to conclusions that you don't like, it doesn't matter that you don't like it. It doesn't make it untrue. What makes it untrue would be falsifying it through science, right?
Right. So then the belief would be by people, once he said that, is that evolution is true, that fact. It's fact, and we don't. And which is wrong because
but if anybody believes that, then they're wrong, and that's a misunderstanding of what he's saying. And that would be a, hey, no, science supporter, no, that's bad. We don't believe that. We don't believe that. That's not what we think about science. That's not how science works.
So would you ever say then that science is true whether or not you believe in it? Why not just why I don't understand why you have to defend this rather than just say
there's a universe where I would say that, in like colloquially, not realizing it would be interpreted the way that you're interpreting it.
So why did you start with the hypothetical that evolution was true?
Because that was the only thing I could think of.
Okay, so evolution is true.
That was a scientific fact that would make someone uncomfortable. It was the first thing that came to mind.
Okay, and so let's say hypothetically that something was found down the road that tells us that evolution is not true. That somehow there's and I don't know what that is, a creation event or something, whatever it is.
So keep in mind, what we're saying is that the findings of science are true whether or not you believe it. So what you just described is a situation where the findings of science said evolution is untrue.
Right.
Even though that might upset the evolutionist.
Right.
It's true whether or not you're upset by it.
Right. But
because again, we're talking
but it wasn't true.
Science.
But it wasn't true right before that. Right before that, when it was evolution was the going theory, according to science, it was not true.
No. What you're saying only makes sense if you assume that what you mean by science is the paradigm that we believe now. It's a process. If it's a process, then it's never wrong. If your process, if you have an algorithm and the algorithm is always do what you think is best. Oh, okay, wait. This my metaphor is gonna immediately collapse here. Well, how can I explain this? What you're describing when you say science, you're describing a specific claim, a specific belief, a specific model.
Mm-hmm.
What we're talking about is the roots of the process.
Right. I would just change the quote then. The process works whether you like it or not. There you go.
Well, yeah. So it was a bad quote.
No, he says it all the time. I could find you 10 times him saying it in interviews. It's a known.
So then it's a bad quote. I'll tell him it's a bad quote.
That's all I'm saying. So I mean, it just.
But again, is there a world where maybe he means what I'm saying, and maybe he's just repeating something that's commonly misunderstood?
Yeah, it could be, yes. And here's what I think my job is now.
By the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a lot of bad quotes, and he's been wrong.
He's been wrong a lot. Yeah, I agree.
He's not a priest that we all worship like everyone claims we do.
No, but I think most people look at him that way, or he's kind of the most popular scientist I would say that there is, that's just the way it goes.
Bill Nye's cooler, but
is he a scientist? I think he's an engineer, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, but they're both science communicators.
Yes, I agree with that. So I certainly am not trying to say I know better than Neil deGrasse Tyson or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't know if people in the scientific world really grasp what is being taken by skeptics. I don't want to say that word, is being taken by conspiracy theorists, let's say, because there's some things they should be more careful on. I'm sure you know about the Stephen Hawking experiment, right, where they fake the helicopter. So I don't actually know the specifics about that, but I know that you talk about that in the context of a few things like the behind the curve and all that stuff. And what I will say is all the examples now, I might eat these words depending on what you're talking about, the helicopter thing, but it sounds like what you're talking about is always like business people being dishonest, but that like doesn't that says nothing about. Okay, but here's what you guys need to recognize. But you need to recognize what the conspiracy theorist sees. So, for example...
No, and I completely acknowledge it. Okay. Like, it makes sense. If they see these things that either are lies or they perceive as lies, I completely empathize with them.
Right. So that
doesn't mean that they're... But what we are talking about right now is whether or not the process of science should be trusted.
Okay, so the problem with seeing like behind the curve is that everybody who saw it assumes it's some sort of scientific documentary and that these guys did rigid whatever. So when they see a test at the end that they think proves the curve, they just run with it and everybody says it. When it was misrepresented, it wasn't a test that did prove the curve, and everybody walked away from the experiment thinking the same thing. But the movie decided to play it off in a certain way. So
yeah, that's a problem, but that has nothing to do with science.
No, but you're not looking at it from my perspective. So when I'm in the movie and they misrepresent my experiment, then it does look to me like science is lying to prove their point. So
but why science? None of those people are scientists.
Okay, what about Stephen Hawking and PBS and Nat Geo when they faked the helicopter?
Well, so again, do you think Stephen Hawking was involved in that? Like directly? I don't.
Well, that's the name of the show. He's the one talking in it. So if they pick somebody else or they did something else, right?
You know, they paid him to come and sit and record some voice lines. He didn't make production decisions or editing decisions.
Well, somebody did. So somebody,
they weren't scientists. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then you need to understand that when you do that and you make it a science documentary on a science station that goes out to children, that people who are conspiracy theorists, when you make a mistake like that by faking something, it is so detrimental to science. Because
agreed. But that's not science's fault.
Doesn't matter whose fault it is. Whoever's fault it is needs to science or people need to recognize that that's the reason people are stuck in this belief of flat Earth. It's because of things like that, or because of because think about it.
So that is something I want to get into after, because I actually think that I
So
I have a different interpretation, actually, of your conversion. That this is like the hubris of thinking. Like I want to talk to you about it because
Gotcha.
I have a different interpretation on, I think, what actually changed your mind. But
okay. So all I'm saying is that from a conspiracy theorist standpoint of where I was before, that when the mainstream had the opportunity to do something like prove the shape of the Earth, right? So could they have spent, and I think I did the value on it the other day, it would be like for $100,000, maybe $50,000, which would be 1/1600th of NASA's budget of one day. Okay,
so putting the camera on the moon.
Not even, okay. I'll even say just put a camera at the Union Glacier where I went. Right, there should be a camera there for 4 months. It only costs $5,000 for a Starlink satellite.
No one would believe it.
Yes, they would. You can't say that. I'm not going to allow you to say that.
Very few people. The only reason why anyone was convinced from TFE was because you changed your mind.
Okay,
that's the only reason. If you hadn't changed your mind, I don't think we would have gotten, 3, 4, 5 flat earthers might have changed their mind. They'd send an email to Will Duffy, but there wouldn't have been the impact it had.
Probably not.
In my opinion, I think that and again, this is just my impression. I could be wrong. I don't know, your heart and mind, but my impression is that I think you're overplaying how much it was the evidence that changed your mind. I think the evidence was the beginning. But I think if you would come back and the flat earth community, when you came back and basically said, hey guys, 24-hour sun is real, let's go back to the drawing board. And they were all like, cool, let's go back to the drawing board. And people started coming up with things. I don't think you would have necessarily had the change. I think the change came from the cognitive dissonance that it was forced into your head, like Inception style. Like the idea was put in as if it was your own, of how absurd of a cult mindset you were in. And then that completely broke the chain and allowed you to see things clearly. Yeah,
that may be hard to... I was going to deny what you're saying, but now that you say it like that, because I told Will Duffy the Earth was a sphere flying back from Antarctica to Punta Arenas, so it was way before we got back. Now, I know what you're saying, but I had already known about the things being said at that point. So it wasn't like we were unaware that people were already claiming that we didn't go or already claiming it was fake. We knew that when we were there, right? People were already talking about the ice.
Live streams were fake.
Right, and the green screen and everything else, right. So I would say that it had definitely something to do with it. I mean, because what I figured out was that we don't have the kind of people in the flat earth that will ever figure out anything. Because if we go and observe something that directly flies in the face of a belief or a theory, then I believe you have to start it over. I believe what Richard Feynman said. I believe that you want to scratch anything that doesn't meet observations. But none of the flat earthers agreed with that. They all said either A, it was fake, or B, that it didn't matter. So once you hear that from your people, and then I started hearing things like from people saying, oh, well, all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun. I'm like, what? Where are you getting that from? They said, oh, from Stephen Alonso. So then I started to realize, oh shit, what we have here is a group of people that care so much about their belief that they're never going to change it, because anything that goes against your belief, you're going to say doesn't matter or is fake. And then I kind of looked back at things that have happened in the past and I'm like, oh shit, that is the case, that is what happens every time. And that's why we shelved things like the stars going the opposite way in the south. And there was things that came up and we shelved them. And I used to think it was because somebody's going to get to that. Somebody's going to get to that. And then I realized, oh no, we've been doing this the whole time. The whole time, if something goes against our observations, we call it fake, or we say it doesn't matter, or we dismiss it in some way. And I realized I'll be a flat earther for life. That there's no way out unless you are willing to take certain things as falsifiers. And that changed my opinion about science. And really, I knew that going down there, right? I knew that the South has to be a lie for flat earth to be true. If the South is what they describe, then the South is the opposite of the North, and we live on a sphere. So I knew going down there what I was going down there to see, whether or not the South acted and responded or proved itself to be exactly what the globe Earth says. And once it was, go ahead.
I was going to say, now, do you think, what are the chances, or maybe I should just ask if you think it's possible that if the flat earth community had welcomed you back with open arms and you guys started getting to things and you started working on trying to come up with explanations, you think you would have been more receptive to them? And is there a chance you might not have been converted?
No, I mean, I might have said, hey, let's try and go back to the drawing board, but I had already spent 6 months coming to the realization that there is no other flat map. So for me, it was different in the fact that I knew. So basically, it's like, okay, let's go down there and observe this. We went down there. We see the sun circle. So now it's like, okay, now we're coming back. But I knew coming back that there is no answer. So I thought that people would kind of come to the realization and flat Earth would kind of go away. Instead, they reacted the way they did, which made me go, oh shit, this is what we've always done. And this will never go anywhere. It can't.
What percentage of the community do you think became non-flat Earth after TFE? Is it like 5%? Is it like 50%?
I would say 10.
Okay, so
but of the actual creator community, or are you talking about the believers?
The believer.
Yeah, I would say maybe. That's hopeful. Maybe 5.
Okay, so if they spent $100,000 to put a camera down there, first of all, the camera would have come from the people you inherently don't trust, and
True.
because flat earthers don't understand like basic things like video compression and artifacting and like, all of the things that are inherent to all of that, shadows, perspective, that like them putting a 24-hour live stream down there is way less compelling than what you did. And if that only worked for 5 or 10%, why would anyone bother spending the money to prove it to no one?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but you have to realize all the flat earthers that are flat earthers now are because there was no 24-hour sun footage. There was all the things that they're looking for weren't there. So to say now, oh, if those were there, you would still believe what? Well, no, not necessarily. There's a reason why I was a flat earther, and it was when we went looking for. Do you know the guy that got the record for circumnavigation? When in 2014, when I was just starting to look into flat Earth, and I said, oh, look, on this AE map, there can be no north-south circumnavigation. So that will tell me the truth, right? Billions of people have circumnavigated east-west, but let's go find out how many people have circumnavigated north-south. Well, I found this guy called ZQ Pilot that was going to try and break the record for fastest north-south circumnavigation in a solo plane. And so he had these spider tracks attached to his wing. And so I watched it live. Obviously it took days, but he flew down to Brazil. And then his next leg was supposed to be to fly across the South Pole to go to New Zealand. So he flew to the South Pole, turned around and went back to Brazil. And then he landed there and everybody said, what happened? He said, oh, the weather got so bad, I came back. Then he flew from Brazil to New Zealand. I actually went to like Easter Island, New Zealand, up to Alaska, around the North Pole and back home. And they gave him the record. So
okay, but do you think though?
But hold on, that's not circumnavigation.
But do you think that has anything to do with science or proving to flurfs?
Well, yes,
it has nothing to.
What do you mean? If we're giving records of circumnavigation to people who literally didn't circumnavigate, then
no, but you realize that 99%. I don't know the number. I made that up, but no one does anything thinking about flat earthers. Nobody. None of it has to do with any of you guys. So no one's doing anything to prove anything to you. Because
I get that.
So like that someone did a thing that is sketchy or dishonest or that you think is misleading or something. But again, like
I guess maybe I'm just rationalizing. Maybe I'm rationalizing to myself. But what I'm trying to say is that there are reasons that people are flat earthers that I think are not that bad of reasons for starting to go that direction.
Well, so that was the entire point of my video. Now, I don't, again, like I wouldn't expect you to like memorize the kind of structure of it, but I go through that video explaining almost in order my evolution of my understanding of flat Earth.
Right.
At first it was, oh, they don't understand perspective. They don't understand abstract concepts. They don't understand, like they'll never accept like metaphors or models. They don't understand scale. They don't understand the scientific method. They don't write all of these different things. And I came to realize that none of that actually matters. And basically like 3/4 of the way through the video, it all changes to go, oh yeah, none of that actually matters. They all think and they talk as if this matters, but it doesn't. It all stems from a fundamental distrust in establishment,
that may be
authority.
True. Yeah.
So that being the inherent thing it's a black hole. The problem with conspiracy theory is not that conspiracies aren't real, because there are plenty of real conspiracies.
Absolutely.
But what makes the ones that we believe are real is like
when they get found out, right?
That pushes it over a threshold where it meets the burden of proof. That makes the skeptic accept it.
Sure.
I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, but I do think that.
Oh, I remember now.
Oh, go ahead.
It's the conspiracy theory mindset is inherently a black hole. You can't. It's almost impossible to get out because it is, like, by definition, a kind of unfalsifiable idea. Absence of evidence is evidence of a cover-up. Your misunderstanding of evidence is evidence of, shenanigans. There's nothing that can convince someone who wants to believe a thing when you believe that, like, effectively that anyone can do anything at any time.
Correct.
NASA's all powerful. The U.S. government's all powerful.
Right. Once you start to believe there, then you're right. It's a black hole that you'll never get out of, because if you always, and I was just talking about it last night on my show. What show was I on last night? Anyway, I was discussing, like, the Mandela effect, and that's when I very first noticed, oh my goodness, these Mandela effects, they're evidence whether you find the item or not. It's a way to, everything's evidence, right? Because that's the way they look at things. They say if you find something from the past, it's called residue. And if you don't find it, it's because it's been changed. So both things are evidence of so that's the problem with flat Earth, is that right now, everything is considered evidence of the flat Earth, meaning that when we go down there and we take observations of the sun doing a circle around our head, they come back, now it's that we faked it, which is evidence of a flat Earth, right? So if you call anything that happens to your model, either it's fake or it doesn't matter, or what you're doing is you're just making a belief that you can never get out of. So that's where I'm concerned now for flat earthers, is I don't think they can get out now, because they have put themselves in a position where, like you said, anything that's evidence usually would be evidence against something, like what happened with TFE and the circling sun, that it's a disqualifier. It should be a falsifier. But people don't believe in falsifiers anymore. They believe they can just explain them away. Right? They believe that's what flat Earth thinks. They don't care that it's been falsified. They say, well, it could be this or this or this crazy, but they'll make up
it's not
anything.
That they don't care that it's been falsified. It's that they don't believe it's been falsified.
Correct, because they think that it can't have been falsified because it's true. Right? They think flat Earth is true. Right. Okay. So that's the problem, is that if once you think something is true, then any kind of evidence is going to be in your favor. So for me, what it took me was saying to myself, no, if the South is not a lie, then the Earth cannot be flat. And
but see, the thing is that, like, there were countless, like, so a couple days ago you were talking to someone in one of the interviews, and you basically had said, like, why did no one present such and such particular argument? I don't remember what it was. And I literally went to I just typed in Jeranism debate, the first one I found 8 years ago. And Red's made like 5 of those arguments that are undeniable.
That may be true.
You were able to, like, gymnastic your way past it.
It's not a gymnastics. It's almost like your brain is doing it. And this is what I'm trying to get across to people is that's
what I mean. It's subconscious gymnastics.
Yeah. Because when I talk to people now and I'm trying to explain something to them, I can see it now happening. I can see the person is, whatever I say, they're able to just read right past it or not even hear what I'm saying. And then they present something else or something that's kind of close to that. And I'll say, no, come back. I'll just explain a conversation I was having with somebody today about the sun setting right to left in the south and left to right in the north. And they just could not grasp it because they kept saying left and right are relative. And I said, no, I'm telling you, we're looking west. Look west. And I said, now, for people in the south, the sun sets right to left. People in the north, it sets left to right. And no matter
they're not listening to any of those words.
They're not hearing it. They keep hearing me say something, and then they're like saying, oh, but when I look north, then somebody looking south would see the opposite direction. I said, stop that. You're not, listen to what I'm saying. We're looking west. So I said, if you bring up north or south, you're not listening to me. We're looking, and no matter how many times I tried to get it through them, they eventually even said, like, you know what, my brain just isn't grasping it. Can't, but it's because your brain knows the implications of accepting it. Your brain knows what that means.
So the whole, like, stars, well, actually, let me ask you this. Why, I assume you don't think that the ISS stream is real?
What you mean, the stream that they show on TV? I mean,
on YouTube.
Yeah, that's real. The ISS, the video footage from the ISS, I believe that's real now.
But 99 I would say probably 100% of flat earthers don't think that's real. But why would they accept Antarctica?
Because
Is it really any different?
I think it is, and maybe it's just for me. I mean, I'm finding out that many people say they didn't even care about the South, or they didn't even know about the South. I guess maybe it's a personal thing for me, that when I got into flat Earth, there was certain things that kept me in the belief. And you can ask my wife. When we first got into it, our thought process was, somewhere in this next couple months, somebody's going to step forward and show us where we're wrong. Right? So it wasn't like we got into it thinking we're definitely right about flat Earth. We got into it thinking we're probably wrong about flat Earth, but we're looking for the correct answers, and we're looking for somebody to explain these things. And when we got in, you had people make fun of you, and you had people back you. You had basically people email you saying, I've always thought this, my grandpa thought it, whatever. I've been a flat earther before. So you are getting reconfirmation from people that agree with you. And then on the other side, you're just getting called names. So
now, do you think, is it possible? So I guess the name calling,
I get it
could
now.
Just be shitty, terrible trolls. I guess it kind of depends, right? If you started to engage with them, and you were doing the mental gymnastic kind of thing where they were like, okay, this guy can't be talked to, you're an idiot.
No, that was from the very beginning. Nobody even treats people like that from the start. I mean, if you say you're a flat earther, you're immediately an idiot. So
but the reason why is because
you're an idiot. Right. I get that. But I'm saying that, and I guess I realize this the hard way now, is that if I would have come across to people and said, maybe I could have done it differently. When I came back, let's say I didn't just come out and say, I'm not a flat earther and I am a globe believer. Let's say I came back and tried to teach people slowly by being nice to them and kind of like bringing some concepts up. Maybe that would have been a better way of going at it. Now, to me, that's dishonest. So I didn't do that. I went with the honesty and just said, no, I got to tell people straight up. I can't do one show where I'm pretending like I believe in the flat earth if I no longer do it, if I no longer believe it. So that's just, now I'm just saying that because I recognize like, MC Toon even told me after we started talking, so we probably started talking a year before we went on the trip, and I just mean talking once a week on on Messenger, back and forth. But he would ask me often, like, "Did you watch my show?" And I'd be like, "No." Like, what are you talking about? I don't watch your show. You make fun of flat earthers the whole time. But he thought there was a chance I was watching his show, but there wasn't, because no flat earther watches a show where they're demeaned the whole time. So yeah. But then I found out from him, kind of talking to him more, when I found out that's not his goal. His goal isn't to flip people. I thought that was the goal, and I was like, you're doing terrible at it. Nobody's even watching you. But then he's like, no, I'm providing entertainment for globe believers, and also providing, if anybody's on the fence and they see my show, that they won't want to become flat earthers because of how much they're being made fun of. So then I understood what he was doing, and I was like, oh, okay, that actually makes sense. So the problem with it is, for any flat earther that gets into it, the very first thing you're going to do is get called dumb from that group of people, and then you're going to see a bunch of people that agree with you. So you see how that's like a recipe for disaster?
It's extremely unfortunate, right? Like, yeah. I hate the way that the project I'm working on right now is how internet discourse is dead, and it's bleeding out into the real world at an alarming
it's a mess,
rate,
isn't it?
No one can talk to anyone. We're incapable of just engaging.
I totally agree.
And I mean, that's why, I really wanted to talk to you, because while I always disagree with you about flat earth, I could tell by how you moderated debates, and by how, and by the fact that you went out and actually did shit in good faith, that you were honest and had a spine.
Yeah, I would say that's what I think sets me apart.
That's the reason why you're one of the few that was able to get out, is because you were built different.
Yeah, because I'm actually looking for the truth, not my truth.
You're not just saying it, right? And that's kind of the irony, is that like one side says, and when I say one side, I don't mean like everyone who isn't. I don't mean all globers, because there are people who have never thought about it. They just believe everything they're told. Sure. And honestly, like the kind of sad truth, I wouldn't advocate for this, but the sad truth is, if you just kind of go through life not being curious about anything and not think about anything, you just take everything as accepted, you'll probably be just fine. Yeah, you probably be happier, to be honest with you, because you will just kind of go with the flow. And I think that's that's why when people ask me about dark matter or dark energy now, or they'll even say like, are we spinning? And I'll say, yeah, I mean, the evidence tells me that we are spinning, but I don't care. Like I was teaching flat earth because I thought we were being lied to. Soon as I realized we're not being lied to about that particular issue, then I don't need to worry that I'm not going to spend my time explaining the globe to everybody, because it's not very good for my growth. Now, you had said that what changed your mind is that you believe the South was a lie.
Which anybody who's a flat earther, you have to believe that. Now, they can say now that they don't, but regardless, that's them being retarded. You can't have a flat earth that has the North exactly like the South, the complete opposite. It's impossible.
Yeah, but like every aspect of flat earth is exactly as absurd.
Well, so you say that, but hold on,
explain the seasons. Explain, like, it doesn't explain anything.
Well, it does explain the seasons, but it's here's the thing: is the globe Earth counterintuitive? What does intuitive mean?
I think in some ways it's
in almost every way
intuitive.
In almost every way, it's counterintuitive. So intuitive means able to be ascertained without facts and evidence. It's that you feel it, your gut feels it, right? So this is what I don't think people are being honest about. If people would tell flat earthers, hey, look, the globe Earth is counterintuitive. Yes, the Earth looks flat. Yes, the Earth feels stationary. We don't feel like we're flying through space. We don't feel like the stars are 25 trillion miles away at minimum. We don't feel like the sun is 867,000 miles wide. It's counterintuitive. Now, if we just admit that and say, but we reach these conclusions based on evidence. Nobody believes that they're on a globe because they feel like they're spinning. Nobody believes they feel like they're on a globe because they're going through space at 1.2 million miles per hour. Nobody. Everybody who believes in the globe believes it because the evidence leads you there, right?
Yeah, but saying that doesn't change anything.
What do you mean? It does change things because
all of this stuff that you said, like you've said a number of times since you've converted, effectively, like, no one said this to me, or why did it? And like, that's what everyone was saying constantly, always.
You say that, but we weren't watching that because they spent their time making fun of us.
Directly to you. Like when Reds ask you about, like, why does the stars move in the opposite direction? Right. That right there should have instantly, like, you make a phone call, the Earth is a globe. That's all you need to do. Call someone in Australia and ask them what direction it's turning.
But if you're talking about one thing, that wasn't enough to make me change my position.
But let me ask you this, though.
Yeah.
And be honest.
Sure.
Did you really, like, kind of conceptualize that was a fact? Or were you kind of like, I'm not really sure, I haven't seen it? Or did you kind of jump
definitely.
around?
No, definitely. I didn't even know if it was a fact. And then there wasn't a lot of video footage of it. There's not a lot of footage of the South, period. But that's because, like 8% of the population lives there or something.
But yeah, so that's kind of my point, is that, like, telling you it wouldn't matter. And one of the more interesting ones that I heard that I always found really compelling, but it was so painful to hear is, the equatorial mounts.
Sure.
The idea that, like, how would an equatorial mount work on a
and I can remember specifically just moving that into the shelf because I couldn't explain it. Yeah.
Well,
but that's what I'm saying is that those things
but listening to you, it was like 8 years ago.
Right.
This just happened to be the most recent one I watched. Was you were debating Reds, and I take it you understand. Like, can you explain why that question is a meaningful question? Like, can you explain how an equatorial mount, like, what's the relevant thing there?
Because an equatorial mount can just be based on your latitude. It spins in just one general loop based on your latitude that will keep track of where the sun is, and that doesn't necessarily work on a flat Earth. I mean, the way that it was explained away is that, well, no, the sun's doing an orbit this way, but it sets, and so you're like, well, it's still doing a circle, so you're able to kind of dismiss it and just say, well, they believe that the underneath of the Earth exists and we don't.
Yeah, but so that's not it at all, actually. So think about, like, the physical tripod with the mount on it, right?
Okay.
It can tilt, up and down. I don't know the proper terminology, yaw, roll, whatever, right? It can tilt up and down, right, and it can rotate, right?
Right.
On a flat Earth, imagine it's pointed at the sun.
Okay.
And the sun, does this. What would need to happen is, in order to track the sun, it would need to rotate and move up and down while it's rotating, right? It would need to move on two axes.
Why? So, I mean, picture a hula hoop that bisects a plane. So you have a hula hoop and you've got a plane that bisects it. Well, the sun's just on the hula hoop path. So the telescope would still turn.
No. But what I'm saying is it would turn, but it needs to also tilt while turning.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be.
You what? Sorry.
So I don't know why that would be. What do you mean? Well, I don't understand why you're saying it has to tilt. So
think about if you had a camera, all right, and just imagine a sun going around you over a flat Earth. You would have to, if you were like sitting in a chair, right? You would be turning, and you'd have to look up and then down.
That's what the sun does.
Up.
The sun is higher and then lower.
Right. But the equatorial mount...
So it spins. That's what I said.
Can we agree that what I just described is that it rotates on two axes? It's rotating and tilting.
No, because if you tilted a hula hoop up, it would do the same thing. So I don't get what you're saying as far as... I guess what you're saying is, now that I believe that I know what the sun is doing, with that knowledge... Then maybe you're right.
No, it has nothing to do. Like, I think we're way off here.
Okay, but if you're talking about a sun that goes above a flat Earth, right? The understanding it from a flat Earth perspective is that the sun is near you at noon. It's a high up in the sky, and then as it goes away, it gets too far that you can't see it, and it sets because it's like perspective. Now, granted, does it change or its angular size like it should? No. So there's other reasons why that shouldn't be believed. But I'm just saying if you're talking about from a flat earther's perspective, no, that orbit above the sky, which is a circle, right? So meaning that, would the telescope be able to see the circle? Yes. So then would the telescope be able to see only half the circle? Yes. And half the circle would go up and come down.
There's a disconnect here, and I would love to have you understand this, because I think this would be significant. So picture, not from your perspective, but imagine you're like looking at a model.
Okay.
Right, a plate, and there's like a stick figure with a camera, and the sun is going around like this, right? If he had a little, camera and he's pointing, do you recognize that to follow the sun, the camera would be like, he would be turning, and he would also be moving his head up and down to follow the sun as it goes around.
I don't get I know I don't see that, because so let's say we're standing looking at streetlights going away from us to the left and streetlights going away from us to the right, right? So that's perspective causing that, but you're saying I wouldn't have to move.
This is geometry. It's very simple geometry.
Okay.
What I'm trying to see is can you understand that in order to follow the sun with the camera, you are turning your body and moving your head up and down?
Yes, that's what
Okay. Equatorial mounts only move on one axis. They do not tilt. They only rotate. Physically, that only
Hold on a
works
second. So show me how it works then with the sun rising and setting. Now with your hand, show me how that works. Since it only does one motion, go ahead.
I don't think I could. Wolfie did a video on it.
Yeah, but what you're saying is you're not describing it right. So just
I would need. Well, it's like kind of complicated because.
No, because an equatorial mount does look up and then down.
No, it doesn't.
What are you talking about? How would it follow the sun?
Because we're on a globe. So it only needs to rotate on one. It only needs to change on one axis.
Right, because of the way that it's tilted. Right, so it tilts at your angle, your latitude. You tilt it towards the North Star or the South Star, and then it rotates. So it looks from the rise to the set.
So you lost me there. Sorry.
All right, because what I'm saying is that once you point it, your angle at so I'm at like 37 degrees. If I point 37 degrees at the north, then if we take this line and we're doing this with it, then yes, it's going to follow the sun by looking down and then up and then down. So when you say a flat earther would have to look up and then down, I'm confused what you're saying there.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up a video.
Okay.
What is it? Wolfie 2060?
60-20.
60-20. Wolfie 60-20 equatorial mount. God damn it, he's got so many more videos than I thought.
He's got a ton. Yeah, I've seen, his video is great evidence. And in fact, Dave McKeegan showed me the equatorial mount in Antarctica.
Yeah, but this significance comes from the...
And if you're talking about the equator, the equator is just an up and down. And that makes no sense on a flat earth. So I'm not arguing against that.
No, I know, but the significance though is that because by design it only rotates, it never needs to tilt up and down. If you understand the geometry of the situation, that it could not work on a flat Earth. That's the whole point, is that when flat earthers picture it like working, they just have it tilting two different axes. And that's the reason why. It's that you don't understand the actual important fundamental concept at play, which is because it only rotates and it doesn't tilt. That's the proof right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of if you took an airplane, right, and an airplane came up from the horizon, it rises, it starts flying, it's at its highest when it's close to you, and then it flies away. If you were
while he's doing this, can someone in chat try to find the video that I'm talking about, or someone link it? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that I guess I don't see why the flat Earth understanding is that wrong, other than it's not correct. The sun doesn't rotate above us; it goes around us.
What they get wrong is how the mount works.
Okay, what do you mean?
They think that it can tilt and rotate, but the fact that it doesn't tilt,
right,
is what.
But what's different about that? If like I just said, a plane rises from the horizon, it flies over here, and then it sets, right? So could you not follow that with one camera motion? So why is that any different?
Wait, what do you mean by one camera motion?
Meaning that if you were to find the center of that circle, then you would just follow it like an equatorial mount. You're just following it because that's the way that perspective works. Now, again, I understand that the sun is not acting like perspective, neither do the stars. So we know that. I'm just saying from a flat earther's point of view, or what my point of view was there, was that you could explain it with an equatorial mount at the time. I don't believe that now. But I didn't understand your point about it only moving one axis, and that proof. I don't think that's the proof. I think the proof is that you can move it, and it depending on your latitude, it can always just do that one motion and keep the sun in play. Even if you're at 90 degrees south or where you just have a circling sun, right?
Yeah, sorry. It's like incredibly difficult to like look things up.
Yeah, I know.
I apologize for being unprepared. I'm trying to listen to you.
No, I was unprepared as well. I mean, I didn't watch your video enough, but the thing that I feel like is happening is I'm doing too much of trying to explain to you why people had the belief that they did, which is difficult because I don't believe that anymore.
But what I'm saying is that I think that it's possible that
they don't. You're saying
understanding is not wrong, but I think yes and. So, like, for example, in the thing I was trying to demonstrate.
Real quick though, do you understand that it cancels out the spin of the Earth? That's what it's important for, right? Is that by aiming it at the celestial pole, you're canceling the spin. You're taking the spin out of it. So that now you're just watching the sun do a circle. Right? That's why it has to be aimed at the celestial poles. Its angle needs to be aimed at the celestial poles. So it's not just that's how you track the sun. You have to aim it at the celestial pole. Now the sun is basically doing a circle around that. So now you're able to track it with one motion. I think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand your understanding.
My understanding currently or before?
No, the way you're describing it, I'm trying to understand.
Right. Okay. So, for now, my understanding is that it compensates for the spin of the Earth by lining up directly with the axis of the Earth.
Well, so
if you don't line it up with the axis, then it can't follow the sun.
See, I want to make like an argument or an explanation, but I'm not confident. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Okay.
But if you're saying that it accounts for the spin, could that be that it only needs to rotate on one axis?
Correct.
Because it accounts for the spin.
Yes.
So that's unexplainable just geometrically on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and I'm just saying
you would need to, by definition, have it go up and turn. But the fact that it works while it only uses one axis, that's the proof.
Yeah, and what I was trying to say is if it did orbit around you on top, to me it seems like that you would, if it did disappear due to perspective, that you would be able to find the middle of that orbit, which is the North Star on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but this works no matter where you are on the globe and no matter what you point at, is the point.
No, it doesn't. You can't. You have to angle it at your latitude. Degrees. If you're at 37 degrees, you have to point the thing at 37 degrees and then it can track the sun.
But it doesn't, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't tilt after that, is the point.
Yes, because you already tilted it. You tilted it to the angle of the polar star.
Well, yeah, that's because you set it up right, but because the Earth is spinning, because of the fact that it's a sphere, it doesn't need to tilt.
Correct. It's just one motion, a plane
on a flat Earth. You always, except for maybe like if you're perfectly in the center of the radius.
Right.
Maybe equatorial mount would only work on the North Pole. I think.
Good point. I see what you're saying, and I guess to me, I'm just explaining how I used to believe in it. I used to think because the sun is on a plane, right? The sun's orbital plane, they call it. So if the sun was on an orbital plane above us, then to me it was the same thing. It just happens to be that because it's going out of your view that it's kind of tilted. So you're only seeing part of the orbit, which is a circle because the sun circles. So that's why I was able to dismiss the equatorial mount. I'm not saying it's right, that it is wrong. And you're probably right. You're probably right that geometrically speaking, that wouldn't happen. And I think that that's why, like MC Toon says, you can't explain a flat Earth on flat Earth at all because the sun would never set. That's what he claims, right?
Yeah, and that's one of those arguments that, like, I recognize is, like, not... That, to me, it's, like...
It's kind of hard.
It's one of those things that, like, when I think about it, it makes sense, but it's almost like something that Reds says a lot, which is, like, he'll just say, like, because parallel lines don't converge, by definition, it's, like, it's always... Like, wait, how does that demonstrate the thing you're talking about? You kind of have to really, like,
right.
At least for me, work through it. Maybe I'm a simpleton, but let me see. Okay, wait. I think I found the Wolfie video.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yes. Let me see if my audience can see it. I don't even have that screen up. Yeah, they can see it.
So let's see. Notice how it's not... Wait.
Yeah, but you'll notice that it's always pointed at the pole star.
Well, no, I don't know what he's demonstrating here. I don't have audio. That was a bad example because it was constantly moving.
Right, but see the turn there. Oh, go back to where whatever that was just there showing that. Right. So you'll see that it's turning, but it's angled at the North Star.
Well, yeah, but that, like, that's not relevant though. Like, that's not the point. The point is in order to
that's required. That's required to follow the sun.
Yeah, but that's just setting it up. though. We're not talking about setup. We're talking about how it operates. The fact that it can follow the celestial body while only moving on one axis. You see how it's just rotating? And
I've seen it.
So, like, imagine where this is pointing. And then you can picture it on a globe, right? The thing it's pointing at, it can track that's orbiting around it. Because that only works geometrically on a globe. If you were on a flat Earth, anywhere other than the North Pole, in order to function pointing at anything in the sky, it would need to rotate and tilt. But this doesn't do that. It's not built to do that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got to think about it because my belief before was that it could be explained away. Now, I don't think it can be explained away now because of things like the equator, right? So on the equator, if that was on the equator, it would just be rotating this way, 90 degrees to 270, right? Which, if you're talking about a sun going around a flat Earth in a circle, then you would never see that. Right. The equatorial mount, if you point it at the pole star and you're at the equator, is going to be you're pointing it directly sideways. So now it's this way, and then the only way it's going to turn is this way, over the top of your head and down, which is correct. That's what the sun does on the equator. But that alone disproves the flat Earth. But I guess from a person who's in the north, I'm just trying to think of how flat earthers rationalize it. And they rationalize it by it's spinning in one direction, which is what the sun does. Because that's what a flat earther would think, right? We see about half of the sun's orbit. They think it rises, gets up above you, and then sets. And so that is on one orbital path. It is on one orbital plane.
So I think is this flat Earth? So you see how it's tilting? In order to follow the sun on a flat Earth, it would need to rotate and tilt.
Yeah, but that's not showing it setting. So the flat earther believes that it sets there. It doesn't need to go up there. The sun doesn't need to do that.
It might. I think is it setting out of the frame?
No, because the sun, it's looking higher. Look at right there. It's looking level.
Well, but I mean, so let's just say it sets. It's the same. It doesn't change anything. If it sets, it still is rotating and tilting.
But right? Just pretend like in this picture here that the sun is on a hula hoop. So if the hula hoop is flat, level with the parallel with the ground, right? But the sun gets at times too far away for you to see, then really you would be watching half of the hula hoop. That's all you're seeing is half of the hula hoop, while the other half of the hula hoop is too far for you to see. So I'm just saying that that's how I had rationalized it before, but that doesn't explain the equator or the poles, right? Either one of those.
Right. Yeah. So
I'm just saying that's why I just, as soon as I saw what we saw in the south, now I get it. And you're right, the equatorial mount does prove it if you're talking about at the equator or at the poles. Now, if you're right,
no, but you're talking about like examples of this that are on their face maybe more obvious, but like it's not the nuance. This works everywhere, and that's the point, right? So just take a look and imagine if the sun was doing this. Let's just say because the sun does this, right?
Okay, and sets, right.
So just picturing this thing, it would be turning and...
Incorrect. No, because the same thing. That's
but look, if it's going down like this...
That's what the real sun does, bro. And the equatorial mount works?
No, okay.
You're making it sound like the sun doesn't ever go up and then down. It does. And
I'm saying it does, and I'm saying that's why. This is the point. You're like, trust me, just have faith in this. I'm saying, like, begging you as a human, have faith that this is the core misunderstanding, is that if it goes down like this, right?
Okay.
This thing would be turning and looking down.
Wrong. That's what the sun does. That's what the sun does in real life, and the equatorial mount doesn't turn and do what you just said. So try again.
No, I know. No, I know. That's the point. Ignore real life. Ignore real life.
Okay.
Imagine the hypothetical where this is a flat Earth.
Okay, that's what we're looking at. Gotcha.
And the sun does this. In order for the equatorial mount to work, it would need to be turning and tilting. Is that correct?
No, because if it's angled, you already angled it. That's how you got you're on that plane.
But just look at it. You see how it's turning?
No, think about the green part turning. It would just turn down underneath and then go right back up to the top. Because here's the thing. The sun is a circular orbit, right? So from a flat earther's perspective, they're just saying that it sets and rises, but it's still on an orbital plane. It's still a circle. So the equatorial mount is just following it. The problem is that at the equator, that the up and down from 90 to 270 does not match a flat earth at all. Right, because the sun is circling above you.
Yeah, but that's a kind of a separate argument. Like okay, here.
What's a second? Hold on, I want to see what you say. What's a separate argument?
That's another kind of a different separate proof than the significance of the equatorial mount.
Okay.
So if you were pointing your arm at the sun, you following it as we see it now.
Okay.
And again, let's assume we're on a flat Earth. You're turning your body, and you would be going down, right?
Yep.
Because it's going to go. It looks like it goes behind the horizon, but let's say on a flat Earth it just gets smaller or whatever, right?
Okay.
You're turning and you're going down.
Right.
The equatorial mount is not physically capable. Once you set it up, it's not capable of going down. Or, yeah.
Yes, it is. It's part of the circle.
No. It's not. It does this always, and that's why it works. It's locked in place.
Correct. So you could lock your arm in place for what you just described with the flat Earth sun.
No, you couldn't.
Why not?
Because you need. because the sun's going down.
Yeah, that's right. But once you is that
you have to
hold on a second.
down.
Does the sun go down in real life? In real life, does the sun go down? And does the equatorial mount work? So you're saying something can't happen on a flat Earth that happens every day on a globe Earth. You're saying that the equatorial mount can only spin in one direction. You're saying it can't go up and then down, but it does do that. That's what the sun does every day. And the equatorial mount...
But that only works when it's on a sphere.
Yeah, I get that you're saying that. I'm saying that from a flat earth's perspective, they see the sun moving in a circle. So there's no reason why an equatorial mount wouldn't track it, except for...
I don't see it. It might be a circle, but if it's a tilted circle...
Right.
Then that means you have to turn and move...
Incorrect.
Move the camera down, right?
It's a tilted circle that the sun is on that path every day. That's what it is. It's a tilt. That's why the sun goes up and then down. Does the sun...
I know everyone's freaking out in chat. I'll give...
I know, my chat's probably freaking out too.
And then we'll move on, but
it's just a fundamental misunderstanding here between one of us.
Yeah, no, I just think this is significant. I think you're like so close.
Okay.
Just go with me and just answer yes or no questions.
Sure.
And I want to try to walk you through.
Okay, I'm ready.
If it's a tilted hula hoop.
Okay.
Over a flat Earth.
Correct.
If you are pointing at the sun, you need to turn your body and you need to point up or down.
Correct.
Right?
But you could be angled in such a way that the up and down is part of the circle. It's the circle that you're making.
I know, but stop. Just work with me, please.
I tried, but okay, go ahead.
Again, I'm just going to walk you through. You, on a flat Earth, you need to turn and point down, correct? In order to follow the sun.
You need to turn and point. Yes, that's part of the circle that the sun is on.
Right. Ignore that. You need to turn and point down. The equatorial mount, it doesn't point down while it's moving. It's only turning, and yet it's locked on.
Correct.
That's the point. That by itself, it doesn't matter where you are. That by itself proves you can't be on a flat Earth. Because it's locked. It does not tilt.
I know that. So why, if it was locked, could you not follow a hula hoop from a flat Earth?
Because it's locked. So it's locked from tilting.
But that's what the sun does every day. So if you're saying it's locked from tilting, how does it track a sunrise or sunset now, today?
Because we're on a globe.
No, it has nothing to do with that. The ground is still the same.
That's it.
You're confused. The ground is flat on a globe or flat on a flat Earth, right? So we're actually watching the sun rise and set, and it's just part of a circle. And if you set the equatorial mount up in a way that's pointed at the pole star, then the circular path is the rise and set, is the up and down. So the up and down that is happening is
not on a flat Earth.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that that's the same thing. Is the sun is going around us. Now, granted, I understand what you're saying if you're like, well, geometrically it doesn't work because the sun isn't high enough or it's too high and we would see it the whole day. Then you're right. Like if the sun went around us this way, then you're right.
That doesn't matter.
Okay. So you're saying that the equatorial mount proves the globe Earth because it moves in one direction without having to go up and down. And right. So you see how this is, you're saying it doesn't go up and down. That's going up and down.
No, it's not.
Okay, but
it's rotating.
That's what the same thing.
No. There's an X and a Y here. There's the rotation around this pivot point,
right? And
then there's the rotation around this pivot point.
Okay.
In order to work on a flat Earth, it would need to rotate on.
Hold on a second. So keep rewind this. I just want to show you. So now picture that this is, keep going a little further. Okay, right there. Picture it's filming a hula hoop on a flat Earth. It's just tracking the circle of the hula hoop. No, you just why are you pausing it?
But the point is that this would never track anything.
It would track a hula hoop on a flat Earth. Look at what it's doing. It's just drawing a circle in the sky.
Okay, but hear me out. If you pointed it at the sun,
which one? The telescope?
The equatorial mount. This whole thing, right? If you calibrated, if you pointed it towards the sun.
Okay, but you're talking about the black tube is pointed at the sun?
Yes.
Okay, because just I mean, this is angled. You have to set that thing at the pole star, right? So if you move this to the equator, then the thing's going to be set level, and it's the turning black thing is just going to go up and down, straight 90 to 270, because that's what happens at the equator, right? And if you moved it to a pole, then it's just going to be pointed straight up and it's going to spin on its side this way.
Okay. So wait a minute. There's actually one kind of clarification here, because what we're talking about is there's like what you would see versus reality. And reality on a flat Earth it's not a tilted hula hoop, right?
Reality would be that it's just like that, right?
So okay, where you're confused, I was wrong about. So imagine not a tilted hula hoop, because the tilted hula hoop actually might make this work, but you guys don't think that, or not you.
No,
but
that's what I think the way that we would rationalize. That's the way I did rationalize it before. I can't speak for other flat earthers, but I think if you ask them, they would say it's just tracking the circle of a sun.
No. But the question is the rotation of the sun over its parallel?
Correct.
It doesn't change in altitude. It might look like it because of perspective.
Right.
But in reality, so again, imagine this arm. We're not talking about what it looks like. We're talking about the reality of it. If you were to like have sticks and balls and a flat plane with like styrofoam. Physically
right. Well,
speaking,
it's going to be hard to show perspective on a styrofoam model, but okay.
No, but perspective doesn't matter. We're not talking about vision. We're talking about geometry.
Okay.
Do you understand like the distinction?
Not necessarily. I mean, because if perspective is involved in the conversation, I don't know what you mean by we're just going to talk geometry, not perspective.
Imagine we weren't dealing with like a camera. Imagine there's a straight pencil. You stick one pencil into the side of the globe, into a flat plane, right?
Okay.
Imagine there's like a linkage between the sun over here over the flat plane. The thing that's moving, imagine if the pencil was on the edge of an equatorial mount. Mm-hmm. In order to follow the sun without breaking, it would need to turn and tilt. Right?
Not if you had it pointed at the sun and then that was its spin axis is right the center of that orbit, which is what you do when you point it at the North Star. Not that I'm not saying when I say you point it at, you don't point the telescope at the North Star. The setup of the mount would be towards the North Star, right? You have to dial it in. I've seen it. You basically dial in what degree you're at, and then it's already set at that tilt. So, for instance, when we were at 80 degrees south, it already has a tilt like this, and then it's able to track the sun in the sky all day.
But while it's tracking, it's not tilting more or less.
No, it's because it's part of the circle. It's on the same circle.
Right, but on a flat Earth, you keep picturing the flat Earth as if you are right in the middle. So
maybe
this only works in the equator. Put yourself offset. Imagine yourself way to the edge.
Sure.
Now it doesn't work. You'd need to do this, right?
Maybe you're right. I mean, I'll have to think about that. But
and that's the key. That's the key is that if you imagine you're offset,
yes,
then you by definition need to turn and tilt, and the mount doesn't tilt. So how the fuck could it follow something in the sky if it was flat?
Yeah, to me it seems like it would still just describing a circle in the sky. Right? So like if you were to say, what is the telescope? Let's say you had a laser coming off that telescope, right? So all the laser is doing is describing a circle in the sky. Half of a circle.
They found it.
Oh, good. Maybe we'll figure it out then. Okay, I'm ready. Explain what we're looking at. I'm confused.
I'm watching it for the first time.
Okay, so over there, hold on. So rewind it one time. I want to look at the top right picture there. Okay, so imagine that sun just keeps going down and sets. Well, the telescope is still spinning on that circle. Now, it had it do something weird over there. That's why it doesn't work. Nobody believes that that's what the sun does. Right? So
but here's the key, though, is that what this demonstration is doing,
right,
is it's making a circle. It's making the sun orbit above a flat Earth.
Right.
So this is ignore the mount. This already demonstrates that it doesn't fucking work because that's not how perspective works. When things move further away, they don't just go down. So what do
you mean they don't just go down? What are you're looking at streetlights?
What you're saying about the sun acting weird That's how it would have to work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's not what people believe. So I'm trying to tell you.
No. Well, no, they believe the thing is spinning over here, but they just don't think about what it would be like to be anywhere on the flat plate.
They do. They think that the sun is doing a circle above their heads and it gets too far for them to see. So it's still a circle. Still a circle, just because you only see half of it. That's why.
But what are they? Is everyone assuming? Is this the personal dome thing that everyone assumes the sun is equidistant from everyone, no matter where you are?
Correct. The sun is describing itself on your atmospheric dome, if you want to call it that, and you see half of the sky. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying, trust me, I don't believe in the flat Earth, but I'm just trying to.
The problem is that like none of these, as you know now, none of these things actually like work. But like, so this is. No,
I get what you're saying, because
you understand like the value of a model now, right? It's not just like, oh, that's just a toy. Like you can see how there are physical demonstrations of genuine concepts, right?
Correct.
So what this is showing is a sun. I think, yeah, okay. So see, like the sun doing this.
Okay.
It's really small.
Yes.
But so.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Now I see what you're saying. You're talking about if you're outside of the sun.
No. No. So this is where the person is standing. This is the perspective, effectively, of where the person is standing. If the sun was doing this above your head,
right,
this is what you'd see. In reality,
correct.
Forget about floor perspective. What you would see is this. And the reason why that instantly looked wrong to you is the exact reason why we all knew from the beginning that the Earth was round, because you don't.
Yeah, but nobody thinks that's what the sun would do. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know. No, they think that this is what the sun would do.
Correct. It would do a circle.
Yeah, but they don't think about the implications of that.
But if it's a circle, why wouldn't you be able to describe the circle with the? It's
not a circle. It's a circle, but you're not in the center of it.
Yeah, you're not at the center of the globe Earth either. But you can get it to work by angling it at the pole star.
That's not why it works.
That is why it works. It wouldn't work without it.
It's not.
Okay, guy. So you think that the equatorial mount would work if it wasn't angled at the pole star?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
It's required. It's required of it.
Pointing it at, that's the setup. It's not the way it works.
That is the way it works. You have to set it up correctly or it doesn't work.
Right. I'm talking about how it functions
But you're saying that I'm describing it like I have to be at the middle of the flat Earth, and I'm telling you that you don't, because you are going to angle your telescope or your apparatus at the center of that circle, which is Polaris. That's what the way.
But you don't. Do you always point it
at the pole star? Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm not talking about an all azimuth or something. Maybe I'm in the wrong telescope that we've been talking about the whole time. Let me look up. So you're talking about an equatorial mount or an all azimuth? Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about an equatorial mount.
Okay. And I'm wondering if I have it wrong and I'm talking about an all azimuth, but I might be not.
No, I'm going to be honest. I actually don't know how you set it up, but it even doesn't matter. I don't know if you have to point it at the pole star or aren't you? Well, I know that you're pointing the telescope at whatever it is you want to follow.
Okay.
But then you have to put in
your latitude
or so
because it's another little angle thing so you're getting once you cancel out the spin of the Earth by lining the telescope up, well, not the telescope, I keep getting that confused, by lining the mount up with the pole star. Now you've eliminated the spin, so now you can just track the sun in one circular plane.
Yeah, and that only works.
You might be right.
Everywhere on a globe. It doesn't work on a flat Earth. And honestly, I would ask Dave McKeegan. He'll do a better job.
Yeah, Dave will do a great job of explaining.
I'll spare
have a meeting with him Friday.
The pain and suffering. I apologize, obviously, for not explaining this well enough.
So it says the equatorial mount is a mount for instruments that compensate for Earth's rotation by having one rotational axis called a polar axis, and it's parallel to the Earth's axis of rotation. So that is required of it.
Yeah, but built into the definition there is that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
So the point is that on a flat Earth, if you used an equatorial mount, right, the way that you use it today, on a flat Earth, it wouldn't function.
That may be true. Yeah, and I'm just telling you that from a flat Earther's perspective, they're not even going to understand what you're saying about that, because it's the sun doing a circle. If it disappears because of perspective, and you're only seeing half that circle, then an equatorial mount would work. That's what I'm saying. That's the thought process, and that could be wrong. I'm just saying that's what I would think. If you asked any flat earther, how does an equatorial mount work? They would say, oh, because it's just doing a circle. and you just don't see the whole circle because it gets too far away from you. So the only way I could describe that is if you had an airplane that you're inside the circle of the airplane, right? But you see it rise when it gets within 5 miles of you, and it goes up in the sky, and then it's going around you, and then it sets over there. But it's actually just above your head the whole time. It doesn't go below the eurth, right? So would you be able to take an equatorial mount and track that circle? And the answer is yes. It wouldn't need to, because if you knew the center of where that plane is flying, you could line up your thing with that, and then it's just tracking the plane on one orbital circle. But the plane is actually above your head doing a circle. That's what I'm trying to say, is that I get that there's parts of it that don't work on a flat earth, like the poles, like this equator. Because again, if you're talking about a plane just flying above your head going this way, and then you're like, oh, at this point the plane just goes up and down, that wouldn't work. It doesn't work. You lost it there. So I get why it doesn't work at the poles. But I guess I need to think about what you're saying.
You try and think about it geometrically, not perspective.
Okay, then you're right, because everything in flat earth is perspective.
Yeah, because perspective is the thing that's just sort of vague and bullshitty enough that it can be basically a god of the gaps. Honestly, like
yes, although it does cause things to go down in the distance. If you're looking at a bunch of streetlights, they start very high next to you and they go down in the distance. So it is what. Yeah,
but no, that's not.
That's the way we see. So we see everything in perspective. There's nothing you don't see in perspective.
Right, but when a plane is flying away from you,
yes,
it doesn't go down.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about?
No. But here's
go look at
I mean, it would eventually. I guess that's a bad example.
Not eventually. It's pretty damn quick. You don't see a plane for very long.
No. But when the plane disappears in the sky, high up above the sky, it doesn't hit the horizon. So you don't see it hit the horizon.
So why is that then on a globe Earth? Why does the plane disappear?
Angular resolution.
Okay. So then imagine if the sun is a very large object, and I guess the problem with it is that you're right that it doesn't get smaller in the distance, and that should have been the evidence. Yeah,
like if you were on a flat Earth and it was
the sun would get smaller. Absolutely,
it would get smaller. It wouldn't go down, which is kind of the whole thing. So do you now understand?
But what do you mean by? I don't understand what you mean by it wouldn't go down. Do streetlights go down? They start
about street lights in a row on a road.
Right. That's something that's higher than you, and then eventually it would be down near your eye level, which is what they're saying the sun does. I know that that's not correct, so I just want to make sure people understand that. I don't believe that. I don't believe anymore. I used to be able to rationalize it in the way that I would say, oh, the sun is just going away from us, and if something's going away from you, it would appear to be going down. Now, the bigger problem, or the bigger explanation that I was banking on, is that think about a 20-foot high, let's say it's a 5,000 foot high cloud. I don't know how high clouds go, but let's say 5,000 feet. And then it goes off in the distance. And so all those clouds kind of gather at the horizon line eventually, right? All the clouds that you see, because everything, that's how perspective works. So all that we see in our sky or on our eyes converges to a point in the distance on the horizon, right? So anything that's above 5,000 feet could eventually be eclipsed by that 5,000 foot cloud because it goes too far beyond it, and then my angle to it gets eclipsed by the cloud, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that's what Flat Earth believes. So Flat Earth believes that the reason you're losing the sun is not that it's too far away and it sets on the Earth. It actually is going too far away and behind a cloud deck.
Yeah, but the behind the cloud, like.
So let me explain it.
What I never understood. So just
okay. Go ahead.
Think about the sun. When you watch a video of the sun setting, now that you know we're on a globe, and you watch it setting, and you see that it doesn't shrink and disappear.
Correct.
It just, like boats, disappears bottom up.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with perspective. That's geometry.
Okay.
So like that's kind of the point, is that Flurfs say perspective when it's like that isn't perspective. You can't point to that and say perspective because that's just not what it is.
But is the boat getting smaller? It goes away from you?
Yes.
Okay. And so have you ever seen when somebody will zoom in on it and they're able to bring it back? Now, I'm not saying they bring it back from behind the curve. They to your eyes.
That only works with small boats.
Okay, but to your eyes, it appears to get too small to see. Right, it gets too far for your eyes.
Right, but when you zoom in the camera, you always see that the boat is before the horizon.
Sure, you put your eyes behind the camera.
When they're sorry, say that again.
Because you put your eyes behind the camera. So what we're describing can't actually be described without seeing it, because the point is you lose it with your eyes.
So how do you explain when there's a big boat that?
Yeah, I can't explain that. That's the curvature of the Earth.
Right. But Florfs would say it's perspective, but that's just not an answer. Right? Like I showed the example that actually you and Witsit went through and kind of laughed at, where there's the three almost identical boats. There's like one a little bit further, and you just literally see them burp, burp. The idea that the bottom of it is somehow shrinking, but the rest of it is
correct. That's how it works. I mean, you can look at
but that isn't how it works. That's how you guys explain it away.
So do you think things compress when they get near the equator? I mean, near the horizon?
Things get smaller as they move away from you equally.
Okay, so like if I found for you a apartment complex across a body of water, and the apartments were all a certain size, but then as they get to the bottom, the apartments get smaller. What's that about? Why do the apartment floors get smaller and smaller than we're on the top? They're all the same size. Because of perspective. Because the angle and compression.
Right. But that's
so
what you're describing. So think about when you use Photoshop, right? You know how you can grab the edges.
Hold on, let me call time out real quick on this. I want to make sure that, are you asking me what the flat Earth opinion was? Because
no, I know it's perspective, but it's not. It's their complete misunderstanding of perspective.
Okay.
They're wrong about everything with perspective, completely.
What do you mean wrong about everything with perspective? Do things get smaller in the distance? So you guys say
uniformly.
Okay, but let me ask you this though. So are you one of these people that said, like, if the Earth was flat, we'd be able to see Spain from the east coast of the United States?
I'm not even going to bring in atmospheric, any of that stuff.
Okay, but that is the point of, I mean, what I'm trying to get at is that
no, but you don't think that the atmosphere is blocking the bottom 10 feet of the boat.
Yeah, that's the worst part. That's the worst part of the air, would be the closest to the water. But
why wouldn't it be a gradient? So again, just bear with me here.
Okay.
In Photoshop, you know how you can grab the corner of a thing and it'll proportionately grow? Or if you hold shift or control, it'll stretch.
Okay.
Why doesn't the boat get small? Why isn't it like this? Why is it like it's this? But wouldn't the bottom compress more than the top? But that's not what happens. It's literally, you just see.
No, it is what you see. I mean, you can see the floor, the different levels on a boat get smaller. They get shrunk. They're squeezing down.
No, they all do.
I can find you evidence of that. I don't know what the argument is. See, this is the point. It's now I feel like I'm not arguing. I'm arguing what the flat earthers believe, which is wrong. Why would I even do that? Why would I even bring something up? I guess I'm confused of why.
I agree. So the problem here is that you now have a better understanding of perspective, intuitively.
See, this is why I think.
So you're explaining perspective.
And this is why I might have a strength that most people don't, is that I understand the flat earth mindset because I had it, right? You don't understand the flat earth mindset because you believe in the globe mindset. So to you, everything the flat earth has ever said is dumb. And I don't think that. I don't think that some of the things work.
No, I'm actually listening to what they say is happening.
Okay.
They're saying that this is the way something works. And then but it doesn't match what we see. Okay, so the same thing is true the other way around. So, for instance, they say that was one of the proofs back in 300 BC, right? That boats going over the curve. Okay. However, if you go out there today yourself and you watch with your eyes, not with any optics, a boat going away, you will see the boat get off there and it will disappear and it will look like it went bottom up. But if you grab a camera and use it, it won't, though. It won't. I promise you, it won't. You can promise me all you want. I've seen it. I've been there, done it. So what I'm saying is, with your eyes, so I can't show you because that wouldn't be on your eyes. That'd be a camera. With your eyes, go out to. Have you been to the beach and watched a boat go away yet? Yeah. So is there a difference fundamentally between your eye and a camera? Yes. What are you talking about? In what way? Does it change the way perspective manifests? If I'm telling you that something disappears from your eyes, how can I show you that on a camera?
If I'm saying something goes too far for you to see with your eyes, how am I going to show you that with a camera? You don't understand the difference between those two things?
Well, the question is you're seeing things with different apparatuses. The question is whether or not what you're seeing is different.
Right. So let me just explain what I was getting at. So
and what I would say is that what you see with your eyes and with the camera are exactly the same.
Except for you lose it first with your eyes. Your eyes.
Say that again?
You lose it. You lose the boat first with your eyes.
Sure, but you also...
Right. Okay, so hold on. Let me get to my point. My point is that flat earthers see things like that as a deception. The deception being they say that the boats going over the curve was one of the biggest evidences in 300 BC. However, there were no optics, which means that they're talking about when you were looking with your eyes. But we've shown, and you can go prove it to yourself tomorrow, that with your eyes, boats disappear, but then you can get a camera and zoom in and the boat comes back. So therefore, that entire line of reasoning is bullshit.
No, but it doesn't.
It period's bullshit.
It doesn't. No. Let me explain. Every single time, every single one, I promise you, I'll bet you $10,000 cash. Okay. That every single time you zoom in with a camera on a boat, that almost always it's a small boat for a reason, because it hasn't gotten to the horizon that you would see when you zoom.
This is you're missing the point.
What you don't see. And actually, I did this.
Hold on, but you're missing the point of what I'm saying. My point was, when they say as an evidence of the Earth being a curve or being curved, that in 300 BC, boats went over the curve. They didn't have optics. They didn't have cameras. They didn't have telescopes. Therefore, they're talking about with their eyes. However, anybody can go out to the beach tomorrow and you will lose a boat with your eyes, but you can zoom back in on it with a camera. So that disqualifies that evidence from 300 BC. It means it's bullshit. It means they may have seen boats go over the edge, but they didn't go over the edge. They just went too far because of perspective.
But how is that any different than if you were to use a camera with one zoom versus a camera with another zoom?
Yeah, well, you'd see the boat for longer until it goes over the curve, which is way further than your eyes see.
No, but okay, so I did, and I'll have to send you the timestamp portion of the video, because what you see in every single one, I promise you, every example you'll find...
We lost you. You're in a black screen just now.
Oh, shit. Right. I didn't plug the HDMI back in. When they zoom in, it's always on a small boat that disappears.
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with what I'm talking about? You just keep going back to some topic that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You keep saying, I understand that. Okay, it's a small boat, and we actually never bring boats back from behind the curve. I agree. So I agree with you there. My point was that the saying is, if you looked up proof that the Earth is curved, it will say in 300 BC, they saw, and their two evidences are that boats go over the curve and that the eclipse was a curved surface or a curved shadow on the moon, right? Those are the two main reasons that they say the Earth was a globe. The main two evidences. Correct? Okay, but when they say that boats went over the curve, that can't be the case from 300 BC because those people only had their eyes. And we've learned that actually boats disappear to your eyes, but a camera will bring it back, meaning that you can then see further and you can then pick up the boat again. So therefore, that evidence is bullshit.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm also not necessarily convinced that with a big enough boat, the fucking Nina, the Pinta, whatever, right? Like a big enough boat with the naked eye and like a calm enough sea, I'm not sure that it's not possible to see it disappear bottom up. What you see in reality is not disappearing bottom up with your eyes. You'd never see it disappear bottom up, and that's the point. You never
do see it. How about with your eyes? How about with your eyes?
What?
How about with your eyes?
I'm saying with your eyes, it never disappears bottom up.
With your eyes, it never disappears bottom up. Is that what you're saying? Because then what you're saying,
unless you're looking at like a huge boat.
No, I don't think it happens. But I think what you're just saying just proves my point. Then do you understand by saying that an evidence can't be that in 300 BC that they saw boats disappearing over the curve because they only had their eyes? You just said you don't see the boat disappear bottom up with your eyes.
Okay, so that would depend on the size of the boat.
Okay.
I can't say, I don't want to try and defend this other argument that I haven't heard. I understand that like, let's say it's a bad argument that someone made for the right reasons.
Right.
Bad
That
argument,
happens a lot. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Bullshit. But I'm saying, like, me and you, let's talk man to man today about now.
Absolutely.
You don't see a boat when you see like a guy in one of these boats.
Right.
This isn't disappearing bottom up.
No, and this, you probably wouldn't see that boat with your eyes.
What? Well, here's the thing. Flat earthers look at them zooming in as evidence that it's coming over the curve, but it's never coming over the curve.
Correct.
You're never zooming anything over the curve.
Correct. But they're saying that with your eyes, you lose it and you can zoom in and bring it back.
No. They're saying when you zoom in, you're bringing it over the curve.
Sure. But hold on a second. They don't believe in a curve. So you're kind of mistaken there.
No, over the visual curve. Like, sorry.
They believe you're bringing it back into view. They believe it went too far for your view and you're bringing it back.
So here.
Okay.
On a flat earth, this is what you would see.
Okay, so
everything getting smaller, closer to the horizon, closer to the horizon.
But when it got close to the horizon, now, if you paused it, can you bring it back with a zoom lens?
Yeah, and watch, I do that here.
Okay.
This is what you see with your eyes.
Right.
And then when you zoom in.
Right.
I don't want to go forward. When you zoom in, see?
Correct. That's all they're saying that's happening.
No, that's not what they're saying is happening. Okay, sorry. But here's the thing. This is what we actually see.
Right.
Watch. The boat on the right disappears way before the horizon. The big boat does this. Even with the naked eye, real big boat does this.
Okay, but yeah.
And here's what happened. No, but watch. When you zoom in,
of course,
this is what you see.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
Because you can never zoom the thing that goes over the horizon back.
Right, but
because we're on a globe. It doesn't matter how far you zoom, you'll never see it.
Okay, but on the flat Earth right now, you just showed the flat Earth perspective.
Yep.
Before that. Right. And so that's where people think we live. So your argument is like
that's what they but the difference is that we don't see what you would expect on a flat Earth. They think that this is where we live.
Okay, so what do you expect? What would you expect on a flat Earth?
The first demonstration. You would expect everything to get smaller.
Okay.
As it approaches the horizon.
Right, and then you zoom in. And you bring it. That's what we do see.
It isn't what we see.
We just described it, and that's exactly what you see. If you go out to the beach...
because when you have a big boat, and someone made a good point, when you have a big boat with a giant-ass sail, what happens is, with your naked eye, you see the sail, but there's nothing underneath it, because it's behind the curve.
Yeah, but you're missing the point about what flat earthers think.
That's not what it looks like, but that's not what it looks like on a flat Earth. You'd see the entire thing get equally small, so it's you see the sail and the bottom of the boat. Smaller, the sail on the bottom of the boat. Smaller, the sail on the bottom of the boat. Smaller, suddenly it's gone. At no point do you see the sail and no bottom of the boat.
On a flat Earth?
In real life.
Wait, at no point do you see the sail but not the bottom of the boat?
Yes, on a flat Earth, you would never see the sail and not the bottom of the boat.
So if you were to... say, what's the worst part of the water? Is it the air that's right above it, or the air 10 feet above it, or the air 30 feet above it? It would be the air right above the water, correct? That's the muckiest air. So if you picture a boat going away from you, you're looking through more and more and more mucky air to see the bottom of the boat. That's the flat Earth perspective.
But is the argument that the difference between... So, like, there's a threshold where the bottom just gets deleted. Almost like, imagine Photoshop, like row by row, pixel by pixel. Mm-hmm. You're just deleting. There's no stretching. Like, wouldn't you expect it to be like somewhat maybe linear or parabolic or something? What it is it's the line would be like this. You see it smaller, gone. Wouldn't you expect, like, if the distance from the water mattered, why would the mast be significantly wider, proportionately speaking, than the bottom of the boat that's right above the water? Like, wouldn't it be like this? Imagine a boat that was rectangular shaped. Wouldn't it be like a triangle very far away?
Why would that happen?
because the thickness of the air at the bottom is really thick, right?
But it doesn't make a triangle. It just makes it disappear. You can't see past it.
Right, but if you're saying that here is going to make something disappear, but here isn't.
Correct, because the bottom is being blocked by the bottom is being blocked by the mucky air. I just said that. So my problem is like there's enough problems with the flat Earth, but it's almost like you are a little bit strawmanning it because
no, Jaron. Actually, what? Sorry, I'll let you finish. I don't want to interrupt.
Well, I was just going to say the explanation isn't one that you're going to win people over with what you're giving, because I know how the flat Earthers think.
I'm not trying to win anyone over. This is me just having like a man-to-man conversation. I'm going to make the assertion that in the future, I think you'll thank me.
Maybe.
This might be bold. Maybe I'll regret it, but I think that you actually don't understand a lot of the actual mechanisms, and I
Possibly
think
not.
you like none of the flat Earth arguments, not a single one of them, and their explanations for anything, none of it is remotely close. None of it. Everything is entirely wrong. So like your understanding of,
I mean, that's just a dumb statement to make. It's just a dumb statement to make. It's not entirely wrong. There's a lot wrong with it, but it's not entirely wrong. So I don't know.
Maybe 90%, 95%.
Okay. Sure, maybe that.
Their explanations where they well, actually, no. What I will say is where they differ with like our current understanding of everything is wrong. But you know, that's
okay. So like, and you're saying that there's nothing wrong that the globe Earth repeats and says over and over again, or what? Because there is
on the topics that we're talking about here when it comes to like geometry and perspective and.
Okay, so have you ever seen Have you ever seen the floating boats? What is the reason for that? You know, the boats, you look out at the ocean and the boats are
phantom.
Well, that's what they call them, but they're not really that. But okay. So
I don't know the particular reasoning for that. I don't know. Never looked into that in particular.
Yeah, it's usually because of a dropped horizon, that the horizon doesn't appear where it should. Why is that? It's because of still water behind it and it reflects off the sky, which would be...
Is that just a mirage?
No, it's because the horizon drops. And actually, you can usually see it if you look carefully enough or you pull out some levels in Photoshop. It's usually because the horizon should be around where your eye level is. And if you look, it's always way lower. And then the boat's actually sitting on the water. It's not in the air. It's sitting on the water.
Course, yeah. No, but also like when you see someone walking on a hot road, it looks like you see their reflection underneath. That's refraction.
Okay. And sometimes that happens to boats.
Yeah, couldn't that just be the same phenomenon? Like that has nothing to do with perspective or
but we don't see
right?
We don't see a reflection of the boat though when it's out past in the water. So I'm just trying to say that there's some things that are a problem because the mainstream describes them a certain way for whatever reason, and it's just not correct. I mean, if you ask somebody the reason for that, they're never going to tell you that the horizon drops because they don't like to say things like that. So they would just say that it's a Fata Morgana or that it's a mirage and it's right. My guess is, and again, I'm willing to just admit that like I haven't looked into all the things. Okay.
I'm, this isn't what I do, right?
Right.
So, my assumption would be that, and this is what I would look into.
This is, by the way, the most I've felt like a flat earther since I came back. So thanks a lot for that. Trying to argue points of a flat earth.
I guess maybe it's that's a bad thing, but
well, it is a bad thing because I don't want to have to. It's although I do remember that I used to have to explain things to flat earthers about the globe, and that really helped me because I learned a lot about the globe in doing that. But I shouldn't have to explain why flat Earth didn't have. There's enough wrong with. But it's just weird.
I don't actually care about flat Earth. I'm saying that I think that your explanation for some of these things is a vestige. It's a leftover from flat Earth. That like
maybe
what I was going to say earlier is a year from now you're going to go, I was wrong about all of these things. Because there are a lot of arguments I see when you're like ranting and debating about like flat earthers believe this and this and this, but really the explanation is this, and it's like that's not the way things work.
What are you talking about? Like, so name one thing. You can't just use that without an example. Give me one example. I don't think you know, to be honest with you. So
wait, say that again.
I don't think you know the real mechanisms, or else you should tell me which thing I'm getting wrong.
Yeah, I mean, let me. Because
you made it sound like it happens a lot too.
I have like 1,000 bullet points of notes, and we didn't really get to any of them, but God, I'm not going to be able to find.
But just find one. Because if you made it sound like right now you almost fell down in your chair holding your head, it was so massive, but you can't name one. You went, oh God, you don't know what you're talking about.
Perspective. I would say perspective is that. I would say equatorial mounts is that.
I never brought that up in my show, so you're not talking about my show.
You're right. You're right. You didn't. I'm not going to be able to find in my bullet points of notes.
Okay, so maybe I'm not getting everything wrong.
Because here's the.
Maybe I'm not getting everything wrong. You just made it sound like it happens a lot. For you to do the little act you did with the holding your head.
No, you're absolutely right. It happens enough. Okay, what I would say is, because honestly, you haven't been a Glober for very long, so you haven't made a ton of content. There's been probably 2 or 3 times that I've been like, oh, I don't know. I'm not convinced that he quite understands like what the globe explanation is about this or that. But again, I'm not going to be able to. You're putting me on the spot.
Put a note down to remind me of those, because those are the things I need to repair, or those are the things I need to redo or re-say if I got them wrong. And I'm learning on the whole path, so that would be helpful.
And I will say one of those things. This is kind of I don't know, it may be a cop-out answer, but one of those things is that I actually think that like your understanding of your conversion, I think you lean too much on your observation and not enough on when you came back. The cult became obvious to you, and I think that played a much more significant role in changing your perspective. And I actually had
because they were like that the whole time. I mean, for the most part. Now I wasn't involved in it.
But what you've been saying lately is the flat Earth has become a cult. You said a few times, like, oh, the last 6, 7, 8 months,
correct,
these guys have just started lying. They started being dishonest. Some flatzoid, they were always this. So the fact that like, and the arguments. But
I understood their arguments were wrong. So you'd have to, in order to show me that, you'd have to show me arguments that I was making.
Right. And again, that's a little bit of separate thing. I'm gonna have to get back to you on.
Okay.
I maybe shouldn't have said that without having examples at hand. One of the examples was how you described science and skepticism. Now, part of that is a definitional thing, but when the way that science works and the way that scientific skepticism as like a philosophy, I know that you weren't referring to that, but when you describe science like it's just a religion that just happens to be right, I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the entirety of it.
No, obviously I don't think it's a religion that happens to be right. It gets to be right because of systematic testing and experimentation and peer review study. Now, I think that.
But you said people believe. But you said, and of course I'm paraphrasing, that people believe the flat Earth for like X, Y, and Z reasons, and people believe the globe Earth for X, Y, and Z, like the similar kinds of reasons. Like it's just sort of blind faith, kind of. And
right. So how come if I ask people on the street how fast the Earth is spinning or how fast it goes around the sun, none of them would know that?
Well, but see, here's the thing: is that I agree with you. If we're talking about on average,
okay,
but just like before when you talked about like Nova and the Flat Earth documentary as somehow being representative of science.
So if it's not representative science, show me another place where science has gone on national TV to prove the shape of the Earth. You won't find it because they lied on the 2 that they did. They faked it both times.
Well, because no scientist takes you guys seriously enough to bother.
Okay. Then don't be surprised that people are flat earthers.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't blame you, but again, that's not what you said. What the point of this point is that isn't science. So don't point to.
It is science. It's called PBS. It's called PBS, which is public broadcasting, and it's shown in schools.
Of guys in suits and video editors. That's not science.
But when you put Stephen Hawking's name on it, Stephen Hawking's genius. He's they go to him at the beginning. He's the one describing the experiments. So
it's the facade of science. It's not great. That's not actually. But we're talking about what we're talking about is the. Okay, but hold on a second.
So then where's the
perception of the thing?
So there should be some sort of scientist who's come out and shown us the real thing about the Earth being curved, but they didn't ever do anything.
What do you mean? Show us the thing.
Show us evidence of it. That's what I'm saying. Is as a flat earther, they're looking for evidence of the Earth's curve.
We have fucking rockets.
I get that.
So why would we have to prove it? Just look at everything we've done.
Yeah, I get that now. I'm telling you from a flat earther's perspective. that they're not seeing that. They think those things are fake.
I understand.
Okay.
But again, you keep shifting the subject from reality to the flurf perspective of reality. Well, I'm talking to you now. Like, let's.
Okay, so let's talk now. Then I thought you were asking me for the explanation that I had as a flat earther.
No, I'm talking about now. I still think that with the way that you described, like you just described, like PBS. Like, do you think that is?
I think PBS owes
dishonesty from the scientific community.
Yes, I think somebody from science should stand up and say something to them. They should say, hey, listen, that's not good for science. We should never fake scientific tests when we're making it seem like it's a scientific test. When we say, hey, we're going out with everyday people and we're going to go prove the curvature of the earth. Don't fucking fake that.
Well, but every scientist would tell you that's not a scientific test.
I don't care what every
scientist have to apologize for someone not doing science.
Because people who are saying that they're doing science on TV, on PBS, on Nat Geo, on National Geographic, they should not fake it. Yeah,
but by that logic,
what logic? Okay,
the scientists would have to apologize.
How about this?
Flat Earth scientists? Because those are people under the guise of science doing pseudoscience. So
yeah, but no flat earther has ever used CGI to fake a fucking helicopter hiding behind water. Do you understand? That's what you guys did. That's what the globe Earth community. Well, what are you talking about? That's globe Earth believers.
That's not.
So get this: somebody had to go into a room and talk to each other and say, "Hey, we couldn't prove this. We need to fake it in post." Somebody needs to stand up enough to say, "Hey, we shouldn't do this. It's a science. We're trying to pretend that we're science."
And if I was there, I would have done that.
Right, but nobody did. And guess what?
That's not. But here's the thing. Like, please.
Let me show you. Let me show you something. Hold on. I want to show you. Wait. I want to show you how wrong you are. I'm going to show you how wrong you are. There's a guy whose name is John Tiller. He made a video. He's the head of Ars Technica Science. Okay, the head of it. He made a video talking about the stubborn refusal for flat earthers to accept reality.
The guy's wrong. I'll just say he's wrong.
I didn't even say what he did.
I'm sure he pointed to the documentary and say they still deny it, but the documentary's a lie. So
right.
He's wrong. Guess what? He's wrong.
Right. So so science should recognize that. But they need to understand. So because here's what's
do you need to apologize for like everything every white person has done? Like
no.
If some bad actors do a thing, it's not representative of the group. The scientific community.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the people in the flat Earth have reasons like, why was that faked? Why was this fake? So it actually looks like an active gaslighting campaign.
I know, but I'm trying to talk to you as an expert.
Okay, so now, I get it now. Now I understand that that's a TV show. And it's a TV show, and my opinion is that they actually got the math wrong. That they said 6 miles away, 6 times 8 times 8, or 8 times 6 times 6 is whatever it is, and it comes out to about 24 feet is the amount of curve in 6 miles. So they then said 24, and they went out there and tried it. Well, they didn't realize that you have to take the telescope height into account. So when you take the telescope height into account, there's actually only 7 feet hidden. So they were trying to hide a helicopter behind 24 feet of water, but it's only 7. They got the math wrong. So they got out there, kept trying it, and said, shit, we can't get it right. We'll do it in post.
Okay, so I without actually having seen it, my assumption was they probably went to do it. They fucked up the footage. They didn't get the shot they wanted, and they were like, and this is probably what they were thinking.
Okay,
we know it's true.
Absolutely,
but
I agree.
We're not gonna go and pay for another helicopter. We're not gonna go pay for the.
So I'm here to tell them
we're gonna fake it,
and I'm here to say that we shouldn't do that ever.
So am I.
Okay,
I agree with you 100%.
That's all I'm saying.
But again, I keep having to pull you back into. I want to talk about. We're not talking about Flurf, their understanding or their perception of science. I'm talking to you as that isn't what science is. So you shouldn't feel like science is some kind of enemy because
I still kind of do in a way, because they could take steps. Like, for instance, the way that they taught the globe Earth in school is horrendous, terrible. They don't teach you anything about it. They just indoctrinate.
It changed your mind.
You can say that all you want, but nobody's been fucking taught it except for people who are in college. And guess what? Everybody in college believes in the globe Earth. Why is that? Why is it that educated people believe in it, but not people who just graduated high school? Why? It's because they do a shit job of teaching it. It's a fundamental. Not people. Wait,
high schoolers don't believe the Earth is round?
I'm saying that if you looked at most flat earthers, they're probably people who graduated high school. Okay, that's where their education ended. They're flat earthers.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
They're flat earthers because they weren't taught correctly about, they weren't even taught scale.
No, and see, this is that. I mean, that's the whole point of my video.
Yeah,
it took me 7 hours to say scale, perspective, none of that matters. It's a conspiracy theory mindset.
Wrong, because it's what scale and those things. Just the guy I was talking to last night on my WWF program said
those are the justifications that you guys come up with to justify being stuck in the black hole of.
They're not justifications. I never saw.
Sharon, everyone gave you every argument.
No, they didn't.
Everyone gave you every answer.
No, they didn't. Nobody ever told me that in every 660 feet that there's only 1/8 inch of curvature. 0 people told me that. 0. I came up with that on my own. No one told me you could follow the sun when it's at its southernmost point and walk to the South Pole. No one told me that. I figured that on my own.
But what they told you...
No one told me that the sun sets right to left for everybody in the South and sets left to right for everybody in the North, rises left to right for everybody in the North, and rises right to left for everybody in the South.
Wait, but that's the same as the direction of the stars. And Red's rhetoric made that actually. Wait, I think
he may have said the stars, but he didn't say anything about the sun doing it everywhere in the South.
Well, if you don't believe the stars, why would you believe the sun? It's the same exact thing. It's
not the same exact thing. The sun doesn't. Does the sun do circles around the South celestial pole?
But it's the same phenomenon. Is things going different directions based on the geometry?
No, because we dismiss that as flat earthers as perspective, right? Like I said,
you dismiss the sun explanation too. So why are you?
No, nobody told me that. Nobody ever told me that. I figured that out on my own. No one said, if flat earthers needed to hear very early on, every single person in the South, every single person, every single sunset, every single fucking day, right to left. That's how the sun sets when you're looking west.
And they would say perspective.
No, but it's not perspective because it's going left.
Right, but they would still say perspective.
They might say that now, but it's because they didn't learn that it goes right to left in the South and left to right. The reason why it does that...
What you're saying is if they were told, then they would know. But what I'm saying is they'd be told... and it would hit the conspiracy theory impenetrable wall.
Right, because they've already become flat earthers at this point. But I'm saying we could have prevented that to start with. We could have prevented people becoming flat earthers if they understood some things that should have been taught in school. It's so simple that on a globe, the people in the North are leaning left to right. So guess what? They see the sun move left to right every time, setting and rising. Guess what? On the South side, you're leaning right to left. Guess what? Those people see the sun every day right to left, every set and every rise. So you may act like I didn't listen to things. It's because nobody gave me good reason. Nobody gave me that. No one told me that ever.
You're saying you.
No one told me those things.
I will put in front of you that every like you heard MC Toon debate a lot, right?
No, I told you earlier we didn't watch these people.
No, I know, but you also hosted debates, though, right?
Okay, so yeah, I heard them. I heard the debates I hosted. Sure.
But like, I guarantee you, every one of these arguments was made by one of these guys at some point.
Never. I've never. You find one person talking about the sun doing that all the time in the South or all the time in the North.
But you're talking about a very, very specific thing.
It's not very, very specific.
But how is that different than the star direction?
Because the stars can be explained by looking in opposite directions. You are looking in opposite directions. So if you're looking south from the south, right, and the stars go a certain direction, you can turn around and they all go the same direction. All the stars go east to west, right? All the stars do that. Okay, so the problem is that no one ever said that there's a paradox on the flat earth, and that paradox is that two people facing west, one person sees the sun go to the right, the other person sees it goes to the left. It's a paradox. How can two people facing the same direction see the sun go in opposite directions if there's one sun?
But why on a flat earth, if one person is at like the border, the South Pole, or not the South Pole, but like south,
okay, right?
And one person is at the North Pole,
okay.
Why is it that when you look up, the stars are spinning in opposite directions? That is just the most obvious basic debunk that you should have known instantly.
Well, definitely with the circumpolar stars is definitely, but I thought the South was a lot. You're missing the point. It works in a flat earth on the North. Works fine.
Right, but my point is that you have a rational or not rational. You have a flurf explanation for the obvious evidence that you should have listened to, that you ignored.
Yeah, if you're talking about the South things like the South, if that's why I went down to the South. And when I saw that, I changed my opinion.
No, but you could do this from Australia. You don't have to go to Alaska.
Right, and I never did that. So I've never been to Australia.
Right, but you could have just talked to any.
Sure.
Okay. Are you saying that you didn't know that people in the South Like, there's no chance you didn't see one of those videos that showed the stars moving in the other direction.
I did see that. And then
so then why didn't that change your mind? That is to me even more obvious than the sun thing you're explaining.
Because if you're looking in that direction, it would change.
It wouldn't, though.
If I drew right now, like for instance this, okay, which way is this pen going to you? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
Okay, but it's going counterclockwise to me. Okay? That's because we're on different sides of it. And so when you're looking at the north and you're saying...
Wait. Do that again?
So
quick.
This right here. Which way is that to you?
Okay, I see now how it's going. Sorry,
right. So I'm just...
visualize it here.
Right, so that's how Flat Earth... Now, that doesn't work when it comes to...
But the reason why that works...
is because we're on different sides looking different directions. It's a perspective thing, right?
Yeah, different sides, like if the flat Earth is like this, what you're talking about is someone here and someone here.
No.
You're not talking about two people like this, which is what we're talking about. On a flat Earth, it makes no sense.
Right, but the stars all go east to west, right? So somebody looking north to the south would see them go left to right, which is actually clockwise.
No, forget about left to right. Let's just say clockwise and counterclockwise.
Okay, so if somebody's in the north and they look south, which way would they see the stars going?
Okay, forget about...
No. Just I'm asking. So if I'm in the north and I'm looking south, which way would the stars go? They would go from my left hand to my right, which would be over the top, which would be clockwise. But right?
Okay.
Right, and then if you turned and watched the North Stars now, they're going from your right hand to your left hand, which goes over your head, which is counterclockwise.
But you're describing what we see now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're on a globe.
And I'm explaining how perspective can show that. The problem is nobody ever told me about... So because if you're looking north or south, you could say that it's happening different for... how do you explain it? So...
just picture...
Oh, no, I get it now. Yes. The stars in the south can't work at all on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and you don't mean... When you say the south, you don't mean Antarctica. You mean below the equator.
I mean below the equator. They're
right, so, but my point is...
Yes.
I'm not asking you to what I'm saying is that argument, is like it's very simply obviously doesn't work on a flat Earth now, right?
Correct.
You agree on to that? So then, but that argument was made to you and you rejected it. So what I'm saying is,
right,
you keep saying, but if I had only heard this, and I'm telling you, I think that you would have rejected everything no matter what, because
you're saying that, but I was already a flat earther. What I'm trying to say is we could have prevented me from becoming a flat earther. I didn't reject things when I became a flat earther. I rejected things once I was a flat earther, but to get to the flat earth belief, it was because all these things were not either explained or described right, or I didn't understand them. Granted, I'm saying that, but I've noticed the same thing is true for everybody. Scale is something true for everybody. People don't understand.
Wait, if you had learned if you had learned why we live on a globe in like 7th grade, okay?
Correct.
You're saying that you would never have been like a conspiracy theorist.
No, I may have been a conspiracy theorist, but I would have recognized when the flat Earth came up that it's literally impossible for the Earth to be flat. What it took me to
now what we're talking about is we're speculating. It's my hypothesis that I think you would still have become a flat earther.
Well, that's like saying that,
like, oh, I was lied to in school as a kid.
Okay, so why is there not really any college educated flat earthers? Why isn't there any? Because you don't tell me. You're telling me that there's no college people that are conspiracy theorists. Because I would bet you there are, but those people are probably smart.
I would say that conspiracy theory propensity probably decreases with education.
I would agree. I would agree with that. But I do still think there's some that are college educated and conspiracy theorists, but they would not have adopted the flat Earth because they would have understood it. So the people that become flat earthers,
but college education is also like a really low bar.
Okay, but I'm saying
let's talk about like PhDs, master's degrees in like remotely math, science, STEM, technical engineering.
Right.
They
don't believe in the flat Earth.
Right.
Why? Because they've learned it at a deeper level than the people who've just graduated high school.
Well, because they don't fall into the conspiracy theory mindset because they recognize.
I don't know if that's true. I would say that the reason people got into...
I don't have the numbers on this either.
Yeah, neither. But I'm just saying the reason people become conspiracy theorists or at least flat earthers is because when they think they've been lied to on so many levels, it's just another thing. Oh, it's just the Earth too. The Earth.
Yeah, but when you think they've been lied to, that's like a bunch of propaganda that gullible people fall for. That people who are more intelligent, they're more likely to be critical thinkers, they're more likely to be skeptical, and they're more likely to instantly reject a claim like the flat Earth. And it's like, you're going to reject that instantly.
So if somebody told me, Jaron, we need to build a rocket, who do you want to build it? A conspiracy theorist or a physicist? I'm going to say a physicist, 100%. Build me a rocket, physicist. But if you said, Jaron, we think the moon landings might be faked, who should we ask? This physicist or this conspiracy theorist? I'll take the conspiracy theorist. Because the physicist is going to not even think that there's a chance that the moon landing is faked.
No, so, and I've heard you say this, and actually, I actually don't think you would, because that you would make that choice. Because here's the thing. The reason why no physicists find these conspiracy theorists is because they're fucking doing real jobs, and they're not looking into this shit.
Okay, I agree.
So my point is that if you actually wanted someone to look into this, don't you think you'd want someone who knows how to like use any fucking advanced technology, measurement, testing, experiments, equipment?
No, because they think their job, I mean, they look at it as if we didn't go to the moon, then my whole job's bullshit or something. They just don't.
Well, I mean, let's ignore kind of straw manning them that they wouldn't be.
Okay, well then that's not even worth having an argument. If you're talking about a perfect,
we're talking about but when you say I'd rather take one versus the other, you're talking about capability.
Yes, who's more capable of digging to the bottom of a conspiracy? It would be somebody that doesn't trust everything.
No, I disagree.
Okay,
because now imagine you were in a debate class in school, okay? And did you ever have debates in school where they said take the opposing side? If you wanted to have somebody make an argument for a particular argument, would you take the dumb kid? Let's say you wanted to make a debate for 9/11 conspiracy theory. Let's say, would you take the dumb guy that doesn't believe in anything, that believes all the conspiracy theories, or would you take an engineer who like knew how it could really be done to make who's going to make a real compelling case?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that one's a little different, because I don't think that the engineer would feel like his job has been questioned, or if he says, no, this building blew up.
No, but let's talk about capability.
Sure, a physicist has greater capability than a conspiracy theorist. What do you say?
If you wanted to have someone analyze whether, actually, here's a much better example.
Okay.
You guys, the flat earthers would very often point to video as being manipulated.
Okay.
Let's just say, again, someone had a gun to your head and your life depended on whether or not they could put a video in front of someone and the person could accurately determine if there was some fakery going on.
Okay.
Would you want a conspiracy theorist, or would you want a professional data forensic engineer?
I would want a professional in that case, because that's not the same as what we're saying here, which is that if we didn't go to the moon, this country would fall apart. People would lose their minds.
No, but what you said is you'd rather have a conspiracy theorist
look into the moon landing.
And your logic is because they're the ones that find all the things.
No, not because. So how about this? So no,
that's what you said though. Your argument is because they're the ones that find all the things. And what I'm saying is the flaw in your logic is that they're finding it because they're more capable of finding it.
Well,
they're better.
How many physicists found the Stephen Hawking fakery? Zero. How many scientists?
None of them
Zero.
Gave a fuck.
Okay, that's a problem. That's the problem. No, you were missing the point. So if we're talking, no, I didn't. If we're talking about the moon landing, then physicists don't give a shit. They think they already know it's happened. They're done. So why would that person be good at looking into it if he just believes there's no chance it could be faked? Like you, do you think I'd want you looking into the moon landing or a conspiracy theorist? Which one?
I guarantee you, I would be able to come up with a more compelling argument.
You already believe it all. You think it's the greatest thing in the world. We shouldn't even question it.
You don't think that I would be capable? If someone paid, again, that's why I brought up the whole debate thing, because it was like, in this example, we're talking about, you have to grant that if someone, assume they're acting in good faith.
Well, okay, if you're talking about that, then that's the point, is that I don't think that those guys are acting in good faith. When you talk to a physicist about whether or not we went to the moon, of course, you're an idiot for thinking we didn't. End of story. They haven't even looked into it. You couldn't even, if you tried talking to them about it, it's like my mom's dead now, but her husband at the time was talking to me about 9/11, and he's an engineer, right? Engineer, works for Goddard, and he said, so he's talking to me about it, and then he's like, and what's all this talk about, 9/11, this and that? And I said, well, what about the plane that crashed into the Pentagon? I said, why is there no video footage of that? That's the front of the Pentagon. And he's like, oh, there's a ton. I'm like, no, there's no footage of that that has ever been shown. And he's like,
well, there's one.
Yeah, from the side of a gas station or something, right? Okay. So, but
sucks.
the thing is like, he didn't even know that. And I kept trying to tell him, like, no, there's no footage. He's like, there's got to be, Jaron. That's the number one most protected building in the country. I said, I know, and there's no cameras. And he's so what I'm saying is,
you talk to a guy that's wrong. I'm not going to.
No, but my point is that he's an engineer and he wouldn't even listen, and he just assumed that I was wrong, just off the cuff. It's not like he said, interesting, let me go look into that, because he's smart. He knows everything. Anybody with a college degree feels like. Here's another quote I've heard.
Okay, no, let me ask you something real quick. Of all the conspiracy theories that you believe or like think might be realistic, right? How many do you, knowing what you know now about like flat Earth, how that owned your life for a decade,
right?
How many of those do you think more or less than 50% are actually true?
I don't know about that number. Maybe half. Maybe 50% is a good number. But I haven't looked into them yet, because it's not I think the dumbest thing that you could do is to see what's going on with the globe, realize you were wrong about it, and then just say, okay, then everything else I was wrong about, or everything else I thought I was right about, I'm wrong about.
And I don't think you should do that.
Okay, me neither. So,
but what I think,
I'm open. Hold on.
You said you're going to do is reevaluate things
Correct.
Now with a different perspective,
and I'm open to it where I wasn't open before. Right. So before, I think I've even said, somebody could probably find it on some of my I think I said it once, and I almost felt weird when I said it too. I said something like, I would bet my life that we didn't go to the moon, and there's no way I would say that now. No way. So that's completely changed in the way that I say now. I'm open to the fact that we went to the moon, and I'm willing to look at evidence, and I want to look at evidence, and I want to dig into that. So that's a vast difference than where I was before, where there's pretty much nothing. Maybe the globe, but there's pretty much nothing beyond that I would really ever feel like I know for a fact that I'm right. So it did do that to me. So I at least have now. Okay, you can look at things wrong. You can be confused. You can also have a cognitive dissonance. You can have your brain protected, right? But I guess where I'm having difficulties is the people that are approaching me now and asking me that question are not being fair to me, because what they're doing.
Asking you what question?
Well, do you believe we went to the moon now? Do you know that vaccines are good for you now? Those kind of things are.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean.
That's not a fair thing to ask me, because I just now have realized I was wrong about the other thing. So to think that I've gone through what needs to be gone through in order to get to the conclusion is impossible. I couldn't have possibly done that. I
agree.
Right.
And having empathy for you, I completely agree. Like, right. Totally.
So what happens is when I get asked that question and I say, no, I still don't think we went to the moon for this reason, this reason, this reason, then I get 20 messages on Telegram from science people telling me, oh, dumb, you've been dumb for 10 years. You're going to do another 10 years? So I'm like,
those people, like, again,
right,
fuck those people. That doesn't change.
Okay, but that's what I thought you were asking me. You asked me how many do I think, because the way you said that was like, you should realize now that you're wrong about everything.
No. The point I was going to make, depending on your answer, if you were going to say, you know what, probably like 10% of the things are probably right, and maybe 90%, right?
Okay.
My point was going to be that that it was going to be that then it would.
I should recognize that I'm wrong, and that I'm probably wrong about everything else.
No. Because I was responding to what you were saying about all these people that reject conspiracy theories, basically, like right away.
Okay.
They reject it because all it takes is for you to talk to one or two flat earthers to basically reject everything every flat earther is going to say. That doesn't mean that there might not be like a right flat earther who would have the right argument, but you have to empathize with
I do.
Science people, in that all the crazy people, they all say the same thing. I'm a free thinking, rational person who is a truth seeker, and yet none of their behavior demonstrates that.
Correct.
So when I hear that, I think, okay, they're fucking crazy.
Yeah,
is that
I see that.
fair? No, but
I think that the flat Earth. This is why I think the flat Earth came about. Really, I mean, it's a psyop that results in what you're doing, which is dismissing all of conspiracies because some people believe in the flat Earth. But maybe you're saying that you've looked into all of them and all conspiracies are false. But the ones that are...
when I have looked into any of the things I've looked into that I'm initially skeptical of, someone says like, oh, you know, what do you believe about like remote viewing or crystal healing or whatever? Every time I, spend a couple weeks engaging with the evidence...
Right.
Honestly, now you might not think that I'm doing it honestly. You might think I'm doing it poorly.
Right.
I spent 5 months looking into the flat Earth, and I think everything I said was true, and I think everything I said was honest and correct, and I think I came to okay conclusions.
Okay.
But all the ones I've looked into, they seem to be nonsense without good evidence. Now, except for one, there's one thing that's been put in front of me that that I initially was like, this sounds unreasonable. Was oh my god, what the hell? It's 2 words. There's a number in it. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh, you're talking about
the one that everyone accepts because there's evidence.
MK Ultra.
MK Ultra, yes. I don't know why I thought there was a number.
Okay.
But because that the reason why I accept it is because when I looked into it, I'm like, oh, there's evidence. It had nothing to do with whether it's accepted or not.
Right.
It's because there was evidence. The reason why now again, you can just I have to put my faith in your hands that, it's up to your judgment. But the reason why when I've looked into any of these conspiracies, I don't believe them is because I don't think that there's good evidence for them.
Right, but if there was good evidence, the chances that it's a conspiracy theory at that point is not good. It's fact, right?
Exactly. So
you're just so we should all wait until nobody comes up with the actual real answer. Do you know that the reason people
no wait. I really want to focus on what you just said. You just said that like the things that are like the most reasonable to believe are the ones that have a lot of evidence, right? And so
they're not the most reasonable to believe. That they're now fact.
Okay, so
do you realize that there was people who believed it before it was fact? Do you believe that do you understand that people were talking about it before the evidence came out?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So those people are needed. They're called conspiracy theorists.
And I'm not saying they're not needed. Okay. What I'm saying is,
you said that they were all wrong. They were all kooky. Everything you've ever looked into had no evidence. But the reason it has no evidence is because it's still a theory.
I didn't say that. What I was talking about perception. If put yourself in my shoes,
okay,
and just take for granted some of these assumptions, just so that you can empathize. Okay, you don't have to accept that any of these things are true.
Okay,
but imagine you look into 100 conspiracy theories and 99 of them have no evidence.
Okay.
When someone else comes to you with a conspiracy theory, you're going to dismiss it because, like, chances are it's bullshit like all the other ones. So, and what I'm saying is that's why the scientific community as a whole is completely skeptical of all of these kind of crazy, wild claims, because way more often than not, they tend to just be wild fringe theories, claims. And here's the thing. The rest of the people who just, believe that the experts, I just take what the experts have to say, that is more reasonable. It's less reasonable to blindly accept everything experts say than it is to have reasonable skepticism with accordance to the evidence of a claim, which is skepticism. So just blindly accepting experts is less rational than that. Blindly rejecting all experts and all is infinitely worse.
Correct.
So when things come from there, it's no wonder that it just gets rejected.
Correct. And conspiracy theorists should know that. They should realize that, because it's what it does. They've muddied the whole waters because, it's if somebody can make a crazy claim and it just keeps coming up and then it's always wrong, which is something I saw throughout the years as a flat earther. I kept seeing it more and more. In fact, I interviewed right after January 6th, I interviewed that guy, John X, the guy that was filmed Ashley Babbitt get shot. And so I interviewed him, and then everybody immediately said that she wasn't killed. And I'm like, yes, she was. And I got demonized for that and said, that it was because the flat earth community believes that was fake, that she didn't die. So they believe the same thing about Kobe Bryant. They believe the same thing about that no celebrities ever died. So I get what you're saying. It's that once you've gone down that rabbit hole, then this is why I say they're not truthers, because you never find the truth. It's a rejection of all truth. Being a truther is the rejection of all things true.
So it seems as if you understand that while it's obviously it'd be great if everyone had the time and effort and energy to look into all the things all the time, right? But we can't.
Right.
So the establishment, the scientific community, or the normal people just generally rejecting things. Now, and the worst of them just being dickheads about it, kind of ignoring that. Mm-hmm. Everybody just basically hearing a thing going, is not that's not what the flat earthers would explain as sheep. We're not yes, it must be true. Yes, it must be true. It's just I'm going to need more than than the guy who looks like he hasn't showered that doesn't have a job telling me the crazy thing, right? Like, that's
do you believe that
stereotype?
Do you believe that fluoride hurts cognitive abilities?
I have not looked into that particular claim, but
from a scientific perspective, from a scientific point of view, the answer would be
fluoride in water is better for you than not on everything other than the cognitive ability thing. I haven't heard that particular claim before, but when it comes to
that's the whole point of it, is that they say it lowers IQ. That's been shown in tests. The thing is, it's not.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm not familiar with the fluoride.
The reason you're not familiar with it is because the science hasn't accepted it yet. But as soon as they will, then you'll be okay with it. But if you heard somebody say that to you now, you would dismiss it outright.
Well, no. What I say to it now is I'm like 98% sure it's probably bullshit.
Okay,
but that's not a rejection outright. That's just me being practical and pragmatic.
Okay,
because it's just another thing I've heard that sounds outlandish. So again, I can't. You can't expect everybody to know every conspiracy theory. No. I don't have the same fucking newsfeed as you. I don't go on the same website as you do. So, what
I'm saying is I guess I'm having a problem with what seems to me is you're a representative of many of these science people, and I'm not even looking at my chat because I guarantee all the science people in the chat are losing their mind because they're of the assumption.
Everybody hates me. They all think I'm going to be a flat earther in 2 weeks, and I'm a moron and whatever.
I don't think anybody thinks. I think they think that you're solidified. You're very, very solid in the globe Earth community. But I'm just saying.
I've been looking at chat.
Oh, on my chat?
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they don't.
Wait, they think you're going to be a flat earther? Why would you become a flat earther? I don't know either. Okay.
I'm making all the worst arguments, and here, listen. This is also why I said I didn't want to debate from the beginning.
Right. I mean, I didn't want it either. I thought we were going to be. I thought you were doing more of a Q&A thing, but.
That was kind of the point, but then you went to the dark matter and I couldn't get away from it.
Yeah, no, I get it. And the reason why I was trying to do that is because I guess I'm just standing up for myself that here's how everybody should be, in my opinion. You should reject things until the evidence is sufficient to believe it. Okay? And so I didn't do that.
Skepticism, and I agree.
Okay. So I didn't do that with the flat earth. What I did was when it kind of came up in conversation between my wife and I told her that's ridiculous. And then when I saw the AE map, I, for the first time, saw, planes can go around it. That was number one. And I said, that's weird because I just told my wife planes can't go around a flat earth. Now I'm looking at a map that shows me that they can. But then I started trying to debunk it by digging holes and you can't north. So all these things kept happening. And then when I went looking for evidence, I wasn't finding it. When I went looking for South Pole webcams, because I said, is there a 24-hour pole, camera in the South? There was none. Now I realize now that it's a lot more difficult than I thought it was to do that, right? Number one, you got to go down there. You have to have all the equipment. You got to have all the batteries. You better be ready. You better be set up. You got to stay up 24 hours. There's a bunch of things that go into it. So, but when I didn't find that, I chalked that up to, and this is what I've heard now, what they call a lack of evidence isn't evidence of lack. Is that what they say? So there's a saying like that, meaning that just because you can't find something doesn't mean that's
lack
evidence.
Of evidence isn't evidence, or sorry, an absence of evidence isn't an evidence of absence.
Right. So by me looking for the South Pole webcams and not finding it, I then took that as evidence that it wasn't possible to do. I didn't look at it as, I wonder why. And then I emailed them. I
understand.
Okay. So I'm just saying, so all those things led me to eventually become a flat earther. And then it was, you're getting hate from one side and you're getting love from your side. So your brain, of course, is going to build a barrier. And the barrier, I'm sure, is like, I like this over here. These people like me. They're asking for my autograph when I speak at a conference. And these people call me names. And so your brain does create a narrative where, like, those are the evil people, the liars. And these are the truthful people that are doing what's right for you and what's right for the world.
And I fully understand that. I fully empathize. Okay. Like, I get it.
Right. So that's...
But when you said that you believe that you should withhold judgment on something until there is sufficient evidence.
Yeah, now I believe
as a layman, is the fact that, like, let's say 95% of the scientific community believes a thing. Now, the scientific community within a particular specialty, is that not a pretty good amount of weight on the scales initially to, like, provisionally accept most things?
Sure. I guess you could say pretty, on most levels, I would say so. Now,
and I think you need the asterisk there that it should be provisional. Otherwise,
correct.
Then you're just being intellectually lazy and you're not curious.
Right. And I think a lot of people are like that. I think the world is going that direction to where people realize that what's easier, to doubt everything or to believe everything? And the answer is to believe everything. If you if you believe everything that science says, you can go watch football tomorrow. You can go run down to the park. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about anything. Life is kind of taken care of for you, right? And I think people have taken advantage of that through the years to where they could take advantage of people in certain ways, or they can basically the money system in this country, or the way, all those things I think are kind of results of people getting too comfortable in mediocrity, if you will. And so now that people like to be told what to do. People like to be directed in what to do. They don't want to think outside the box. They've taught people to not think outside the box. If you do, you are a kook, right? You're crazy for thinking outside the box. But that's really where new ideas come from. Most people that are like self-made are not college graduates because they went and did something different than that, right? Most people who go to college, and I know a lot of people that have gone to college, and it's like they end up, at Starbucks, working at Starbucks, right?
Yeah, and it's the people that end up like changing the world. Honestly, every crazy person thinks that they're like the Galileo.
Right.
The problem is that like the real sort of Galileo, the ones that like are persecuted until finally the world comes around and realizes they were right. There's much fewer cases of that than people who bring up an idea that's different.
Correct. And
the scientific community goes, that's really interesting. Let's look into that. Because guess what? It's exciting. Like if you assume that the people in science care about the truth and are excited about learning about the universe, then when someone comes and proposes something that's like new and interesting and fascinating, what would be the motivation to reject it? You'd be like, fuck yeah, I can get a new job.
No, that's not how it works. It's just not how it works. I mean, I just read you a quote about it. The scientists, it's the same thing as me being in the flat earth, right? So when I'm in the flat earth and I start teaching people flat earth and I'm talking at conferences, your brain builds a barrier that it will not allow you to even consider that you might be wrong. And there's a reason why. It's because
that's not how people in science generally work. That's not, there are people who are closed-minded.
They're all closed-minded.
But so do you think that science? Wait. You think that the science-minded people are equally as conspiratorial? Just about?
No, they're not conspiratorial. That's what I'm saying.
No, but there's a different way of thinking. That conspiratorial mindset it's itself a cycle that you can't get out of because it's self-refuting.
I agree.
Science is the exact opposite. It's go where the evidence leads.
Who's doing studies to see whether evolution is true or not? Who's the scientist that's out there trying to disprove evolution? Because you need to be an evolutionist to be a scientist. So therefore, you'll never have anybody overturn evolution because nobody's trying.
Now, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What if it's true?
Right. Okay.
But so if it's true, would it not make sense that most of the community sees it's true, who the people who really understand it's true, and the people who reject it and who stick with it long enough to like that, tends to be the crazy ones that try to pretend that they're the Galileo, but they're just wrong. So wouldn't you expect, if it was true, that most of the scientific community would accept it, and it's assuming that we have 100+ years of refining this to the point where we can fucking do incredible gene editing, crazy shit that we do, that like could that not be the explanation for why there's nobody really studying anti-evolution? No, because
you can't be a scientist and study anti-evolution stuff. You wouldn't get any funding. What are you talking about? So that doesn't happen.
No, right. But could it be that it's just not true?
Sure, that could be, but that's not a good sign of science. Science isn't we've discovered something's true, so we stopped doing research on the other side of it. No,
but let's assume it's true. That would mean the only people who are trying to debunk it are the people who don't understand it and who are cranks.
Well, but science tells a story about one scientist proves something, then another tries to go and disprove him, which is just false. It's not the way science works. Nobody proves something in evolution, then somebody goes and tries to disprove it.
Well, no, but they can try and they never will. Well, every experiment is an attempt to falsify a hypothesis.
Okay, but nobody's trying to falsify the evolution. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No one has ever done that? No one's ever tried it?
No, you wouldn't be a scientist. You wouldn't have funding. You would get removed. Did you know that there was like 8 PhD scientists that submitted a paper?
You won't get removed. You'll probably get laughed out of the community because the people who do... But again, just...
Let me tell you a story, though, and you just tell me what you think about this. So you know about Mary Schweitzer and the T-Rex bones, right? That she found cartilage in a T-Rex bone.
I don't know about that particular thing. I know of like Piltdown Man and a bunch of other.
No, so they're finding so-called dinosaur bones that have carbon in them. Okay, meaning that they are not very old. See, I mean, you're rolling your eyes because this can't possibly be true.
No, I'm rolling because I just don't know. I don't know, so I'm not going to debate it. So
okay, but I'm saying there's tons of examples. This is something that I did research on. There's tons of examples of areas where you can see the scientific community has a certain position that they take that they will not. So, like for instance, these people mailed bones to a lab to be tested. The lab took them and tested the bones, sent back the results. They all came back between 15,000 and 12,000 years old. Then they were told those were T-Rex bones. And the lab said, you're not allowed to send anything in here anymore. You have to tell us that they're dinosaur bones, because then they turn a little machine so that it comes back at 67 million years or older. They do not actually test the bones like people think they do. If you think they send the bones through some machine that gives back the date that they're wrong, you're wrong. That's not how it works. Dinosaur bones are decided to age by the strata that they're in. They're not dated. They're not. You can't put a machine on it and it tells you the date. So I'm just saying there's a lot of things in science that people are under false assumptions of. And they think that all dinosaur bones that we've ever found are 67 million years or older. They think that. The problem is that is by design, meaning that is the parameters science has set for those bones. Because like that would be like the equivalent of saying, oh, there'd never be a bone that's found that's 32 million years old. Well, of course not, because it has to be 67 million years or older. So look, I'm just saying I'm not going to...
I don't believe, like, science is not the way that you're explaining it. So there aren't parameters set. The moment, okay, you would change the world if you found dinosaur bones or that were younger or whatever. It would be...
That's been done. You're hilarious. I want to be done with this. You're so much a cuck for science that you don't even accept that that's already been done. They are finding dinosaur bones today with carbon 14 in them, which means that they're less
is there, what I'm asking you is, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm interested to take a look, but of course what?
Of course there's going to be some explanation for it, which is that, it's because zinc is in there and zinc withholds the...
Jaron, you said the same thing to every Glober. What? Every Glober had an answer for you and every answer was right.
What do you mean? Every answer was right? You
used to laugh at the Globers for having answers for all the things that the Globe has an answer. It just makes this up or it just says this. But now you know that you were wrong about that.
No, they weren't telling us they weren't giving me the right answers. They weren't telling me the answers that are the reasons that I become a globe earther. Well,
okay, if they tell you 100 true, correct things, but it wasn't the two that you think you needed to convince you, that's bullshit.
But you don't understand.
It's not right.
I wasn't a flat earther because the globe didn't have any answers. I was a flat earther because I thought the South was a lie and we were being lied to, in which case you would have answers.
But you ignored all the answers.
So, I mean, you have to give me an example of one. But if you're talking about like...
everything Red's rhetoric said in the debate 8 years ago.
I can't even remember any of that stuff because the guy was so vile and so...
No, but he wasn't. That was actually...
He was disgusting to me. He was a disgusting person. Period. Let me tell you what got us to that point.
But you thanked him for being cordial during that debate. It was totally... There was no yelling. There was no...
Was that the one where we were defending a model? Where he kept saying, Jaron, you don't have a model. And then in my intro, I said, I don't have a model.
I think it was which model.
Right. So I can show you the Skype messages that went before that, where I said, I'm not going to be defending a model because I don't have a model. And they all agreed.
But
I'm just telling you.
What I'm saying is in the debate itself, he was making countless, he wasn't insulting you during the debate.
Pretty sure he was
making countless valid arguments that you were just wholeheartedly ignoring and rejecting because of your...
Because I believe we were being lied to, right.
But so what I'm saying is that at that time, during that period, you saw the people defending the globe as being science cucks when they were making the rational, real arguments and presenting real evidence to you that you were rejecting.
Correct.
Is it possible that...
No, because you're denying something without even looking into it.
Have I not made it incredibly clear that I don't know, that I...
Okay, so what I'm saying is that there's a problem with
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying there's a problem with people that outright deny everything and just take the position of whatever science, because you have to understand that if science said years ago...
I agree with you, though, but you're saying that's me.
Because you should have seen your face when I started talking about the dinosaurs. You said if there's been
my flabbergasted because I don't know. You brought up like 9 different things that I'm
no. Here's what I'm trying to say: that science doesn't work the way you think it does. Science does not work in a way that you get rewarded. If you think that somebody would get rewarded for figuring out that the Earth is flat, that's not how it works. You are rejected outright. Right now, I'm not saying that means that flat Earth is true. I don't agree with the flat Earth.
No, but could it be that you're rejected outright because none of them are right and they're all cranks?
Sure, but there's other things that have come up that, like these things, that have to be corralled. They can't let somebody like, there's cartilage and dinosaur bones get out. That ruins the entire.
You don't think that there's like an explanation?
The explanation is ridiculous.
That there could be? Well, you said that about the globe, though.
Yeah, well, I guess so. I mean, if you're talking about that, it's dated at 14,000 years, and actually, it's just something that shouldn't last more than 20,000 years, which is any kind of animate matter or like carbon or whatever, cartilage, things like that. It shouldn't last 20,000 years, but it lasted 67 million. I mean, I guess that's a possibility. It doesn't seem.
I just wonder how we could have made all the progress we've made.
What progress comes from the data? What comes from the progress of the date of dinosaurs? What progress have we attained because of the because the dinosaurs are 67? What if the dinosaurs are only 20,000 years old? What difference did that make?
We're not.
Hold on, but what if the dinosaurs were 20,000 years old? Would that have changed the humanity's?
It would change our understanding of history.
Okay.
Is there not value in that? It's not. You're not going to get
there is value in that
DVD player out of that.
No, but guess what? The reason. Think of how that would hurt science at this point. Think of the damage it would do if science came out and said, oops.
You're just presupposing that the reason why these things are rejected is because science is because
I've seen it numerous times now. I've seen it numerous times where they're finding cartilage in bones. So I think that the bones are more recent. That's what evidence says. Now, I believe the evidence. You believe what people say. There's a difference. They're actually testing these bones, and as long as you don't tell the lab first that they're dinosaur bones.
So you don't think I care about evidence at all?
I do think you care, but I'm thinking what I'm trying to say is that
I didn't say that what you're saying is wrong. I said I don't know.
Okay.
Is that not the most intellectually honest thing you could possibly do, is say I don't know?
Yes, that's the best thing you do. And I should be in the middle too. And I should get off of one side of the argument or the other. But what I'm trying to say is that to just take a position based on nothing other than, well, I don't like that because it's not what I've been shown by science, right? So I was saying
no one who's serious believes that.
Believes what?
Like no one who's a serious academic or science researcher or anything.
So you're saying that everybody who believes in science doesn't just default to science must be true? Let me give an example. My sister is
I'm saying that's false.
Okay, my sister has a master's degree, right? If you ask her about anything, she will tell you she doesn't know. Unless you ask her about her subject, in which case
I have a master's degree. I was a software engineer for a decade. I'm exactly the same way.
Right. Okay, so what I'm saying is that what she does is she accepts everything that anybody says that went to college and any scientist or whatever, and then in her subject you're not allowed to talk to her about it. She's an art history major. She knows art history. Period. Right. So the problem with that is it leaves it open to then you could hide certain things in science. You could have some issues that nobody would know because everybody who's been trained, everybody who's been educated in that subject would be educated in a certain direction. And so, yes, was I wrong about the shape of the Earth? Yeah. And I realize now that you couldn't lie about the shape of the Earth. Everybody would have to be blind. That's the only way you could ever do it. But you could lie about the age of dinosaur bones.
So, and I agree. You absolutely could. And any of the things that we've said, they could be hoaxes, they could be frauds, but
not the shape of the Earth.
What's going to change paleontology is going to be paleontologists working within that. Okay,
so what I was trying to bring up is that there was 8 PhD scientists who did that, and they were all removed. They were removed.
Okay, I can't speak to that.
No, but
what if I were to tell you?
But you just said the best people. I agree
that's bad.
Well, you just said the best people to do that would be the people that got removed for doing it.
Right. Okay. So let me explain. In a world where the scientific community is largely dismissive of the most crazy bullshit that goes against the paradigm, but is also willing, if someone serious makes good arguments with proper evidence and goes through the right channels, that what you'd end up with is like 5% of the world-changing discoveries would be rejected outright for decades, and it would be unfortunate, but most of the good stuff comes in, and 99% of the cranks get rejected at the door, rightfully so.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that could be true. I think that when you're talking paleontology, all those people are brought up to believe that 67 million years or older is the only date. So that as people are coming up through the ranks, that's what they believe, that's what they research, that's what they study. They believe that. So if anybody new comes into the play that says, oh, I actually think it's this, they're going to be rejected. So you're going to be stuck with an incorrect belief. And it might be, like you said, it could be because it's right. Could be.
But you don't think like in the last, now I can't come up with any, but have there been any paradigm shifting discoveries in the last 100 years?
I don't know. Would you call quantum mechanics that? I would think that that's what they would claim, right? But I guess you're talking about more that we can account for.
No. I mean, what I'm talking about is like something where an entire field is like, well, we were wrong all along.
But they didn't think that there was lighter than air flight. That was actually the belief in 19
lighter than air flight.
I'm sorry, heavier than air flight. They didn't believe that you could airplanes. They didn't believe that they didn't believe that was possible in 1900. They didn't think that you could fly anything heavier than air. That it was impossible. That would because they didn't know about
airplanes now. So that means that
because somebody
that they believed was impossible, they then figured out and adopted and changed.
So you're asking me instead
a counterexample?
No, I thought you said, has there been any paradigm shifting? You're talking about paradigm shifting things that were rejected?
No. What I'm saying is that if there are paradigm shifting things that have come about, then that's a demonstration that science isn't just this closed-minded thing.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Gotcha.
Like, yeah, because a paradigm shifting thing would be like them coming in and saying, no, airplanes do work by showing it.
Yeah, and wait a minute. Like, interestingly enough, and I don't want to get back into this, but dark matter was a paradigm shifting thing that was rejected initially for quite some time.
I don't know about that. You might be right.
I believe it was, now correct me if I'm wrong, I might be getting the history wrong, but I'm fairly certain that it was a woman who had done the initial calculations about like dealing with the gravity and the spin of the galaxies, and she was initially rejected
until more people saw it or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and apparently there's also still other theories that people are throwing around, but so like, isn't the fact that it was kind of a fringe thing that everyone sort of thought was crazy at first, that is now largely accepted? Ignore whether or not you think it's reasonable to be accepted.
Sure.
Like, isn't... I refuse to believe... Like, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And this happens, like, when it comes to, like, government stuff, too. When people talk about, like, the government lies. Mm-hmm. There are plenty of people in the government that lie, but they don't recognize that, like, what you're talking about the government is, like, tens of thousands of individual people that are moms and brothers and sisters and normal people that aren't like on some cabal email list that like what we're talking about is in the scientific community. It's another conspiracy theory that like everyone is coordinated at the highest levels of every single academic whatever, and they're all working in a coordinated way to reject everything. That like that's not true. It's absurd, and I don't think that I think that that's an unfortunate and sad perspective of science. That's not true. And I think it's reasonable where you're coming from to assume that the rejection of, fringe theories is merely because they are against the status quo. But I'll put forth to you, and I'll hope that maybe over time you'll either be convinced, or maybe I'll have my mind changed and I'll say I'm wrong. But that is actually because that it's based on the evidence, that the people who try to make these crazy claims, they just don't meet the burden.
Yeah, or they're not given the funding. I mean, nobody believed that you could split the atom until they did the Manhattan Project, right? And that was hidden. Nobody even knew what was going on until years after. So they were able to hold a conspiracy theory for a long time where mothers and brothers and sons and dads were actually in there creating the most deadly weapon that there was and keeping their mouths shut.
Well, but that's not exactly the same kind of thing. I mean,
it's science.
Secret government program is not
Okay,
the
but
scientific
that's-
community refusing to let a new idea in because it's against the status quo. Like, that's a different thing.
Okay, it's a different thing. That's a different thing. I'm more saying that there is funding that the government's going to place in certain departments, and that if they want something to be focused on, they could do that simply by funding. That's what science is made from, is the funding, right? You need funding to do tests, and if the government has a certain direction, that's what the funding's going to go to. They're not.
Agreed.
Okay.
The fucking CIA spent
Yes.
tens of millions of dollars on the whole remote viewing shit.
Right.
And I don't know if you believe that or not, but if you read like,
I don't believe it now, because I went to that skeptic camp and I talked to the guys that do the $500,000 challenge, and I asked them about that because I did have somebody come on my show and they were able to draw what I thought earlier or saw in a magazine. So I did believe it. But then he said, "Oh, I bet you it was circle." And he was like describing the drawing. And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "They draw that every time because it always matches this." And
it was a cold reading. It was effectively cold reading. Like,
yes.
The people who saw they talked to my dead mother or whatever.
Yes, so I don't believe that anymore. No. And I don't actually believe in anything really supernatural now at this point, because I find it strange that nobody can collect that $500,000. All you need to do is one time be able to guess
J-Ref.
Huh?
The James Randi.
Yeah. So those guys are the guys that threw on Skeptic Camp that I spoke at. But they, now the prize is $500,000 since James Randi died. But they were just telling me that they, how they go about, because I would have thought originally, I thought that those guys' job was basically to make sure it was never shown. And they were talking like, yeah, but they're like, no, actually it's the opposite. We want it to be shown. So they're like, we actually sit down with them and actually come up with ways to make it easier for them. Because I even said, I was like, well, they said something about, do you think somebody in another room could read somebody's mind? I'm like, I would think so. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, let me guess. You don't let them bring somebody they know. And they're like, no, we let them bring whoever they want. I'm like, what?
And what you're talking about right there is what I would say is the vast majority of the way that the scientific community approaches
things. I agree with that.
There are systematic problems. Many of it involves like sexism and all kinds of other stuff, but there are systematic problems of rejecting things, and it may very well be against the status quo, because maybe this particular field is a bunch of old guys that are totally rejecting of whatever. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't happen,
right?
But to say that, like, to try to imagine that like science as a whole.
No. And here, I want to just say this. I love the process of real science. That's how you get to the truth. So I have nothing against that. But I think
most scientists are, most like 90+% are doing real science and are actually really interested in finding the truth.
Okay. And I think there's certainly probably more than I thought are able to do that. But I think that there's some areas where, again, a lot depends on my future in beliefs about things I believe now. So it's hard for me to argue, because again, I'm not taking a strong position on any of these things. I wouldn't take a strong position that the age of the earth is wrong, or I wouldn't take a strong position that, anything at this point. I would say everything needs to be looked at again. But I think I guess I'm just defending myself as to why I'm not buying into everything that I think people want from me at this point. Yeah, no,
and I will stand next to you and defend that entire journey, whether you change your mind on any of those things or not, because I actually genuinely believe you're intellectually honest and you care about the truth, and I believe I'm intellectually honest.
Good.
I care about the truth, and I'm going to be wrong about lots of things. So even if I think you're wrong, I have, like, it was just kind of the whole point of this whole thing was it might not seem like it, but me to share my respect and admiration for what you did is a demonstration of something that you virtually never see.
I see that, and I guess what I want from people, because they all say the same thing, is to give me time to work the other stuff out. Because what they want from me is a complete. They should recognize that that's not me. So it's
unreasonable for anyone to,
right, but
because in order to do that fairly, what I would want as a scientific skeptic is you now need to go and reevaluate all the evidence of everything before you can make up your mind.
And that's what I've agreed to do. But I'm just telling you, like, and so I guess the problem becomes when people ask me, so like I'm going to get a bunch of messages from people saying how dumb I am, but I'm answering you truthfully, right? So what they want me to do is just to say, no, whatever science says is true. Then they'd be happy. So me being honest is a problem when my honesty is skeptical, but me being honest when it leads to science is what they want. So
I'll say is that's anti-scientific,
right? It's a sign of religion,
I will
right?
Repudiate that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's that isn't indicative of science. So it's one of those things where it's like the people.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get across to people, is that the position of being in the middle and actually looking at everything is the way you should do it. Not the, I believe this is true regardless, or I believe this is true regardless of anything else, and that everybody else is out there. Now, I get what you're saying, that you're right. More often than not, the conspiracy theorist is going to be wrong. The person who tells you this event was, because I mean, this is what looking back at the truth community now, every single event that happened from now to 8 years back, every single thing is called fake in some way. No matter what's in the news. If the news reports it, it's fake, even though none of it ever pans out to be fake, or they say school shootings were fake or whatever, and they end up being not, whatever it is, that they can't get anything right because they reject everything. And that's a problem. If you reject everything, you are worse off, because they say, oh, school indoctrinates us. Yeah, it does, but is that okay if it's the truth?
Yeah, they don't reject everything. They only accept things that validate their existing worldview.
Correct. Right. Which is the problem.
Which is it's not as kind of insidious and dangerous as the conspiracy theory version.
Right.
But it's close to it.
It's close
to it.
Right. But the conspiracy theorist version, the truther version, is a scary one, because there is no truth at the end of that tunnel. Now, there is, for me at least, I think I found the truth after 10 years. I'm like, okay, now I know the truth of the shape of the earth. But to see everybody reject that and continue on just tells me, oh, those aren't truthers. They are, they want their truth. Their truth is that the earth is flat. So if I came back and said, oh, the sun proved that the earth was flat, they would all be heralding it and talking how great it was. But because I say the sun proved it's not flat, they say, oh, you can't look at the sky to get the shape of the ground. So
and I think what the key that unlocked everything finally, I think that like the wall was weakening, but I think the wrecking ball that came and broke it down was the cognitive dissonance that was forced by being faced with, almost like looking in the mirror, seeing the arguments used against you. Correct. And what's really fascinating is part of the research,
and seeing how bad they were. They're horrendous.
And I found this guy on Twitter that I wasn't sure was a bot, and this is a part of my whole research project about like the dead internet theory and everything. But I thought he was a bot, and then I wasn't sure if it was satire. And what was really fascinating was, you know how some people just spend their time like debating people online, right? And they either try to change their mind, or whether it's on Twitter or Reddit or whatever, right? What this guy does is a little bit different. Is he basically, and he even admitted that it's kind of a psyop. Now, it's not like a government thing. It's his way of doing that same thing. Okay. Is he goes, and it just so happens that he's left leaning politically. So, but he has an account that's basically, you would think it was like a right leaning MAGA sort of thing. And he goes and he talks to those people, and he doesn't straw man. What he does is he tries to be and kind of extreme, slightly more extreme, but like kind of obviously contradictory version. It's kind of like Alex Stein. Those people, because what he's doing is doing exactly what happened to you, which is the inception, like plant the idea in their head. Right. He's like, if I want to change their minds, and I don't know how successful he is, I think it was really interesting though, because when I talked to him, I'm like, holy fuck, that's exactly what happened with Jaren. And that's what I said in my video 8 months ago. What I said was, the way that you get people out of flat earth is not with evidence or reason. It's how you deconvert them from a cult, however that is. Right. I think they call it culture jamming, right? Claims made within the cult.
Do they call it culture jamming? I think that's the name of it.
I got to the end and I'm like, listen, this is beyond the purview of my research. But however they deconvert people from cults is, probably one of the more effective ways that you would want to,
Yeah, I've never looked into that. You're right. I should look into that, because you're probably right. Yeah, and I mean, the surprising thing is that the three that came out right after I did and the others have all been very practical, and they all agree, and not one of them has stated that they've for a second moment thought about it, right? Like, meaning that it just became clear and there was no question. And so I'm wondering if there's others like that just can't come out yet because of the way that we've been treated.
And you think for them that wasn't necessarily like, they didn't go through a thought, like a proof or a thought process, that it just like kind of what I was describing, where that cognitive dissonance, it instantly, like, it puts a mirror in front of you that was invisible to you before, and it's like, oh, that just lets you. It's like you've had blinders on. The blinders.
Yeah, I call it a block. There's a block in your brain that just isn't allowing other information in. Right. So it's like and I really do think it's your brain doing it. It's your brain protecting itself from having to think, oh God, I got to think everything again. Oh, I got to redo
that cognitive dissonance is very unsettling. It's very, and the moment you introduce it and you have to sit with it, the moment it becomes clear.
Correct. Yeah. And for me, it was like that. It was like somebody kicked a block off my head. And then when I tried to think at things in a flat earth way, I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't really, I think it was, for me, I believe it was the sun, because it started in Punta Arenas, watching the sun, realizing it's going the wrong way, realizing like, oh geez, this isn't, looking at the South Celestial Pole, understanding that, and then kind of picturing flying. There was things that I just couldn't picture at home that I pictured once I was down in Punta Arenas, flying a plane down towards Antarctica. When we see the sunlight over there, it's like, well, if we fly that direction, then it would lift up the sun, and then it would be at such an angle that it would stay in the sky. So it was kind of a realization that the South is the opposite of the North for me. But I do agree with you that if we had the right kind of people in Flat Earth, and I thought that there was going to be people going to the drawing board or something. I mean, that Chris Crum is the only one that has come up with a new map, and it's strange because it has Antarctica spinning and the Earth spinning. But at least like that was something nobody else was trying, right? Nobody was trying to say, is there a way that we can explain the observations on a flat map? And I came to the conclusion there was not before I even went on the trip. But that's how I knew if the sun sets, okay, we've got something world changing here. If it circles my head for 4 days, then we were wrong. And so coming back and realizing what took place quickly, which was the Stephen Alonso lying and saying all flat maps do it. Then you have Shane and the people over there at Ether Cosmology have Shane's map, which is just the Walter Bislin model with like a dome placed on top of it. And then which is just
those are the guys that have the website. They just jacked the source code, basically said that this was our model. Right.
And it's just the globe Earth observations placed onto a flat map, which requires then there to be two suns. So then they had to introduce an apparent sun. There's the sun that we see in our dome, and then there's the sun where it really is on a flat Earth, which is ridiculous because what they do is just place the sun where the globe predicts the one sun will be, and then they say that's a flat map. So when I started seeing that, I'm like, oh, I'm out of here. I mean, there's no part of me that wants to, like, if you're a flat earther, you have to defend the community constantly, right?
Yeah.
And you're not even allowed to speak out against it. So when I come out and speak out against that Alfonso guy, I'm attacked by flat earthers, even though he's the one lying to them. Well, why? Because I'm saying that, so again, once I saw that, and the whole community is like that, the whole community is definitely, and they think they can't possibly be wrong, and they're wrong. So that's a bad mix,
Yeah.
Because you have to, the problem, I think that, like, we could have gotten a further place, or we could have gotten a place. I think here's what Will Duffy did that's impressive, is that he did say, let's take people from both sides and let's go down there and check. So what that kind of does by necessity is it makes the globe earthers seem like they're open to the alternative. In every other facet, they never seemed like they were open. They never seemed like they were actually thinking that the Earth could be flat. And I'm not saying that they should have, because maybe they knew full, like I do now. And if somebody told me now, well, you should consider. So I like to leave it. There's a couple percent. Okay, maybe it's 99% globe, 1% flat, just in case there's some. But I don't think there'll ever be other evidence. But I do think that when you have, that's the way things should be, right? The way it should be is like Will Duffy told me, hey, I don't think that the sun sets. I think it circles. I said, well, I think it sets. I don't think it circles. Well, let's go find out. All right, let's go. But you have to go with the knowledge that if one of you is wrong, you step down from your position. We don't have that in this world. We don't have people that are. You
were like one of single digit flat earthers, I probably less than I could count on a hand, that I've seen that I think it has the intellectual honesty and is approaching it in good enough faith that you would consider it. Like you have to be willing to even consider it, even to just have a discussion, to like engage.
Correct.
Right. Like no flat earther is willing to say, if I lived on a ball, what might that look like?
No.
They just laugh at it.
Right.
And they just, right? Like,
right. They won't even listen to me. They won't even listen to me now. That they should look at me like, hey, here's a 10-year flat earther. He's now a ball earther. I should listen to him. He might have some. No. It's a complete dismissal. There's no way you could be 10 years this and then this, so we dismiss you completely. You're compromised. But that is a recipe for misery, because you will never get out of your beliefs.
And notice how the flat. If you were to go to any video whatsoever, and I don't think you'll ever find it. I've never seen one. All of the globe supporting, the FLIRF debunking videos and debates and whatever, a massive proportion of them are attempting to like visualize things on a flat earth. What might that look like, right? What would it look like? What would it do? Like, that's them engaging with like, could this be real? What would it look like? You never see a flat earther ever doing anything with a globe trying to demonstrate it or falsify it.
Right. True. Good point. They say
never do.
Yeah. They say you can't make a presupposition that you're on a globe. It's like, yes, you can. That's how you do science.
Yeah. And that's the biggest issue that I have with Whitsitt. We don't need to get into, but that he just completely has an ass backwards view of affirming the consequent. Like what he says is all they do is make observations and then like kind of manufacture post.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
But what he's describing is the process of using observations to develop a model.
Right.
Because what he doesn't realize is that when you take that model after you've molded it from observations
and it works,
say, I know exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
Dude, you should get Space Engine. I'll literally buy it for you.
No, I have Kerbal. I have Steam.
No, but you should get Space Engine, because Space Engine, bro. I went into Space Engine like 8 months before that more recent, was it 2 years ago, the solar eclipse. I went into Space Engine and I just typed in eclipse, and it was just years and decades in every direction, forward and backward, of all the things. And I clicked on the upcoming one, and it exactly.
Yeah. That's something I think more people need to realize, because you're right. I didn't even accept that, and it took me. I remember when it was. I was asking MC Toon. I said, could cartographers, if we lived on a flat Earth, could they project it onto a sphere? And he said yes, because that's projection.
Oh, you can projection. Yeah.
Right, you can project anything anywhere, so they can project it onto a sphere. But the problem with that is then I took that to mean, then they're lying to us because they just took a flat Earth and put it on a sphere. But the next question,
you don't recognize the projection is fundamentally flawed in at least one dimension. It just doesn't work.
Observationally, it wouldn't work. That's the problem.
Because either distances are wrong, or shapes are wrong, proportions are wrong,
or the things in the sky are wrong. There would be something wrong that would be noticed by people right away. So that's why I say the only reason they could lie to the Earth about the shape would be if everybody was blind. If everybody was blind, then you could legitimately lie to the people and tell them that they live on a sphere when they actually live on a flat plane. So the problem with that is that I didn't recognize, because this is what Flat Earth tells each other. They say, they reverse engineered the sky to make the ground. Okay. The problem with that thinking is, then let's do it. If it's that easy, then let's take the sky and make it on a flat Earth. The problem is you cannot do that. No. So there is a shape that you can put the Earth on that answers all observations. That shape is the sphere. So once I see that, I was just gonna say, once I see that, now anywhere I go, I see all the power of the sphere, and I see the power in observation, and I see the power that you can get out of, you can't have the South be a lie and everything else work as a sphere, because then that's a paradox. What happened at the bottom of this? Well, if it's a sphere, how did it become a plane at the bottom? So once I saw that, then I started going and testing things. Like the other day on my channel, I was just showing a sunset down south on December 14th, and at 53 degrees south. And then I said, so once I know that, I said, we'll go to now June 13th in the north at the same latitude. And I said, and you watch, the sun will set at the exact same angle and rise. And I didn't even expect it to be exact, because I was just drawing lines on the globe, and it turned out to be the exact degrees. And that's powerful. People should recognize that was me making a prediction based only on the sphere Earth, knowing that at 53 degrees south, that 6 months later at 53 degrees north, the sky would do the identical thing. And I don't think that's, again, you could say, people told you that. Great. I never took it as important as it is. So I wish I could have 10 minutes with every flat earther, because I would go through the things like, they all say, well, we don't see any curve. Why don't we see curve? Well, because I did the math, and at 660 feet, which is 2 football fields in length, the curvature is 1/8 inch. You will never, ever see that or measure it, ever.
Yeah.
And if we went to the next 2 football fields and did it again, 1/8 inch. And we went to the next 1/8 inch. So if you think flat earthers know that the earth could be so big that it's flat and a sphere, you're wrong. They don't get it. They'll say, what do you mean, Jaron? Which football field is bending? I said, no, I just told you we leveled them. They don't get it.
They're not even willing to engage with the idea.
You're probably right. And it's, I guess, once I had the block kicked out of my head, then when I saw those ideas and went and tested them out and saw, I was like, this is monumental.
Yeah, they never even tested them, right?
Right.
Because they fundamentally reject a model.
Correct.
And like, so when I see you being
Yeah,
like,
they don't
how
even
can anyone
understand.
deny it? And you're like zooming in and out. I'm like, bro, you're saying this. They're not listening.
No, they're not
Like,
listening.
Like the response is, bro, that's a website. It's a fucking cartoon.
That's exactly what the girl I was talking to today said. She said, I don't know why you keep bringing up cartoons. I'm like, well, what do you want me to bring up to show you? I'm trying to show you a concept. Right.
Yeah, the thing with this cartoon is I can tell you where every light in the sky is going to be at any given point in the next 1,000 years.
Right.
Let's just make it the next 90 days.
Sure.
Flat earthers can't do anything.
Anything.
The best they can do is use Dearth's app that uses a globe API.
Right. And it still doesn't tell you sunset, sunrise angles. It doesn't tell you
and it gets
their
it wrong.
times. Right. So, I mean, that's the thing that I don't know how you explain that to a flat earther that, the globe Earth is what predicts every single sunrise and sunset and angle. And you can go there
And
on
eclipse and
Sure.
where Venus is going to be and Mars is going to be.
Absolutely.
It explains. Yeah. So, and that's the
and then they also think
power.
like they try and find one thing that they can get you on. And then they, like this guy yesterday was asking me, he said, how do 2 places that are antipode both see the moon at the same time? And I thought about it and I said, they can't. And he said, no. If they're 2 antipodes, I've got 2 antipodes that see the moon at the same time. I'm like, show me, because I don't believe that you can do that. So he gave me Shanghai and Buenos Aires. So I went to the antipode map just to see if that was right, and they were right. So then I went and said, well, that's impossible. You can't have. So I went and looked, and it's not. And I even showed him. I took 2 screenshots of moon calc, showing that if you take a screenshot of moon calc of both places, they lay over each other, and it's a perfect circle. Because when half of it is occulted by the Earth, the other half can see it. So it's just a complete opposite of each other. When I showed it to him, I was like, welcome to the globe Earth. Because it's monumental for him to now realize that if you have 2 antipodes from each other, that they are exactly opposite, meaning that when one side sees the moon, the other side cannot. It's a pizza. It's basically like a piece of pizza inside of a pizza pie, and that piece fits right in there. So I'm just saying
That's
that
only compelling if he accepts that it's a prediction. The thing is that what someone had said in your chat a few minutes ago was he put in a search query into some software and it kicked out the answer for him, and he thinks that it's like it's in the future.
Yeah,
brother.
no, it's not. But they have to say that again. You also notice that flat earthers, because your brain won't allow you to even think about you being wrong, so it immediately replaces it with anything. That's why I understand why all these guys think that I'm a sellout or that I've been compromised, because to them, they all saw me as they all thought I was honest. That's what they thought. So then I go down there, I come back and I say something. So their options are, wait a second, this guy did actually stay honest and he flipped, in which case they need to reevaluate what they believe. They're not going to do that. Their brain's going to block that. So it becomes de facto. This is why you saw all those people trying anything. There's no shoe prints in the ice. There's no the vape gate, whatever they could, the green screen, because the alternative is they're wrong.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So their brain will make up anything, and it's why Dave Weiss.
They know you lied, so they just have to figure out where.
Right,
the problem
because
is that their presupposition is that you lied.
Same thing with Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss has been my friend for 10 years. Dave Weiss said before I went down there, he said there's a 0.0% chance that Jaron is compromised or will lie. The second I got back, he said he's a liar and he's compromised.
He's compromised and yeah.
Well, and it's because the alternative is he's wrong. The alternative is I'm telling the truth like he thought, but he's wrong and his app is broken, and all these people that he's told that he knows the truth have been wrong. So I get it. There's no other thing that Dave could do unless he's just on. And I want to say he's honest with himself, but the thing is I do believe he's being honest with himself as far as in his head with his brain.
How can what I have to say to that is he's actually one of the only flat earthers that I believe, in my opinion, allegedly, in Minecraft, might be a grifter.
I think that he lies now. He does lie, I mean, I've seen him do it numerous times, and he doesn't. I think it's because, again, he believes he's right, and so he's okay with telling lies. I guess that's the way I would say it.
Yeah,
but I mean,
so like, why would he like the Mars?
Yeah, why would he
actually, I think you were talking about the more recent one that had like grass, but I'm talking about like the old one,
right, with the hill,
where there's a video of the guy who he photoshopped the thing to be like, here's how I would make it look like Mars. Like the fact that there's no chance in the last decade since that video came out, no one's presented to him. He's never been told that that's fake.
Well,
it has to be.
But let me tell you though, again, he's in the business of blocking anybody who goes against him. So there is a chance that he's never seen it. Now, I told him about it, and then he stopped using it. So this is something that started happening about a year before TFE.
Okay.
Was that MC Toon would come to me and he'd say, hey, Dearth keeps saying this and it's false. And I would go to Dearth and tell him it's false. And then if he saw that it was false, he would get rid of it. But again, those things are not as catastrophic as what happened down in Antarctica. Right. So,
well, no, but here's Jaron. What happened in Antarctica is that you came back and you changed your mind. That's more compelling than any of the observations, because by themselves, if Duffy went down by himself, not a single person would have changed their mind.
Yeah, that's true.
The fact that you, a reasonable, trusted, intellectually honest guy who people respect, came back, that was enough for the other people who are past the threshold of intellectual, honest, reasonable. They were like, fuck.
Yeah, I think that's why they all started listening to me. And then they saw over the next month or so, the reasons Jaron's saying that he's changing back to a globe are sufficient. They are enough that I should change too. Now,
it's enough to give them some cognitive dissonance. Like, otherwise I have to.
But it's like what you said, put a mirror in front of their face.
One of my best buddies was a fundamentalist, like super fundamentalist Christian his entire life, until one of his best friends came out as gay, and his entire family was like, he's the worst ever, and he basically was like, I know this guy.
Right.
He's a good guy. This changes nothing at all. If this is really what my religion is telling me, then maybe I should question whether or not I agree. And then that was the cognitive dissonance. He needed to be faced with something that implanted that idea that was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
until then,
true.
there was nothing real or personal for him to really challenge anything. And there was always like apologetics that he could do,
Right. So it's like what you say by apologetics is like you could go look up what the answer should be. Right. Which is what the same thing.
What does William Lane Craig say?
Right. This is what Flat Earth does. So the same thing. Dave Weiss telling people to go to his app and look for the search there for the videos is because there is an answer for thing. It may not be the right answer. Of course, it's not. But that it gives people a false bravado. And I do actually think there's something that I call the Whitsitt effect. What that is when Whitsitt started doing so good at debates, nobody else cared to learn anything because they said, "Oh, Whitsitt's got it. He'll defeat everybody in the debate, and so we don't have to learn anything." So I call it it's like people stopped looking into it as much as they were before, or they stopped trying to work on problems. Like nobody does that anymore. No, again, there's nothing to work on, and there's nothing there. So I mean, they should have stopped them before that.
Yeah,
but
I have to ask. Did it ever? And I don't know what you believe now about this.
Mm-hmm.
But like, did the word salad radar ever go off in your brain? Like he just said a whole lot of nothing.
No, I actually thought that he wasn't using word salad, at the time. Now,
yeah, but you didn't understand what he was saying, though. You just assumed that like he must know. You had to have been like, that must be something that's like really smart that I just don't understand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like above my head, right? Which is,
and I think that's why he's so arrogant and confident.
That's the Whitsitt effect. Yeah.
That's what's so compelling.
Right.
How could someone be that confident and be so
And he
wrong?
legitimately beat people in debates, at least from a flat earth perspective, in the way that they couldn't really answer his questions, and he would easily, it looked like, answer theirs, right? So
because that's what happens when you can just kind of make shit up and...
Well, and from our perspective, that's what it looked like that he was winning. So again, it makes you more cocky. But that's, TikTok has been horrendous for this whole thing because there's just so many lies on TikTok, and you get more views the more you lie, the more fantastic you are, the more outrageous you are. And that's going to be a problem going forward for the world, period. Because the more that you're dishonest, like I've already noticed, if I was dishonest, I could make more money at YouTube. I could have an audience. I could have a whole bunch of people who love me, but I just have to be dishonest. I just have to play into what my audience wants. And it's just something I just can't do. So
I think the key though, actually, I actually don't think it's not necessarily dishonesty. The key is engagement, and dishonesty with people who fall for it. Tons of engagement.
Right.
There are plenty of times where like I think Professor Dave. Now I don't know how you feel about it, so maybe this isn't a good argument, but I would say that like he's someone who is successful. That I think is generally, he has a ton of educational content, whatever. I think generally he's being honest and being successful. Again, that might not be the best example because I'm sure he's definitely a dick. He's definitely a dick, but I think it's because he's right and he just. And
sometimes he's so funny. I mean, when he was talking about that Lord Jamar, I never laughed so loud in my life when he's like, Lord Jamar's my little bitch. And I'm like, oh my God. It was so funny. Shit. And then he's like, Lord Jamar's like, oh, and professor, you're not a professor. And then he's just like, okay, Lord Jamar. You're not a fucking lord either.
Oh, the irony. Holy shit.
So funny. But no, I mean, I think that, he's a dick, but he also, like you said, some of the things he says are right on. So I guess, I do take that back. You're right. Because he's
engagement. And disinformation is ultimate engagement because you get half of the people who are conspiracy theorists who are like, yeah, fuck this is terrible. And the other half of the people are like trying to debunk the nonsense and the misinformation. So it's the perfect storm.
Yeah, I think that
get engagement.
When people start doing what their audience wants, it's what's good for the channel because it will grow, and then more people will follow the channel because you're catering to that belief system, whatever that is, right? So if you are like I was the whole time, which was basically shunning both sides, it just hurt me. And the whole time, because the whole time I was in the middle, science hated me, religion hated me. So because I don't know if you know, I'm anti-Christian, if you will, but I'm still, I guess you would call me, I wouldn't even say I'm a theist.
Like a deist-ish.
Yeah, deist-ish, I guess you would say. So, but that's not popular, right? There's no crowd looking for that. You are definitely talking a niche group that is not going to get you a good following. And you get attacked by Christians, tell you that you're Satanist and you must be, you're Satan, basically. And then the science side, if you deny that. So I'm just saying that's more what I'm talking about, is that somebody who's honestly in the middle that's wants to weigh options, and that's not popular. So
no, and it's the same reason why when you go on Twitter, it makes you think the world is on fire.
Right.
Because all the reasonable, rational people who are in the middle are like, this is not worth fucking engaging in this dumpster fire.
Right.
So everyone thinks that there's, everyone thinks that all 100% are either in this fringe over here, when really it's like probably one of these,
right,
sort of bell curve sort of things. But all you see on the internet and in content, whatever, is kind of like that bell curve is like,
yeah, and it's like the worst group of people too. It's like the people that engage, the people that are in comments on YouTube are not indicative of the population.
No, and because most people, the average people,
don't
like
comment.
My wife, she watched some YouTube videos, and every now and then she'll hit the like button. She doesn't even scroll down to the comment section.
Right.
She just watches a few things and whatever. And that's why every video has, I have a video that has like 2 million views, and how many comments does it have? 2.2 million views, my most successful video, and 8,000 comments. So that just means that 2.19999 million people watched it and didn't say a thing.
Right, right.
Because, because no one's going to be like, yeah, great video. Like, that's not the common thing. What you see is, here's why I'm pissed off enough to,
right,
talk. It's why every review is either a 1-star or a 5-star review.
Right.
Unless there's some
I hate it or I love it. Right.
Yeah.
No, so I mean, I see lots of that as being a problem. TikTok's a problem. And I don't know how you fix it. I certainly don't have the answer to it, because now you said you were talking about the dead internet theory, and the fact that we can't engage personally anymore. And, yeah, I find that to be outright. I can't believe the things that are allowed to be said about somebody else that would never go in real life. In real life, you can't call somebody a pedophile, but on YouTube, you can call somebody a pedophile every day.
That's kind of like the intro in my script right now that I have for my video is, it's effectively like, why is when I go online, and I'm a content creator, so I'm like chronically online kind of by design,
by default,
unfortunately. Right? Why is it that like 9 out of 10 of my engagements online are like 0 of the engagements I've ever had in my entire life?
Ever. I didn't even know how to navigate it. In fact, I still don't. In fact, I've made some of the dumbest decisions I've ever made because of not knowing how to act on the internet, and then realizing also you shouldn't really even need to learn that because it's not real. Right?
Dude, I am with you 100%. The problem is, like, one of my mistakes that I made as a content creator online was trying to be real, like genuine, and acting as if, if someone were to come into my chat and say, wow, you're a piece of shit, I would feel like the same way I would feel if someone got in my face and said it.
Right.
But I couldn't, like, detach, because
it's been the hardest thing.
I made the mistake of having empathy and humanizing all these names when you can't do that if you want to have any amount of mental health.
No.
You need to detach, because and the sad part is that it isn't real life, but what's scary is it's all real life. Real life is the internet now. You can't get away from it. When we're doing foreign policy via Twitter,
right,
and you have therapy, via Zoom calls,
right, it is all there.
And you've got, your prescription medication delivered by drone, and you go to the kiosk at McDonald's. Sorry, but like, we're not engaging as humans face to face anymore. And that face to face, this is actually a huge point that I'm going to make in my video, and it's one of the things I wanted to talk about, and there's not really time to now. But I actually made the prediction. This was my scientific theory beforehand, that Jaren, Witsit, at least Jaren, but I'm like, I bet you everybody's probably going to get along and probably be like, yeah, the other people are pretty chill. And yet, before and after, mostly before, they were like, fuck, it was just like shit slinging contests from all these people. But the moment you get in front of someone, and you have a disagreement, it's like,
it's not the same.
You have to exist
right
for a few hours in front of them. You're motivated to not act like a piece of shit.
Not one name call. Nobody ever said, even though we had heated moments, there was never a, you're a moron, you're a retard. And I do think a lot of the people are probably people that live in their mom's basement, to be honest with you. They're people who never in their life got out. And so the internet creates an opportunity for them to be somebody that they're not, or somebody that they want to be, but are not. Right. So if you want to be somebody who hates I hate women. I hate women so much because I've never gotten a date. Well, then it's very easy to go on YouTube, and any woman that posts a video, you can go in there and say, oh, nice eyes. You're ugly as batshit or whatever. And so then that girl sees that, and she then tries to engage with that person thinking that they are a rational human being, but that would never be said in person. That person would cower in front of that girl and wouldn't even be able to talk to her. So I think you're right. You have to really look at everybody that way, which sucks because there are some real people in the comments. I mean, you said one of the biggest mistakes I did was use my real name, and because you're trying to be, here's me, here's real, but then you forget that everybody else that's out there doesn't have to use their real name, and they get to say whatever they want about you, and you're like, no, look, I'm real. This stuff really happens to me in real life. I'm trying to give you and they're just like, they can say anything at any time because they're fake.
They see your emotions, they hear your tone
they love
of voice,
that.
And guess what you see? A colorful username.
Right, that's it.
Now, you know how 20 years ago there was this big fear that violent video games were gonna completely make every teenage boy like a murderer, right? And that kind of generally turned out to be not true.
Right.
I have this kind of inverse theory that what they were effectively thinking was that the behavior inside of a game with inside of a fake environment was going to influence them and how they behave in the real world. And I think there's an interesting corollary between that, and if you think about what is a Twitter profile, it's removed every aspect of real from it and effectively turned humans into avatars. So in GTA, the first thing you do when you get in a car is run over a pedestrian.
Right.
And that's effectively the moment we are engaging with avatars. It's not that we are treating real people in real life the way we would treat people online. It's that we view people who are actually real online, we view them as fake avatars. So there's no emotion. We don't feel
Correct.
bad. There's no empathy. There's no regret. There's no shame.
You can call somebody fat on the internet and it does nothing. Whereas if you call somebody fat in real life, they're either going to punch you or cry. And either one of those is such a response that teaches you not to do it in the future. So there is no learning from interactions on the internet like there is in real life, where you learn through school how to treat people, how not to bully. That's kind of all done by reality. Reality teaches you. But if you instead remove yourself to the internet, now the reality is not real that you think is real.
There's no repercussions.
There's no repercussions, right? So it's, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So I guess the difference is I wouldn't expect somebody who plays video games and gets very violent in video games. They also recognize, oh, if I go out in public and I'm violent, I'll go to jail. So they can separate the two. But on the internet, so people don't treat people like shit in reality because they don't want to get hurt. But on the internet, it's like the video game where you can commit the murders. You can kill people. You can call people a pedophile because what's going to happen? Nothing.
Yeah, our brain must do something. Like our brain must do some processing that, like, when it sees a face, it's like human empathy, turn on the empathy centers, right, whatever. But you just don't get that switch flips that is like, hey, real person. You just don't get that when you're looking at Joe Schmo 94 with an American flag avatar. You just don't get that.
No.
But now what's really interesting too is that I can still run over like 100 pedestrians in GTA, but the moment I accidentally like punch my horse in Red Dead Redemption, I'm like, oh, I instantly feel, which is really funny. I want to get into that at some point in my research as to why like kicking a dog by accident in a video game is like.
So what else are you doing that you call it dead internet theory? Are you doing the same thing along the lines of that they've erased a lot of the internet?
No. So the dead internet theory is basically the idea that a massive proportion of content and engagement online has been replaced by bots and by AI generated content.
Right.
So, because of that coupled with the fact that we are really bad at discerning truth, facts, disinformation, misinformation, the fact that social media and all of these things are focused entirely on engagement and what that means for the content,
right.
All of those things combined is that we are not treating humans like humans because they don't feel or seem like humans, because half the time they're not humans and we're taught and trained to not be humans. So it's the death of our humanity is what, so my video is like basically the dead humanity theory. Like what we're doing is we're killing our ability to empathize with humans. And I'm worried that like 40 years from now, the kids that grew up like from day one on the internet are going to be, they're going to, I mean, they're already seeing now that they have problems like dating and having relationships.
Oh yeah, that's all gone. But yeah.
Because like I had to.
What year were you born?
88.
Oh, okay. You're a little younger than I am.
So basically like I had to get my first few girlfriends before I had a cell phone, you know? So like.
Yeah, I like that.
Then AOL came out, and then I learned how to engage in the way that I had learned to as a young adult. I learned how to like communicate and converse and whatever, and I then had to learn how to apply that on the internet effectively to communicate effectively, and that's why the Zoomers, they don't know how to communicate effectively because everything's ironic memes and emojis and bullshit, and all the boomers, they don't understand that when they're communicating with just text, that they forget that none of the other things come across with it.
Right.
So they type without any emphasis that like we had to learn.
Right.
With either emojis or with capitalization or whatever. They just don't understand. So they, like, I remember teaching my grandmother how to use email back in the day, and I remember that she was like typing something while she was like laughing while she was typing it, you know, like all real slow, and the message was like came across not good. You know, like the obvious the meme example is that LOL, you know, that the
lots of love.
LOL means lots of love.
Yeah.
You know, so someone is like, oh, you know, my wife died or whatever, and the old lady was like LOL.
Right.
It's kind of just like they now that isn't a perfect example, but
yeah,
there's major generational differences between how we communicate online. There's three like major kind of chunks, and they're all engaging with each other in the worst environment, and we're fucked. I just feel like we're fucked, and I don't know.
I think we need to get the people together. Like, I think the best year, if you were born 79 to like 83, I think that's the people that were like me, because those people had both. They grew up without anything. We didn't have internet. We didn't have video.
That's what I'm saying. I got the internet when I was, you know, like I didn't get Facebook until I was 19. That was the first social media.
Right. See, we would have been in the 20s. So it's like we saw, you know, that what high school was like with nothing, and then saw right after what it brought, everything. So I think that we are in a unique position. And I think we're all kind of shell shocked and all kind of looking at it like, wow. And we all kind of act the same way online, which is a confusion because we grew up and were raised in the real world, talking about being in your teens, even up to high school, and then everything switched. So that's a different beast because we grew up all on the streets
with 1 foot in the real world, 1 foot on the internet.
Right, but then
is what it takes.
Yeah, and so we were trained just on one and then not the other, but then the other came true. Whereas the people born, say, in 2000 are the opposite. They didn't learn at all at home. They learned all online. So it's a vastly different group of people and how they act and how they interact. So, yeah, I mean, that's interesting.
They're all
video
on Twitter engaging with each other about the most contentious topics with an algorithm that favors the most...
Yeah, the most crazy, the
most toxic bullshit.
Right, because if you go crazy, then you get
determining
views.
Elections. That's what's determining how people are what they're going to do with their kids and educate them, and it's scary. And the thing is that like it's such a macro problem. How the fuck do you even
tackle it?
You get a government task force to that's all a bunch of 72-year-old dudes who are so out of touch. Like
no, you need people. You need people. You need men to be men. You need. Like
except they watch Andrew Tate, so they're all fucking pieces of shit.
That's the problem. You got TikTok that, here's what I noticed TikTok is a problem. If you go to TikTok and search just Antarctica, I don't mean put anything else on it, just put search Antarctica, half the videos that come up are completely fake. And I'm like, okay, let's say I'm in the middle of intelligence between 1 and 100 people. So I put myself in the middle, and then I realize, like, even those videos kind of make me kind of look at it like, is that real? So then I realized the 50 people behind me in intelligence, well, maybe the next 10 are the same as me, maybe the next 10 after that, but there's like 20 people that believe it. So if out of every 100 people, we've got 20 people that are believing whatever's on TikTok. And then I'm like, no wonder these people are the way they are. There's TikTok videos like this statue in Antarctica is bleeding blood. And like everybody in the comments like, I knew it, I've seen one of those before. And it's like, holy shit.
It's probably a lot more than the 10. If there's 100, it's probably like 60.
That's scary. Well, those guys told me about the James Randi thing, right? They said, Jaron, do you think that supernatural things exist? And I'm like, yeah, I think there probably isn't. Like, okay, what if we told you that no one's ever won this money? $500,000 is up for anybody. And then they said, and I was like, oh man, I wonder what the percentage is in the United States. They're like 70% people believe that there is. And they're like, but there isn't. So they're like, imagine that. That's a pretty big number of people who believe that there's something supernatural that exists, but it hasn't been shown ever.
Well, so I actually have a question, just like conceptually, theoretically, how could you demonstrate, like, couldn't there not be evidence for the supernatural almost by definition?
Well,
because like
so
we
they
can
said,
only measure and test the things that engage with and interact with the natural world. So
they put somebody in another room and they say, okay, so they show them a deck of cards. They show them one card.
I know that, but what I'm saying is that like if let's say they did that test, that wouldn't prove the supernatural. That would prove that there's probably some quarks going back and forth, and so that like because something would have to be interacting between the brains in order for that to be like a measurable effect on reality. So like
correct, but I don't know if that's necessarily to be measured in brains. I mean, that's so I don't know if you've ever done the Rice test. Now I can't explain this yet because I don't think that there's really a way to show, but you should do it just to see it because it's pretty incredible.
What's it called? The Rice test?
So what you do is take 3 jars and put the same amount of cooked rice, and make sure they're brand new jars, brand new mason jars. Put 3 amounts of cooked rice in each one, and then screw them tight as can be, and then that's done. You're not going to ever open them again. So then on one of them write the word love, on one of them write the word hate, and on the other one write neutral, and then put them in a cupboard in the same spot so that they're not like one's on left side. Put them in the same spot, and then every day at the same time, open the cupboard, grab the love rice, go around the corner away from the other ones, and tell it a bunch of things. You love it. It's cute. It looks good. It looks edible. You love it. It's doing really well and it's growing well or whatever. And then put it back. Then grab the bad rice and go over and around the corner and tell it it's a piece of shit. Garbage. You're nothing. You're worthless. Within like 2 weeks, there will be a noticeable difference. The negative rice will be black. It'll be getting moldy. The neutral rice will be in the middle, and the love rice will be white as could be, edible. And that, to me...
And you did this?
I did twice. And both times... Now, again, could somebody say, well, you only got lucky twice? Sure. And it could also be something that you're doing in your mind to it. I think what it is that, vibratory audio can actually affect water, is what I think it is. The water in the rice.
And if that was the case...
But it can't be scientifically tested because you can't measure love. There's no way to say I gave 10 grams of love to the rice. You can't do that.
Actually, no, I disagree. Like, technically, if I was going to design, like, then this is what the James Randi thing do. What they do is they say, how could we design an experiment to test this? Let's like work together to design it.
Correct.
You could, again, I'm just like making this up, so disregard any, specifics that might not be perfectly accurate.
Well, it's an easy test, right? Will you do it?
Assumingly you could, the rice test?
Yeah.
If I have rice and 3 jars, yeah, I'll be honest. If I have to go to the store, maybe I won't, but I might. I'll
Amazon exists, bro.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
I think it's interesting. I think the fact that it's an uncontrolled experiment, but I guess that almost doesn't matter because
yeah, I think that there's something to it, though. I do think that, like, if you
there could be, but if there was, I think that it would be, if there was like vibrations or whatever, like that would be something that we could measure. And I think that, like, imagine you hooked yourself up your head to a brain scan, and there was some way of determining, like, oh, when you have love thoughts, this kind of your brain sort of activates, and like they could do some stuff around.
Yeah, they kind of do that already, don't they?
Yeah. So, I mean, I could see that being a thing, but what I guess I'm saying is that if that was the case, then the explanation, I feel like, would be inherently not supernatural.
I agree with you. It wouldn't be a supernatural thing.
It's almost like conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories until they're real, and then they were just conspiracies.
Right. So anything supernatural would be supernatural until we showed how it happens.
It kind of just feels like a sort of a category error, like a definitional thing where it's like, if it was supernatural, there's no way that we could, if by definition the supernatural doesn't interact with the natural world, and if it doesn't, now assuming that like our brains and our bodies are natural, which I personally think that it is, just because I have no personal evidence that's ever been presented to me that's compelling to make me think that there's something extra.
It could be dark love in the jar, though.
Could be. Then at some point there would be a test or a measurement for it. Otherwise, it'd be bullshit.
Right.
I want to apologize for earlier. Like
No, it's my fault. And here, let me explain my
animated and
my difficult position is that I obviously have a problem with flat earthers. I obviously think that they're wrong, but I was a part of it for 10 years. So I do have a responsibility to, I don't want people to think that they're all just lost and confused and because it's not the case, that there is actually reasons why people believed in the flat earth. Now, was there sufficient reasons that they should have got out? Yes. But it's that the way a cult works is that you, like I said, if you block everybody that says something different than you, and you are told that everybody who says something different is a liar and that they work for the government or whatever, that they're CIA, whatever, then you are kind of stuck because there isn't anything to get you out. And so I heard somebody say the other day, they're like, oh, you used TFE as an excuse to leave flat earth. And it was like, when they said, I wanted to come back and say no. And then I thought about it. I'm like, well, yes, because I recognize that here's something that is a disqualifier, right? Here's something that I can, for myself, go down and observe. And if it is what disqualifies the flat earth, then I can come back and say, here's why flat earth is false. So I said, so yes, I technically did do that.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's not like it wasn't one piece of straw on the camel's back. There's
correct
a lot more, right?
There's a lot. And again, it was one of those things where I told people, if we went down there and saw the sunset, that would be monumental in the way that you now have the evidence that the globe is not working as it says, and you have the evidence that the flat earth is better explains that particular observation. So that would have been world changing, and I knew that. And once I saw those guys start making the claims, like MC Toon and other guys said, if the sun sets, then we'll admit that the earth is flat. Now, then I was like, okay, this is legit in the way that we're both putting ourselves out there. And that's what I think more science should really be. And it's not like that, because people can always make excuses. Like, I could have come back and just made an excuse for why we saw that, and my entire audience would have loved that, and my entire audience would have been right there with me. So I think the recognition of that is huge, because what I realized then is, so no matter what flat earthers see, they can just switch it up, make an excuse or something, and the entire audience will follow them. And that was what I said. I can't be a part of that anymore. Every time, everything I said as a flat earther was because I believed in the flat earth. So the second I didn't believe it anymore, I couldn't do it anymore. So anyway, my issue is when you're asking me questions about, I should recognize, yes, the flat earth is wrong. So I'm certainly not trying to argue as if it's right. I'm just telling you what the argument was in my head. So when you're talking about the equatorial mount, I could be wrong. And in fact, I probably am. But it's because that was the way I rationalized it in my mind. So I was trying to explain to you how I rationalized it in my mind. And it was weird because I even felt myself doing the same thing I did as a flat earther, which was not wanting to listen to you. Yeah. Not wanting to hear your actual, because I was trying to say, no, this is why. So the more you're trying to tell me why that's wrong, the more I was like protecting myself by saying, no, but this is what I believed. Yeah. So I was almost so you're almost like right that I was almost dismissing what you were saying. And you said there was some remnants of the flat earth still in there, which is what that was. It was like, but it was because I was trying to explain to you what my thought was as a flat earther, but I noticed myself, I felt it. I felt myself doing the same thing again, which was let's move to the next subject or let's get to something else because you were going to break down something that I believe to be true, which I might still believe that. I might still believe
and I also like, because I dipped my feet into flat earth and inundated, immersed myself for, however many months. And then I fucking stepped out and was like, I have to purge.
Right.
So like, I'm not a Dave McKeegan, right? I'm not a Wolfie. I'm not spending all of my time thinking about these things. So it was probably a mistake for me to like try and describe something. And I probably didn't do a great job. I have a feeling that Dave McKeegan will do a much better job. And you'll probably be like, oh, well, fuck, if he had just said that, then it would have made sense.
Right.
And I honestly think if you were here and we could go to like Home Depot and get like a styrofoam ball and some sticks, it would be like, oh, okay, you explained that fucking terribly. And I'd be like, yeah, my bad. It's just hard when I'm like trying to
yeah, I get it. And I'm probably wrong about how we look at perspective because, again, like I said, it's just to me, it still makes sense. But we'll come back to that. I'm going to go here pretty quick because we've already been on for 5 hours. And thank
you so much, man. I appreciate it. And
yeah, we can do it together again if you want. If you kind of give me a couple topics or something, or ahead of time, maybe I'll be a bit more prepared rather than us just winging it.
I'd love to, and I'll be more prepared too, for sure.
So, but I appreciate it. You have any final questions for me tonight, or I'm going to head off for now?
No, I just like much love, dude. So much respect for you. And like, don't let the shitty people on the internet who are representing science or representing the globe, like, don't let that taint.
No, actually,
people who are well-meaning, who are trying.
No, even the people that message me and say mean things are well-meaning. So that's a difference compared to the flat earthers that are messaging me, which are, they wouldn't care less if I died. So there's a difference between those two people that clearly, I think I've only had one comment that I would consider bad from a globe earther, but I've had, 200 from flat earthers. So
it's incredible considering that like the vast majority of people are globers, so you would assume that it would be like proportional, and you would assume that they hate me for being a flat earther, but they were very welcoming. So many people reached out, if you have any questions about math, or hey, I'm a physicist, if you have any questions about this. So many people were like that, which was really awesome, because there's not a lot of that on the other side, right? Whereas the flat earth, just like I said, I have to understand where they're coming from. I get it, because they have no other option. Their options are Jaron is still honest, and that means that we need to look into what he's saying, and hey, what do you know, the earth isn't flat like we thought. Or Jaron's a liar and a scumbag and a grifter, and he took a payout. So I get why they have to make the decision they did. They're wrong, and one day they're going to realize it, and hopefully that's before they die. That's my only hope for them. But the last thing I'll say real quick. Do you use OBS?
I do.
Look into use virtual camera.
I am. That's what I'm using right now.
Oh. Interesting. You might want to change your source for your virtual camera probably to your camera. Because what you can do is you could send your camera directly to Zoom and then have your other main scene going to your stream.
Hold on. So if I send my camera to Zoom and then use OBS to pick up my camera over here?
Yeah. So OBS will have your current scene that'll have your Jeranism with the logos and both things. But like right now on my
it's
OBS,
it's a double.
It shows two cameras, but I'm only sending you my camera. So basically, you're like splitting the output almost. It's almost like splitting the audio to go.
Yeah, I never really thought about that. You're right. I'm thinking now. So you're saying if we're both on Zoom, you're seeing my camera, I'm seeing yours, and then I'm using OBS to capture both of us from there.
Yeah, and
Gotcha.
then you could easily, because right now I had to crop all the extra stuff out and cut off a little bit of the bottom and whatever. So as a side note, but again,
the reason why is because I want to look good, so I want to look better than you, which means I want the direct camera to OBS, and you get the secondary feed. That's
there you go, man. There you go. Thank you again. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, thanks for having me. All right, later. All right, that was Veritas. I don't know how it went. I guess okay. Let me see if there's any super chats, and then we will be out of here. And by the way, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, we have the Speaker's Corner. So come by for that if you want your 4 minutes of fun. That should be a good time. And then we've got Friday, like I said, I believe at 10 a.m. It's going to be Dave McKeegan and I talking Apollo. That is on Friday. So there's no Unplugged on Friday night. And then Saturday, we've got VIP. And the VIP for Saturday will be MC Toon. So if you want to come yell at him or ask him questions or throw rocks, you will break your computer screen because they won't get through, but you could do it if you want. That'll be Saturday at 12 noon. And if you want to be a VIP, you can do it one of two ways. You can either go to wap.com/Jeranism, which is probably the better of the two options, because what you'll actually get is wap.com/Jeranism. You'll actually get the all the Telegram stuff. So on Telegram, I have all my videos and audios that get uploaded the next day. You get all the back classes for crypto. You get all the back VIPs. So if you want to watch when Will Duffy came by, or when Austin Whitsitt, or Lisbeth Acosta, whatever, you can watch all that stuff if you join through. That was weird that this came up like that. If you join through, let me put this over here. Not very often that I go to my own thing here. Why is it doing this coupon deal? Okay, I don't know. I didn't tell it to do that. Oh, you can see over there. Let me show you this browser. Come on. What? Hold on. Very confused here. Oh, it's the wrong screen again. So hold on. Properties. I'm going to go to display number 1. There we go. Okay. This is what I was trying to show you. Come over here. There we go. So this is the VIP club here. Excuse me. So yeah, if you want to become a VIP, you just come here. You can hit join and join the very cool VIP club. So what we do is twice a month, the first and third Saturday of each month, we meet and we have a hangout for 3 hours in Zoom. And then there's always somebody from the community that comes with us, or somebody I reach out to and have them join us. So last week we had FTFE. The week before that, we had Dave McKeegan. Before that, we've had Jonathan, the documentary guy we've had Whitsitt, Acosta, myself. There's a big list of people. I don't know where that list is. It's somewhere on this. I guess it's in my Telegram. But anyway, we have somebody new every other week on the first and third Saturday. So join us for that. But it's kind of cool. You get to hang out with me, get to hang out. We have fights and, everybody argues. It's fun. But lately it's been a lot of Globers on the other side. So it is a chance for you to ask some questions if you haven't done that before. And then we also do crypto class the first Friday of every month. And then also I'm doing a new Q&A for all the members. That's on the first Saturday of the month in the evening. So you can either do it there, or else if you go to YouTube, there is a new, what's it called? Let me go here real quick. See if we can find this. Okay, get up here. So if you go to my channel, Dave Weiss, what's up? Jeranism. Oops, that was good. I'll just show you where you sign up for that if you want to join on this side. So if you go to my channel and then you go to membership, I don't think it'll let me do it because obviously I am myself. So so you can see here there's the VIP hangout from last week. And then there's lots more from the ones before. We had Nick Havoc, we had Dan the Waterman, Austin Thompson, we've got Will Duffy, we've got Dave McKeegan. So anyway, you can watch those, but only those ones. So if you want all of them, you have to be the Telegram person. But here, you can't sign. I can't even show you how I sign up. Great. But if you check that, there's two different options. One is the $4.99 one, and then there's one that's $15, which is the same as the VIP over there. And that one you do get, like those people tomorrow or Saturday will get the link to the VIP through YouTube. So it is still worth doing if you don't like to join on WAP or you don't do Telegram. If you don't do Telegram, there's really no reason to be on the WAP. The WAP gives you access to the Telegram, so that's the only reason really to be there. Anyway, if you want to join that, that would help me. If you want to support the channel, that would help. Cash App, $Jeranism. Yeah, obviously my funding is dried up, and so has jobs. I have not been called by one place yet, and dropped off 5 resumes at this point, and even emailed some in. So I get it. That's my own doing. That's my own issue. But I am working on the radio station because that is my kind of goal. So if it's something you'd be interested in, if you want to host a show, the radio station is just meant to be real opinions, real talk, real conversations. Not so much talking about other people. It's meant to be, your beliefs, your ideas, your thoughts. That's kind of my goal there. So that's going to be coming soon. We've already got a couple people signed up, ready to host shows or to provide music. So if you want to host a show, if you're like, hey, I would do Wednesdays at noon, I'll do a show. I would love to have you. And then, we'll kind of decide as time goes on if people need to be replaced by other people. But it's a good place to start if you want to have a radio show where you talk about your thing. And that radio channel is, let me see if we can still go there, is rebelsradio.com. .com. So right now there's just a placeholder, but basically that's going to be the website. Don't look at the date that it says we'll be beginning because it's wrong. Obviously, it says on there Monday, March 3rd, which we're off by about 2 months. But anyway, it is starting to get going now. It is cool. The radio station is great. It's online. It's high quality. And it'll be good to get some people over there and start working on that and slowly move away from YouTube because it's just not for me anymore. Though I see the way it's going. I see what you have to do to be successful, and it's just not me. And there is no reward, as you can tell by my numbers, for being honest. It just isn't. You'll be shunned. So doing something different with it, maybe a radio show where people recognize the positives in an honest person. Because it's all I want, and I can't get it anywhere. I can't find somebody being honest anymore. You're not going to find it on the radio. You're not going to find it on TV. You're not going to find it on YouTube. So really, you're running out of places where you actually get somebody's honest opinion in a non-kind of judgmental way where you're able to listen to somebody, take what they've got to say, and decide, does this match my worldview or not? And that's all it should be. It shouldn't be a matter of, let's attack these people, because that's what YouTube has become. If somebody believes something slightly different than you, you're going to get attacked by that group. And then people are so much followers that they believe what the people that they watch say, right? So it's very easy to have a whole group of people, which is what happened to me, a whole flat earth group of people who just immediately start talking shit. So now everybody believes everything that they've ever heard from these people. So there's not much good coming from that. But if you want to support with the VIP, we'll keep doing that as long as we can. Cash App, $Jeranism would be fantastic. Send $1. Although, wouldn't be surprised if there isn't any. It's just the way it goes. So tomorrow we have Speaker's Corner, 3 p.m. Then Friday we've got 10 a.m. for Dave McKeegan and I. Saturday we've got 12 to 3 o'clock will be VIP. Something else going on. Oh, yeah, Saturday is also going to be the Q&A in the evening. That's for all members. So even if you're just the $5 member, that's for you as well. And I think that is it coming up that I can think of. We do have a couple. Oh, wait. We have Nick doing WWF on Sunday. Schoon Rule, if you're out there, we got to pick a day for you. It can be tomorrow daytime or Friday evening. We could do that. But Saturday I'll be busy. Anyway, that is basically it. I'm trying to think if I forgot anything else. Yeah, super chats. We're going to look at that. Let's see. I will have to skip the Karen Reed trial on Court TV. Yeah, I saw some people. I don't even know that case. It shows, I don't watch any TV. People are always shocked when I say that. They're like, what do you mean? None. Settle. Let's go here. Fan funny. All right, we got a couple super chats. Let's do it. We've got... No. We do not. I lied. Hold on, let me get this on the screen. I thought that we'd be able to show it. Not the unplugged screen. Come on. this one. Let's go interview screen. That's good enough. And then let's, you're just gonna have to deal with that picture over there. Or is this better? That looks better. We'll do that, and let me see if the chats are showing up on screen. Oops. Weren't they earlier? Wasn't I doing chats on the screen earlier? Am I tripping out? Is that last time? Was that yesterday? Oh, boy. Losing my mind. Let's see here. We got this one. All right. Now we're moving that over there and put that link up here. Okay, now we got it. Almost. There we go. Okay, ready? Let's look at these. Thank you guys very much for the support. Much appreciated. And yeah, it means a lot. And to everybody who's still a VIP, I keep forgetting to thank you guys a ton. I thanked somebody earlier today. I lost like 3/4 of those people. But the people that were stick with me, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And you guys don't even realize how much it's helped me hang around and try and do the best I can at explaining to people what happened and the truth behind that. So let's get to it now. All right, so we got the first one up. Is that showing up on the screen or not? Yeah, it is. There we go. Dave's Waffle House, thank you very much for the £1.99. Do I have your... let's go with this one.
Like my wife always says, not tonight!
That's whether or not I have the sound effect ready for you. Not tonight. We've got Mr. Bojangles. No, Mr. Jingles says, Jaron, looking forward to your chat with Dave McKeegan. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's very kind. That'll be Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you. We've got Evil Banana Wind. All right. Durst 3 Bitcoins can fund Jaron's 4-month camera in Antarctica. It'll fund more than that. That's $250,000. So, but yes, Dave, as we know, said, go down to Antarctica and prove the globe by showing the 24-hour sun. And then he says that in his recent interviews, he's like, I offer 3 Bitcoins and nobody's been able to provide one. What do you mean? That's just a lie. When we did go down and provide the one thing that you said would do it, you just switched it up to it must be fake. So if that's the way that you handle everything, then you'll never have to pay it out. And what a brilliant move to sell your app, to lie to people and tell them that you have some sort of deal. I believe that's illegal, right? If not, then I'll just start doing that on my channel. I'll say, if you subscribe to my channel and you come up with one thing I've lied about, you'll win 3 Bitcoin. And then everybody will start subscribing to my channel, watching all my videos, trying to find the one thing, and they'll all come forward with things that I've lied about, and I'll just say on every one of them, no, that's not true. Nope, that's not it. Even if I said, if I lied about this, then that would show it. And then you show me I lied about this, and I say, nah, it was faked. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So only a dirtball would do that. Speaking of dirtballs, we'll find that. Oh, no, we won't find that out Friday. Good. Exposing Moss Trick says, the science of anything is the failed attempts at disproving it. The science of anything is the failed attempts at disproving it. Have there been any for the ball since the stick went into the ground? Science of anything is the failed attempts at disproving it. What? Have there been any for the ball? So exposing Moss Tricks, are you still a flat earther? You seem smarter than that. So I don't know what you mean. Have there been any what? Failed attempts at disproving it for the ball since the stick went into the ground? You're talking about Aristophanes? I don't know what you mean exactly. So there's been lots of... Every single observation is made on the globe. That's where it's predicted. So if you want to disprove the globe, very easy. Go to Google Earth and find one thing that doesn't match reality. You won't. You won't, because that's not how it's made. It's made from reality. So I don't know what you are looking for, but what flat earthers think is evidence is not, and what flat earthers don't consider evidence is. So flat earthers actually think it's okay to just say, we don't look at this item to determine this item. In the history of science, there's never been anybody who's ever thought that that is okay. We don't ever say, you can't look at this to determine this, because if they're connected, then you can. That's what evidence is. So is there a connection between the sky and the ground? Yes. If you're handed a map, it has to match the known orbits in the sky, or else you don't live there. Does the flat Earth match the known orbits in the sky? It does not. Does that mean we don't live there? It does. Does the globe Earth match every observation in the sky? It does. Does that mean we live there? It does. Yes. So let's continue on. We got Human Being in the house. He says, a little bit of support. Thank you, Human Being. Very kind of you. Gotta love the human beings and their support. We've got Exposing Moz back. Are you Wu-Tang Clan? Does RZA prove more than one plum? What? I don't get it. Are you Wu-Tang Clan? Does RZA prove Mo than one plum? I have no idea, bro. Sorry, I tried. We got CLP, California Laser Patrol. Esteban Ibaka said, Jaren, you believed evidence in the context it was shown to you. Cartilage in bones was debunked by the same scientist who found it. Looked it up. Yeah, she had to find a way out of it. What do you mean it was debunked? You mean Mary Switzer? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Mary Switzer was told to find a way to explain it, and she came up with zinc preserves blood for 67 million years. You can believe that if you want. Isn't that amazing? That nothing else can keep blood for 15,000 years, but zinc, in the right circumstances, 67 million years. You're exactly what I'm talking about. You have just defaulted to accepting whatever science says to cover that up. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I guess the biggest way I've gotten across this is when I started looking into, when I heard that story, and I looked into, well, how do they test bones? They must send it through some machine or something. It's like, no. I thought they did some sort of test like that. They don't even do that. They get it from the strata, whatever strata it was pulled out of. So they've got all these layers that they claim are certain year segments, but then there's been reports of like trees standing up in them. So a tree will be up in the segments that are going down. So I do think that there's issues in, am I claiming that I'm 100% right about this? No, I could be wrong. They could be exactly right with the age of dinosaurs and everything else, but there's really no, I don't know. It's tough to verify ages like that, right? Do I believe in radiometric dating? Probably a little bit more. At least there's a decay rate, but I don't think that they check that on dinosaur bones. So, and there's just not a lot of them. Again, I have lots of issues with that, but I don't like to stand behind anything that I don't know for sure anymore. So I'm not going to. The thing is I think it should be okay to give your opinion. People don't. People expect you to repeat whatever you were taught to repeat or whatever Flat Earth tells you to say, and that's just not me. That's why I say I'm not meant for YouTube, not meant for here at all. Because I think what I want to hear from people is their honest opinion. Well, I'm not getting anybody's honest opinion. I'm getting people repeating what they've been told to repeat or what they feel comfortable repeating. And Flat Earthers, they're repeating what they've been told to repeat or what they've been trained to repeat. So there is no more legitimate, honest people in the world. It just isn't. And so I find myself as being an outlier in that group. I do think I'm genuine. I do think that I would rather think for myself than to just repeat what I've heard from others. And that's just not shined. It should be celebrated, but it's not. People want you to believe whatever they believe about something rather than being okay with, like, who cares if I don't think that dinosaurs are 67 million years old? Like, who cares? But obviously, both sides really care. The Christians really care. They really want you to believe dinosaurs are young. Science really cares. They really want you to say that they're 67 million years or older. But who cares? Not me. I don't really care. And if you told me, I think dinosaurs are 33 million years old, and I think dinosaurs are 300 million years old, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be like, attack you and, well, Jaren, I mean, come on, it's been debunked now. Just wouldn't care. Because I think it's good when people think outside the box, and I would start asking that person, what's your evidence for that claim? Why do you think 330 million years? Let them give me the evidence, and then I decide for myself whether or not I want to adopt that as truth. But that's just not the way the world's going anymore. So let us say goodbye. It's Sayonara. We got a fun song to play on the way out of here. We got something. He's going to do something. Let's see. Let's do... I'm going to play Wait For It just because I like that the most. And even though it's supposed to be for commercial breaks, we're going to use it now. All right. Thank you very much for the support. I do appreciate it. Dave's Waffle House, thank you. Mr. Jingles, thank you. Evil Banana Wind, thank you. Exposing Ma's Trick, thank you. Human Being, Exposing Ma's Trick, thank you. And Esteban Ilabaca, thank you kindly. All right, guys, much love. We will see you tomorrow at 3 o'clock Speaker's Corner. Again, if you want to join that, it's tinyurl.com/cornerism. You can do that right at 3 o'clock. Jump on, join us. And will I put up a form? I might put up a form, but you'll see it tomorrow. If you want to follow me, figure out when I go live, t.me/Jeranism over on Telegram. All right, guys, much love. I remind you to please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking in the sky. You can. Dave Weiss is a dirtball. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Much love. Peace.
20 on the shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done.